Sure, yeah, yeah. One of the ways. Well, this is big. Oh, I see.
Please welcome our umpires Michael Burns and Peter Hartley. Please welcome the Warwickshire team led out by Will Rose.
Very good morning to you. Welcome to Edgbaston for the second day of this LV County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire, an opening day that had been very much dominated by Northamptonshire. Had to weather an interesting first half hour when Ollie Hallen-Dolby bowled a really good length and line, but having been put into bat, they then thrived. That opening stand of 287 between Ricardo Vasconcelos and Will Young, and so they ended up on 372 for 2. Both of them, of course, went through to three figures, and overnight Emilio Gay 45 and Luke Proctor 17 were the not-out batsmen. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM, Andrew Radd alongside me from BBC Northampton. Good morning,
Richard. Morning, everybody.
And I would imagine the Northamptonshire camp were rather content with proceedings yesterday.
Yes, the captain was a happy man last night. He's had a bit of a rough few weeks, as he said himself, and struggled for runs in the early part of the season. But I think the reaction when he got 100 yesterday underlined just how much that innings meant to him and to the team. And yeah, he was in very good form last night.
Around 11:30, we'll be joined by Phil Pitt, who's the third member of our team today. Warwickshire, we spoke to batting coach Matt Mason, bowling coach Matt Mason last night. And he was saying that they misread the wicket yesterday morning. They thought that a little bit of dampness and the overcast weather might mean that it was the best session to bowl. It didn't work out that way. And I think he accepted that whilst plenty of effort and energy was put in yesterday, the quality wasn't quite there until the final session when they brought the game back a little bit. Ollie Hallen-Dolby will bowl the first over of the morning, and his first delivery is just patted out into the offside by Emilio Gay, who, hard to describe as having a few lives, but he seemed intent to play on. 4 times he squirted the ball past his stumps. Yeah,
it was an interesting knock from him. And talking to Ricardo Vasconcelos last night, he said that it was credit to him that he said in his words he didn't play as well as he can, but the difference perhaps with him and last year was that he actually hung in there and gets another go at it today.
Kept his mind clear enough as this second delivery goes past the outside edge of his bat. Didn't get too close to it, but was playing down a different line to that on which the ball travelled. Good line. It
was certainly a day for the statos yesterday as well, Richard, wasn't it? There was any number of records going courtesy of that long opening partnership, the 287 between Vasconcelos and Young.
Record opening stand for Northants against the Bears by over 100 runs.
The highest partnership for any wicket for Northamptonshire against the Bears, in fact.
Even better. And for most of the time they look relatively untroubled as Gay leaves a ball that's aimed outside off stump. And it goes through to the wicket-keeper. I thought Nathan McAndrew came back with a good spell after tea.
Excellent.
I think that would have given some encouragement to the home side. But Northants in the box seat, the one thing they will know, having batted yesterday, is that taking 20 wickets here is going to be a challenge.
Yes, taking 20 wickets, particularly with no Ben Sanderson in the side, of course, for this match. So, yeah, it is going to be tough. They're hoping, as it goes on, that the spinners may come into it, Carrigan and Keogh.
And Dolby over the wicket to the left-handed Gay. Again, tries to tempt him outside off stump. Gay shoulders arms, and it goes through to Michael Burgess. 2 slips and a gully in place. There is some cloud cover this morning. The weather is expected to improve as the day goes on.
Yes, talking to Ricardo Vasconcelos about the whole business of the toss yesterday, he said that there was some moisture in it early on, which he said may well have fed into Will Rhodes's thoughts about whether to bat or bowl, but he said he would definitely have batted on the basis that although it might be quite a tough first hour, if they felt that once they got through that it was going to be pretty good to bat on, as it proved.
And Dolby 1 for 62 in his 24th over, persists with that line angling across the left-hander on a decent length, Just seeing whether he's going to be tempted to play at it, but yeah, happy to take his time to get himself into the morning.
Well, there is one or two Northamptonshire supporters, whether semi-jokingly or not, suggesting that the county record of 781 might be in danger today. I don't think that's probably the case, but you never know.
I think they want to go very big.
Yeah.
I think that's going to have to be the way. As Hannon Dolby draws Gay forward in defence, he decides he will play this one just to make sure that it's not going to be tucking in too close to his off stump. And that is the end of the over, 372 for 2. I've got an update to do in about a minute and a half. So
you stay with it, Richard.
So we'll do that. But
and the sun has come out to celebrate the fact.
Yeah, I think that may go down as a coincidence. But I do think in terms of what Northampton will look to put on the board, I can't see a declaration this side of 600.
No.
Because it got those people who might not know if they weren't with us yesterday, but the short boundary on the Hollies side.
I think you're about right, and the captain did say last night it's one of those instances where they're just looking to bat once, bat long.
Yeah. So I would not be astonished if they were still batting after tea briefly today. In theory, there's still a lot of time in the game at that point. It's going to be Nathan McAndrew to bowl from the pavilion end, so he gets first dibs in preference to Craig Miles on this occasion. And he bowls fairly full outside off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor. First ball he's received today, has no interest in reaching for that. It's a very straw-coloured wicket, looks a surface where you want to get in and bat big, and that's what Vasconcelos and Young certainly did yesterday. You just want to be back up in the dressing room with your feet up. Might be a good week for Ben Sanderson to get the rest. Here at Edgbaston, the second day of the championship match between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire resuming on 372 for 2. Emilio Gay has seen out the first over of the morning from Ollie Hannon Dolby. The Bears in urgent need of wickets this morning to limit the size of this Northamptonshire total. The visitors will want to press on to a really big score in the hope that they can bat just once and put pressure on the Bears over the course of the next 3 days. Northamptonshire 372 for 2. So job is done.
Marvellous. I was making notes, so I know what's happening.
We're watching the same game. So I'll finish this over and then
yes, you carry on.
The ball is tucked into the leg side by Proctor for the first run of the day. I say though, yes, I'm going to say BBC CWR just need to get rid of Q, and they've done it diligently.
Right on, Q.
Yes, well, there we go. That's what we could hear, but you can't. Welcome aboard, everybody who's watching via the Warwickshire website today. Hope you are well. Anybody who's got an earpiece in the ground? Have we still got earpieces functioning in the ground, Phil? Might be, might not be. Of course, there'll be people listening in the ground via BBC Sounds and various apps.
We're hard to avoid, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think you can avoid it. Oh, it's a beauty from McAndrew. He's got through Emilio Gay. I wonder if he has finally managed to edge one onto his stumps here. He threatened to do yesterday. He has.
Yes.
His thick inside edge from outside off stump, and McAndrew with the early breakthrough. Emilio Gay has gone for 45, and Northampton 373 for 3.
Well, as you said, Richard, anybody who watched the play yesterday won't be massively surprised at that mode of dismissal. It was one that could easily have happened 3 or 4 times yesterday. Emilio Gay not quite at his fluent best yesterday. Played some lovely shots in between, but it was a little bit of a struggle for him, as the captain admitted. Well, Warwickshire have got just the breakthrough that they wanted first thing, and now Northamptonshire just got to keep focused a little bit and put out of their minds what happened yesterday, because the first job is they still need another 27 runs in the next dozen or so overs to make sure that they get the maximum 5th batting bonus points, and then, as you say, take it on from there. I would have thought, I'd be surprised if Northamptonshire were batting sort of much beyond mid-afternoon, but we'll see. Rob Keogh's coming out to the middle, man who's been in decent form, made 100 in the first match of the season against Gloucestershire. Since then, he's got in a few times and hasn't gone on, so he'll be pretty mindful of that. And need to build a little bit of a partnership here and stop Warwickshire making really significant inroads. But you do feel, looking at it as neutrally as possible, that Nathan McAndrew earned that wicket. He bowled beautifully in that last session yesterday, really was outstanding without getting a lot of reward. Well, he's got a reward first up this morning.
Yeah, it gave him a real boost. Nothing other than, you know, a gun barrel straight delivery angled across the batsman, so it's not like Northampton to be worried that the ball's suddenly doing anything particularly. So. Emilio Gay has a slight technical flaw that I'm sure he'll be working on. I think that innings is rather demonstrated, but he's a talent, that's for sure. As McAndrew comes into bowl Keogh's first ball, and he clips it beautifully off his pads through mid-wicket for 4. That was just the sort of thing that you want to be served first ball, and he's dispatched it beautifully. 377 for 3.
Yes, that was you couldn't have if Rob Keogh was writing the script of his innings, he couldn't really have come up with anything a lot different to that to get off the mark with, and yeah, put it away nicely.
It's a bit of feast or famine for McAndrew there after the previous ball, but needing to adjust his line to the right-hander. And bowls very full, almost gets under the bat there with a Yorker length delivery. Keogh takes a couple of steps to regain his balance, having dug that out. Good response from McAndrew. Interesting start to the morning. Northants 377 for 3. The cloud is a little bit more dispersed than it was this time yesterday, and the breeze is slightly more from the southwest. The angle of the flag just to the left of the main scoreboard is just a touch different to yesterday.
Yeah, Emilio Gay, looking at his scores this year, 18 and 17, 65 and 0, 35, 12, 51, 45. So he's got in a few times. He's got a couple of 50s. It's all, you know, progressing in the right direction for a young cricketer. He just hasn't yet this season got the really big score. Here's Alan Dolby from the far end, the Birmingham end, bowling outside the off stump to Proctor, who shoulders arms, lets it go through to Michael Burgess. 2 slips and a gully in place early on. Just there's a little announcement to make, which I've been allowed to, which is the result of the Northamptonshire April Player of the Month competition.
Oh,
which I've been kindly allowed to give the result. The nominations, which if I can remember.
Are we going to tease this though? We're going to tease it a bit, Andrew.
The nominations are here's Alan Dolby in bowling outside the off stump to Luke Proctor.
No, wait there. And the nominations for the Northamptonshire Player of the Month for April are
Ben Sanderson, Luke Proctor, Rob Keogh and Gareth Berg.
Four fine nominations.
And I have to say, the vote wasn't close.
Okay.
It was a veritable landslide.
Okay, well, hold back again now. You've got to build up the tension.
You're building this up.
Yeah, yeah.
Lovely sunny morning here at Edgbaston as Alan Dolby runs in towards us and bowls to Proctor. Then 3rd ball in a row outside the off stump. Proctor doesn't need to play it and doesn't. And the winner is...
Oh, hold on.
Gareth Berg.
Oh.
By a distance.
Okay.
I think it's probably fair to say. So congratulations to Gareth Berg, who is Northamptonshire's Player of the Month for April. Well deserved. Certainly contributed with bat and ball in those early matches. And yeah, he's a bit of a fan favourite is Bergie, and rightly so. Very popular cricketer wherever he plays. Here's Alan Dolby in again, bowling to Proctor. He does have to play it this time. Plays it just up towards mid-wicket, and Keogh was thinking about a single. Wasn't really one there. Smartly fielded by Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, and there's no run. On a personal note, I put this out on Twitter this morning. We were talking about the various records that were broken yesterday, and as I say, the 287 opening partnership was the highest partnership by Northamptonshire against Warwickshire for any wicket in history. Bearing in mind the two sides met in the championship the first time back in 1905, which was Northamptonshire's first season as a first-class county. Alan Dolby in again, bowls to Proctor, is on the back foot playing it up towards mid-off, and there's no run, fielded there by Dom Sibley. And the two major partnership records that were broken yesterday, the opening partnership, which we did mention on air, which was 176 by Brian Reynolds and Colin Milburn, and I mentioned then that Brian Reynolds was a distant relation of mine, and the partnership for any wicket that was previously 229 for the 7th wicket, set back in 1926 by Fanny Walden and Wilfred Timms. Here's Alan Dolby in again outside the off stump. Proctor lets it go through. End of the over. 377 for 3. Proctor is 18. Keogh is 4. And Wilfred Timms is also a distant relation of mine. So
there won't be many Northampton supporters now with memories of Fanny and Wilfred.
no, there won't be. No, I did meet Wilfred Timms. It was a wonderful man. Made his county debut back in 1921, and also lived in 102 Clark Road, one of the houses down the side of the county ground. And he told me that he remembered seeing Northamptonshire beat Lancashire, watching from his back bedroom window in 1908.
Nathan McAndrew to bowl his second over of the morning. Thick outside edge that squirts out towards point. Miles does the fielding. Keogh remains on 4. Oh no, there's going to be a scruffy overthrow. As Miles made a throw that he didn't need to make, and it wasn't collected behind the stumps. 378 for 3, Keogh to 5. And Nathan McAndrew will think, well, I've got one left-hander out today, maybe another one will come now. That'd be the positive way of looking at it.
Yeah, Wilfred, it was just amazing. I interviewed him for a BBC Radio Northampton programme to mark the centenary of the county ground in 1986, and to be talking to someone who remembered watching him match there in 1908 was amazing.
McAndrew round the wicket, driven off the outer half of the bat by Proctor, down to Hannett and Dolby at third man. I've got no idea where he was aiming with that throw, presumably to the non-striker's end, but it really passed halfway down the track.
It sort of split the difference, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really?
Miles and Sibley seemed unsurprised because they've both taken up a position to gather it. But odd. 379 for 3.
And yeah, Wilfred taught for many years at Charterhouse School. In fact, he was master in charge of cricket there when a certain Peter May was coming up through the school just after the war.
McAndrew, just back of a length, steered into the leg side by Keogh. Will Rhodes fields mid-on. That's 21 runs away from sealing maximum 5 batting points and just over 10 overs in which to achieve it. The Bears no longer pointless after McAndrew's breakthrough, but they need 3 wickets in the next 63 balls if they're to accrue anything else. And on the balance of what we've seen on this surface in the first day, that might be a challenge. McAndrew has brought some energy to proceedings already this morning. Full onto the pads of Keogh, and he'll be slapped through mid-wicket for 4 more to that short boundary. Didn't quite time that one as well, Keogh, but once it had beaten the infield and gone past the left hand of Danny Briggs, it was always going to reach the 9 to Keogh. He's off to a bit of a flyer. 383 for 3.
I take your point entirely, Richard. We were talking before we came on air that Northamptonshire ought to be looking for something around about 600, simply because with that size of boundary on that side, if you get sort of 500, and so it's 350 to avoid the follow-on. It's not that much of an ask, really.
No, on a good surface.
Yeah, which it is undoubtedly.
And it was a 4 and over day yesterday, and that's not just down to the bowling necessarily. It's also partly down to the dimensions. As Keogh defends the next ball down the wicket, fielded by McAndrew. What they did well is that they didn't get overexcited by the short boundary. You do see that sometimes. You end up finding that you'll slightly miscue and hole out trying to hit a 6. I thought they worked it very neatly, but a push past the infield is 4 on that side.
Yeah, it's right, and again, Ricardo Vasconcelos was saying last night, we were talking about the fact that he'd obviously had a disappointing start to the season, and he said the problem he found he was struggling with, in his words, his discipline, and I think yesterday it was a disciplined effort by both of them. Yeah,
it really was. McAndrew once more, and he'll be clipped through a straight mid-wicket for 4 more. You can't over-pitch on the pads of the batsman. Too many boundary balls. That was the story to some extent yesterday as well for the Bears. And Keogh has plundered 13 off his first 7 deliveries, and he will know he hasn't had to work that hard for him, in that 3 balls onto his pads and he's punched all 3 into the fence.
Yeah, it's a strength of Rob Keogh. He's strong through there. He's strong through the sort of the extra cover region as well. He's had his technical issues in the past. He had this business of just falling over a little bit and coming across his stumps and being a big LBW candidate, but he's worked very hard on that. Of course, had a terrific season last year in all competitions for Northamptonshire, and certainly started this season strongly. He's at non-striker's end now with Proctor on strike, 2 slips and a gully. Alan Dolby running in and bowling to him outside the off stump, and Proctor lets that go through. One of the stories I remember Wilfred Timms telling me was about facing Harold Larwood, playing for Northamptonshire against Nottinghamshire and before the Bodyline series, and came up with the same idea that Bradman did, that when he was bowling short, he just got in inside the line and just helped it over the slip cordon. And his captain Valence Jupp took a very dim view of this and claimed it was cowardice for giving himself room and looking to score. He should stand up to it and get hit like a man. I think one or two people might have a slightly different view to that. Is Alan Dolby, and he goes to Proctor, turns that away for a single, and he's probably going to get 2 as he goes out towards the short boundary at mid-wicket, and chased out there by Alex Davis, and they're able to come through for a couple. So Proctor into the 20s, 21 to him, and Northamptonshire to 389 for 3.
It's an odd message generally, isn't it? Stand up and get hit like a man.
Yeah, well,
I mean, thank goodness he wasn't a boxing coach.
Well, bear in mind that Valence Jupp, who was the captain concerned, was later became a very vocal supporter of Douglas Jardine at the time of the Bodyline series. He was writing a newspaper column and saying that the Australians were whinging and so on. Here's Alan Dolby again, hangs that one outside the off stump. Proctor just lets it go through.
And the only county cricket captain in England to have an unnecessary piece of bedding named after him.
Oh, yes. Yes, well, there was also a cricket club in Northampton played for many years called Valence, so there you are, with an E instead of an A. Valence Jupp was an A, and the cricket club was an E. Played on the old Spinney Hill ground, which Northamptonshire used during the war. It was in the Second World War, and sadly is no longer a cricket ground. It's a housing estate. Here's Alan Dolby, and again outside the off stump, and with a rather exaggerated leave, Proctor pulls the bat out of danger. If you're just tuning in a minute or two late, then Northamptonshire have already lost a wicket this morning. Emilio Gay playing on to Nathan McAndrew for 45. 373 for 3 in the 98th at that stage. Northamptonshire have added another 16 runs since then, of which Rob Keogh has made 13, 12 of those, 3 boundaries, 3 mid-wicket off the bowling of Nathan McAndrew. Bright sunshine across the ground as Alan Dolby comes in again, bowls, and that's a beauty from Alan Dolby that lifts and leaves Proctor, and he tried to pull the hands inside the line, but I think that was slightly posthumous. I think he was playing at it until it actually went past the bat. It was a beauty from Alan Dolby. That's
got up a little bit more than I would have expected from the length.
Yeah, well, it did, and I suppose there's still a little bit of hardness in the new ball, isn't there? It's into its 21st over. And certainly yesterday, the odd one with the new ball did go through. Here's Alan Dolby, and again bowls, and this time I think we'll give Proctor the benefit of the doubt. I think he did play inside the line to that one, but it was another ball. Good probing line from Alan Dolby. End of that over, 389 for 3. Proctor is 21, Keogh is 13.
A decent opening 20 minutes here. Good bit of give and take between the two sides. McAndrew, Matt Mason was talking yesterday about the fact that he's in trying to adjust to English cricket, he's tended to overpitch, and unfortunately that's been the same again this morning. The spell that he had after tea yesterday, he was hitting the pitch a bit harder. He was bowling more of an Australian length, which suits him, and he got the wicket of Vasconcelos LBW for 156. Ricardo had to almost be lifted away at that point because he was enjoying himself too much, I think. I don't think it was dissent as much as just,
he was just disappointed.
I think he thought he was in for the day. As McAndrew with a ball that gets up and goes past the top of Keogh's bat. Series of good deliveries in the last 3 balls. Yeah. 2 from Alan Dolby and that one. That's a good line. Yeah,
they're running in hard, aren't they? But they obviously know that. I'm sure that will have been said in the Warwickshire dressing room. They need to run in hard against Northamptonshire this morning and try and nip a couple out and wrest some of the initiative back. It's interesting you say about Nathan McAndrew trying to sort out his length. I think pretty much the same applies with Matt Kelly. Of course, Northamptonshire Australia has also been struggling to find the right length to bowl in English conditions. He has virtually no experience of it until coming over this summer.
McAndrew, straighter delivery around off stump, defending back down the wicket. Indeed, Mason talked about Matt Kelly to me yesterday because he's very familiar with Matt down in Australia. And he said exactly what you just said, that he's also taking that while to adjust to county championship cricket, the lengths that you bowl, and also how little time you have between games to work on things.
Yes.
At this time of year when you're playing week after week. You know, you need a rest day after your 4-day game, and you have very little time to work on technique and skills and tactics as he tucks Keogh up here with a ball that may have offered to cut back a little bit. That is the harder length that he's bowling, and it's hit him up around the waist level. No shout for LBW, it was clear in the stumps. But,
yeah, I think it was when Matt Kelly made his debut in the second match of the season at Northampton, and he was talking then to the coaches about it, and he said, well, bearing in mind he hasn't actually played in England before at any level.
McAndrew again draws a thick outside edge that will go down to third man. Matt Lamb moves to his left to cut it off, and they'll comfortably come back for 2 because he had quite a lot of ground to make. I get some applause from Dom Sibley amongst others. Does Lamb, who was, as we described several times yesterday, an absolute ball magnet in the field yesterday. 391 for 3, Keogh to 15.
And thinking about Matt Kelly, I think I'm right in saying that his agreement with Northamptonshire actually ends after the next championship match next week against Kent. I think he was just here for the first little run of championship fixtures.
McAndrew into the pads of Keogh, turns it into the leg side. Tumbling Davis picks up 391 for 3.
Whereas Will Young is expected to come back to the club after the New Zealand tests, and may even be involved in the 50 over competition, I think, which would be a boost for Northampton's chances in the Royal London Cup.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it, the difference between the makeup of teams in that tournament.
Yeah.
But it led to quite a refreshing conclusion. I was really pleased with Glamorgan last year to get a trophy. And they got a lot of young cricketers that were developing. Pushed into the offside by Keogh. Sibley quickly across, has a shy at the stumps. He was always going to be home, Keogh. And good backing up from Will Rhodes. End of the over, 392 for 3 in Northamptonshire. 8 overs left to accrue bonus points, so they should be tidy enough to get through to 400. The Bears' chances of picking up a second bowling point are diminishing with each passing over.
How many players to Warwickshire lose to the 100, Richard?
I'm going to start you out with plenty.
Plenty.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Just looking at the I'd have to double check.
No, Northampton lose 1, so which is Josh Cobb. So it's a bit different.
I mean, some of them are players who aren't involved in this match. In fairness, the likes of Chris Benjamin and Jake Lintott.
Here's Ollie Hannon-Dolby running in from the Birmingham end outside the off stump, left alone by Keogh. Judging by the reaction of Hannon-Dolby, a tight leave around the line of off stump, but old Keogh happy enough with it. Luke Proctor comes down to have a chat with him. Lovely morning in Birmingham now. Bit of high cloud around, but sunshine sort of dappling across the ground. Very attractive. The crowd, I would have thought, roughly on a par with yesterday at this time, but hopefully a few more will drift in later. Here's Hannon-Dolby, in again, bowls to the right-handed Keogh, who's in behind that, pushing it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Alex Davis, who also was excellent in the field yesterday, showed really good energy all day on what was a pretty unproductive day as far as the Warwickshire bowlers were concerned, but Davis kept his own standards up. Was just generally busy and bustling. 392 for 3. Yeah, the noise is not my stomach, it's actually, I think, the building work over to our left, the block of flats being constructed just at the entrance to the ground as Hannon-Dolby comes in, bowls to Keogh's on top of that, playing it down into the gully, where it's fielded there by Danny Briggs, and there's no run. Hannon-Dolby into his 27th over of the innings. Bowled pretty well up front yesterday with a new ball. I think I'm right in saying it was his 5th over before he conceded a run.
Yeah, no, it was
absolutely on the mark. Bowled pretty well all day, although I thought McAndrew, in terms of threat, was probably the pick yesterday, particularly after tea, when, as we mentioned, he came in really roared in after tea and dismissed Vasconcelos' second ball of the final session. Hannah Dolby in, bowls to Keogh, clips a little bit uppishly, but it's running away safely enough through mid-wicket. Runs for him here as Dom Sibley has a long chase out towards the furthest point of the longest boundary, and they come through for an easy 3. Takes Keogh up to 19 and Northamptonshire to 395 for 3. Field changes over for the left-handed Proctor. Obviously we'll keep you up to date throughout the day with what's happening elsewhere around the country. At Beckenham, Surrey continuing their innings against Kent, 345 for 5. In the Roses match at Headingley, Lancashire 313 for 3 against Yorkshire. And Dolby in again, bowls to Proctor, pushes it out on the onside just in front of square. Thought briefly about a single, but then thought better of it, sent back by Keogh. And Somerset 332 for 4 against Gloucestershire. So in all of the Division 1 matches in this round, the side that's batted first is doing pretty well. In Division 2, in the game between Worcestershire and Derbyshire at Derby, Worcestershire 338 for 6. At Chester Street, Durham bowled out for 311, Glamorgan 53 for 3 in reply. Hannah Dolby to finish the over, in bowls to Proctor, is in behind it, plays it back down pitch for Hannah Dolby to field off his own bowling. End of the over, 395 for 3. Proctor is 21, Keogh is 19. At Leicester, Leicestershire bowled out for 210, Sussex 72 for 1 in reply. And at Lords, Nottinghamshire 336 for 7 against Middlesex.
I've got an answer to your question there.
Go on then.
There's a reason it takes some working out. In the current men's squads for the 100 this year, there are 10 Warwickshire players.
Right, okay.
So it's very different, isn't it?
Yes.
And many of whom would be playing in the 50-over game otherwise. A lot of them not playing currently in the Championship side. And I mean, Chris Wokes does count as one of the 10. We haven't seen anything of him yet because of injuries. McAndrew begins a new over that Keogh defends into the offside. For those who are curious, Sam Hain, I know he's at Welsh Fire. Jacob Bethel, who's on loan at Gloucester this week. He's in the tournament. Adam Hose, Danny Briggs, Chris Benjamin, Henry Brooks, Chris Wokes, Ollie Stone, Jake Lintott and Alex Davis. So it's quite a significant chunk of players that Warwickshire will be without.
Yes, Northamptonshire lose Josh Cobb, and at the moment that's it.
McAndrew advancing. Keogh turns him straight just to the right of Will Rhodes at mid-on. Gets through for a comfortable single. He's to 20, 396 for 3.
So, as you say, it's a big difference between counties. I think Surrey also lose, saying down at the Oval last week, Surrey lose a big wodge of players as well. So the Royal London Cup certainly threw up some interesting players last year, giving a chance, and the likes of James Sales, as far as Northamptonshire were concerned, of course, made his first team debut and then made his first class debut after that and did well.
Left alone outside off stump, thanks delivery. I mean, Warwickshire benefited from it. I think they won half their games with a very young team. Will Rhodes was still captaining the side, apart from when he was away captaining England Lions. But Jacob Bethel made a breakthrough at the age of 17. Dan Mosley had a very good tournament. Manny Johal bowled regularly in it and then played in the Bob Willis Trophy at Lords and bowled beautifully in that.
Yes, he does. I saw some of that, he did.
So Ethan Brooks, Henry's younger brother, had a good tournament. Matt Lamb made his first one-day 100, which was a big boost to him. McAndrew, that's a good bumper. That's a good bumper. And Proctor does well to get below it. We talked about with his stance how it can be quite awkward a lifter. But the line's right on that. It's right off stump, and he almost treads on his stumps just seeing that a second time. He was off balance. And no wonder McAndrew had his hands on his head.
It's well directed, because Proctor usually plays the short stuff pretty well, simply because, as absolutely what you say, the stance that he's got, that sort of crouching stance, he's usually able to just get out of the way and just duck underneath it quite easily. He very rarely takes it on, but that was well directed.
Came precariously close to treading on his stumps there. McAndrew then bowls a fuller ball outside off stump that, a bit like quite a lot of deliveries did yesterday, then just arcs across after it's gone past the stumps a little bit further before Burgess takes.
Yeah, James Sales had a number of outings in the in the Royal London Cup last year, and then made his first-class debut against Surrey. Made the winning hit at the end of a cracking championship match against Surrey last year. Made his maiden 50 against Durham. Also, Northamptonshire were able to have another good look at Freddie Heldrick, the left-arm wrist spinner.
Oh, brilliant. So, McAndrew bowls just back of a length, defended into the leg side. Great to see left wrist spinners. Obviously, we've got one here with Jake Lintott.
Yeah.
He's done wonderfully well. I shall take my leave. Phil Britt is going to come and join you for the next half hour, Andrew.
Lovely. And then I shall nip off at midday to go and update BBC Radio Northampton. So it all runs like a smooth, well-oiled machine. And yeah, Phil will just be coming into place in a second as Alan Dolby, about to start his 28th over of the innings, is over in the distance at the Birmingham end of the ground. As Richard was saying, breezy morning, but the breeze has come round a little bit compared to yesterday. But bright sunshine, 2 slips in the gully in place as Alan Dolby comes in, bowls outside the off stump to Rob Keogh, who is shouldering arms, watches that go into the gloves of Michael Burgess, and there's no run. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning, Andrew. Good morning, everybody.
Lovely morning.
Beautiful. Yeah,
Well,
nicer morning than yesterday.
Well, it is. It's the sort of mirror image of yesterday, really. Because when I got up yesterday morning at 6 in Birmingham, it was glorious, and then by the time we got to the ground, it was cloudy. It was the other way round this morning. It was quite cloudy at 6 o'clock this morning, overcast, but very pleasant. Now, as Alan Dolby comes in again, bowls to Keogh, who's just getting on top of the bounce, pushing it out into the covers, fielded by Alex Davis, and no run.
Interesting first half hour.
Warwickshire have really run in this morning. They've done a good job and nipping out the wicket of Emilio Gay early on. It was obviously an early boost, gave Warwickshire first bowling point as well. Alan Dolby's been good all innings really, and McAndrew has looked threatening, although as I say, just disappeared for 3-4s when he bowled on Rob Keogh's legs. Here's Alan Dolby in again, bowling to Keogh, plays that back down the pitch for Alan Dolby to field, and there's no run. It's we're 105th over, so Northamptonshire just need other 4 runs to make sure of the 5th batting point, which of course is the first objective.
Alan Dolby's going to be putting some work in. Well, in fact, all the seamers are going to put some work in, because I think Danny Briggs yesterday probably was a little bit disappointing insofar as being able to give a major relief to the seamers, that he was quite expensive, and from Briggs, who's usually tight, it was a little bit loose line.
Alan Dolby in again, bowls again on Keogh's legs, and he's working that away through mid-wicket. It's a long chase for Dom Sibley again. They've completed 2. Will they come back for 3? Yes, they will. Keogh calls his partner through, so they're able to come through for 3. The throw is again another one of those that is neither to one end nor the other, but fortunately Alex Davis was backing up, so no harm done there. 3 more onto the total, 399 for 3. Rob Keogh up to 23. Yeah, Alan Dolby in his 28th over. McAndrew's bowled 26. Craig Miles has bowled 21.
Yeah.
Will Rhodes 15. Danny Briggs 14 overs for 78. And just the single over from Rob Yates just before the second new ball. Here's Alan Dolby in again, bowls to Proctor, who's in behind that, pushing it back down the pitch. Alan Dolby doesn't pick it up, he sort of boots it down towards the stumps at the striker's end, doesn't hit them.
He's had a pretty hefty work level in the innings, in the opening 4 games, but then on the other hand, compensating that, there's been a couple of games where he hasn't had to bowl in the second innings, so that's helped him a bit.
Well, this is what was in Northamptonshire's concern and why they're rotating the seamers, especially the 2 key ones, Ben Sanderson and Gareth Berg, known collectively these days as Bergerson. Here's Alan Dolby again, bowling short down the leg side. Proctor doesn't get anything on it. He shapes to try and play it down a fine leg. Taken by Burgess, and that's the end of the over. 399 for 3. Keogh is 23. Proctor is 21. And however, Alan Dolby has picked up 1 for 70. So 28 overs, he says. He's been really excellent. But it is a heavy workload. I think Northamptonshire were concerned, although they only had to bowl once down at the Oval. Not through choice, but the fact they lost by an innings. Sanderson has bowled 31 overs in that innings, and I think there's a little bit of concern that they want to make sure he's fit for the Kent match, which starts at Northampton next Thursday.
I thought McAndrew might have been at the attack, but he continues from the pavilion end in, and this one is clipped away beautifully, square on the offside. Keogh getting right across and reaching for it, but getting good contact and sending it away square right across the wickets, which helps. It gets the pace. That brings up Northamptonshire's 400 maximum batting points. They're 403 for 3. We're in just at the start of the 106th over, so they've got their maximum points with a little to spare.
Yeah, well, that's the first objective, of course. As far as Northamptonshire are concerned now, they just need to build a partnership here and we'll press on, as we were saying earlier. Probably 600 will be a reasonable target.
McAndrew again, who is also nearing his 100, is this one outside the off stump, and Keogh offers no shot in the end, sort of steps across and takes the back out of the way before it can get into any harm. It was a little closer, I think, to his off stump than possibly he would have liked, but in the end it goes through to Burgess and there's no problem. Is that the first time this season that Northamptonshire have got their maximum batting points?
Yes, it is, yes.
Well, they've got about this with a real purpose over the 2 days. I think yesterday some of the that opening partnership was outstanding partnership. McAndrew in again, bowls, and Keogh is again sort of watching that one go. Gets a little bit more bounce outside the off stump and rises, and Keogh sort of takes the bat and away and watches down to see just where it had pitched. He's looking down at the ground whilst the ball whips through.
It was interesting.
No shot.
It was interesting talking to Ricardo Vasconcelos last night, and he was saying about this. Well, he made quite slightly pointed comment about the fact that he felt that he'd probably just silenced one or two of the critics, obviously, who'd been getting on his back a little bit.
McAndrew in bowls, and again no shot offered, ball through to the keeper.
After a poor start to the season, 90 runs in 7 innings, and yeah, I think obviously there's always these days with social media, people are quite entitled to an opinion, but obviously the players I'm sure read a lot of it, and it's just a matter of time, I think, before Ricardo Vasconcelos came good. He's too good a player not to, but I think Will Young has been really good for him to have him at the other end, that sort of experience, and as he said, he'd been struggling a bit with his discipline this year, and that certainly was a hallmark of the innings yesterday.
This next one is bottled, and that is the end of Keogh. McAndrew gets his second wicket of the morning, and Keogh has gone for 27, and it's a wicket. It's, the bails. The umpires just restating, structuring the stumps. So McAndrew hits those stumps again, just seeing whether he got an edge into that. No, I think that went straight through as he pushed for him.
I think it was just a little bit quick. It was full, and once again Nathan McAndrew takes full advantage and reaps the reward for targeting the stumps. And it was a straight ball. It was very full. Wasn't quite a Yorker, but it was a good delivery. It just shaped in a little bit to the right-hander, and I haven't seen the replay, but I imagine it probably hit leg stump, middle and leg maybe. And really well bowled by Nathan McAndrew, who's been a handful. We were saying he's been a handful this morning, and Warwickshire have really hit. You know, the two seamers are running in hard, and well, they've nipped out a couple, and there's two more wickets. They've got another 4 overs and 1 ball, so 25 deliveries, and a couple more wickets, and Warwickshire could still get their second bowling point.
Yeah, I was just hoping that was going to show that again, because he sort of came across his stumps. He dragged him just across as if he was going to leave, and whether the ball, I wasn't sure whether you thought it caught the leg stump. I thought it might have been the top of the middle and off, to be honest, but it was all masked from us anyway by the fact that the batsman was right in front of the stumps.
I think we talked when I was on with Richard earlier. We were saying about Rob Keogh having had a little bit of a technical issue in the past, just slightly falling over. Yeah. And I think that's what happened there.
I do.
So anyway, well bowled Nathan McAndrew, you have to say.
He picks up his 3rd wicket.
And Josh Cobb comes to the crease. Obviously Northamptonshire's white ball captain, hasn't played a huge amount of red ball cricket of late, but getting his chance here.
Josh Cobb, he will have the short leg side boundary.
Yes, I think so.
Straight away. It would be a man who would, if he's probably give that a little bit of a peppering. Certainly in white ball cricket, you wouldn't want to be bowling from this end. McAndrew is into him and bowls, and Cobby is off the mark straight away, looking to drive, gets a thickish out, runs away through the gully area down to third man, but Cobb is back for a couple. That brings up McAndrew's century. He's now 3 for 101. The 3 wickets certainly making his figures look a lot better. He's taken 3 of Warwickshire 4.
Yep, deserved applause for McAndrew. He really has been very, very good this morning. They say he bowled a terrific spell after tea yesterday, nipping out Ricardo Vasconcelos with the second ball of the evening session. He's been a threat, and obviously bowling that full length, especially with a short boundary, he's going to get driven, and so he had been particularly economical, but he's done what I suppose he's come over to do, which is get wickets. 405 for 4, Northamptonshire, so been in terrific form the last few weeks. Opportunity to build another innings here. He's on strike now with 2 slips in a gully, and he's in behind that ball from Hannon Dolby, pushing it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Fielded by Will Road. The sun behind the clouds at the moment, but a very pleasant day, and as Richard was saying earlier, I think the forecast is pretty good for later in the day. Not quite as good, saying not quite as good for Sunday, I must have been.
Sunday is, no, it's 70% chance of rain on Sunday.
Yeah, that's the forecast I saw, and I haven't picked up one this morning, was that it was pretty well set fair for the next few days, but yeah, they're saying there's a bit of chance of some rain on Sunday. Might change again, of course. Here's Hannon Dolby into the left-handed Proctor, who's leaving that alone, goes through to Michael Burgess, and there's no run. As a man obviously involved with the museum and so on here at Edgbaston, Phil, I always thought you could do a particularly good sort of before and after book with cricket grounds. I was doing some research for my book on George Thompson and found a photograph of Northamptonshire playing here at Edgbaston, and I think 1911, the year of course Warwickshire won the championship.
Yes, yep.
And it looks all no stands.
Yes,
it just looks
yep.
so different.
Yep.
So what we see now is Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and Proctor again leaves alone. And as we look up towards the city of Birmingham and all the tall buildings there and the BT Tower and so on, and over to our right as well, 2 big blocks of flats, the new flats being built and the entrance to the ground as well. My goodness, it's changed.
The only thing which is, I suppose, locally, which you can still find on some of the photographs, is the spire of St Ambrose Church, which is what, about 200 yards, 250 yards from the ground.
Red brick spire there as Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls outside the off stump to Luke Proctor.
Yeah, apart from
go
that,
through.
everything else really has completely changed, and even when you look back to photographs from this end we're at now, going back as recently as sort of 2010 even, it's completely changed this aspect of the ground. The Hollies stand was all rebuilt in about 2005, 2006. The stand which was there was taken out, new one was put up. So it really has, and then there's plans to do more work around the ground as well.
So I was hearing Hannon Dolby, and again bowls to Proctor again outside the off stump. Good carry, still plenty of effort being put in here by Ollie Hannon Dolby in his 29th over. That bounced a little bit. The new ball, well, the ball's what, 26 overs old, but still getting a little bit out of it. Yes, I was hearing yesterday, I think you were telling me that there's more development planned.
Yeah, we'll take what we would call the Priory stand. That sort of area, which is from where, those you're familiar with the ground, the big stand, which is the big tall high very steep stand, and taking that round virtually to the Wyatt stand. That's the next area which is planned to be developed, which will again that part of the ground looks a little tired now.
Here's Hannon Dolby in again, bowling to Proctor, who turns that down to long leg, fielded down there by Nathan McAndrew, who sends in his return, immediately takes off his sweater and trots in, eager to be back in the fray to start his next over. End of that over, 406 for 4. So we've had 107 overs, 3 more overs for Warwickshire to get 2 more wickets to pick up the second bowling bonus point, with Josh Cobb on 2. Luke Proctor is 22. Yes, of course, Northampton's the ground at Northampton has changed out of all recognition, really, since 1994, when the football club left and went to Sixfields. But the only part of the ground that's original, if you like.
Boundary starts a new over from the pavilion, ending short with the first one.
Is the signal box, the old press and scorers box there on the west side of the ground. Everything else has changed, at least to some extent. The pavilion that's now the Spencer Pavilion, the old pavilion, the shell of the original James Ingman Pavilion from 1886 is still there. You can see it round the back, but it's been greatly expanded and upgraded. Pretty much everything else has changed.
I think it's nice to the grounds, isn't it? So there's something being done. As McAndrew in, and Proctor is forward to that one, just running it away into the offside. Yeah, the pavilion here, we used to have the museum on the ground floor of the pavilion, and it really was very limited in terms of what you could do with it. It wasn't a very safe structure. I know when they knocked it down, it didn't need much of a push to get a tumble, which was always a bit concerning, because occasionally people did park round it, and you just think, well, had there been an accident, could it have all come down on a lot of us? It's McAndrew in, and Proctor has nothing to do with this one. Gets across his stumps, bat held high above his head, and ball carries well through to Burgess behind the stumps.
Yes, it's interesting that there's a little grating at the back of the pavilion at Northampton, back of the Spencer Pavilion, so with the original pavilion, and you can still, if you look at some of the team photographs taken at the back of there in the 1890s, you can actually just pick up that one little grill, to give you a sort of an idea of where it was taken. But there's not a lot of original stuff otherwise.
McAndrew in bowls. This is driven nicely through the offside, but quickly across is Will Rhodes and does the fielding, but can't prevent them scampering through for the single. So the field changes. 407 for 4. Yeah, a lot of photographs were taken sort of at the turn of the century, around sort of 1898 to about 1902-3. At the bottom of the staircase, which used to be immediately outside what became the museum door, and you can see them against the staircase lintel. This next one is run away down to third man. Cobb just opens the fates and just glides it down to third man, and they amble through for the single. 408 for 4. Cobb moves on to 3. And then again outside, they were all had them in front of the team photographs were all done pretty much in the same spot.
Yes.
And you can see the old framework, but we tried when they knocked the pavilion down to preserve bits of it, but it's a question really what you do keep. This one is left outside the off stump. I kept a few of the bricks which were in there and bits and pieces, but in relative terms it was a token rather than anything else. Oh, and we did keep, of course, because the old pavilion, for those who remember, had the bell tower on it.
Yes.
And we kept hold of the bell tower. That was lifted off in one piece, and that now sits outside the existing museum. And that's actually has, because there was an interesting, it could have been a bit of a disaster, but Barnes's ashes, Sidney Barnes' ashes were encased in the Barnes Gate, which was the wall running outside the ground, and of course the bulldozers were going to knock the whole thing flying until we got them out.
Here's Josh Cobb facing the next ball from Ollie Hannon-Dolby at the start of a fresh over. It's a lovely on drive by Josh Cobb, and it's going to run away for 4, I think, to the boundary. It is, just crosses the rope at the Birmingham end of the ground. Beautifully timed stroke by Josh Cobb. It was in the slot. He drove it just to the onside of the stumps. There was a dive by Dom Sibley at mid-on, but couldn't stop it, and it races away for 4. 412 for 4 Northamptonshire. Cobb up to 7. Crikey, that would have been a disaster, wouldn't it?
Well, I think people had forgotten that they'd actually been put into the gatepost when it had been commemorated by the Bishop of Birmingham and a whole load of officials. So that sat on whilst we were waiting for things to change and be renovated.
Hannon Dolby in, and it's a repeat stroke by Josh Cobb. This time a fantastic bit of fielding off his own bowling, having to come back the other way, if you like. He was following through on the offside and had to change direction and drop a hand down to prevent that straight drive by Cobb yielding any runs, and he does so successfully. So saved his own bowling figures, I think, for another 4 there. 412 for 4 it stays. It
was terrific reaction from... if anybody was going to do it, it's the 6'8" man who's on arms.
The telescopic arms of Ollie Hannon Dolby. But it was...
If it had been somebody of a sort of 5'8", it would have been 4 runs.
Well, they're dropping a man back as though on the hook at deep square. Matt Lamb's been sent back. Here's Hannon Dolby in, just bowled just short of a length, and Cobb pushing it out on the offside for Davis to field, coming in from extra cover, and there's no run. So
anyway, just to finish that story off, so we got the Ashes back out, and I had those secure for about 2 or 3 years, and then we resited the tower, and we decided a good place to put them would be actually in the bell tower.
Because the other very distinctive part of this ground, which is still there, of course, is the scoreboard, the main scoreboard, which with the bare and the rugged staff weather vane at the top. Here's Hannon Dolby in again, bowls just short of a length to Cobb, who's on the back foot, playing it back down the pitch.
There's no run. They call that the Thwaites scoreboard, and that's after Dr. Thwaites, who was another major administrator for the club and former chairman, and he very generously has donated that, and that's actually been moved forward. That whole structure was knocked down and moved and then repositioned where it is now, and of course the face on it changed from the old-fashioned now to the electronic frontage.
Here's Hannon Dolby in again, bowls to Cobb, who cracks that off the back foot to extra cover, but just picked out Alex Davis, result of which there's no run. Yard either side, it would have been 4. Yes, my memories of I suppose as a kid watching the game on telly and the big test matches here, that was always the opening shot. If they were doing a match at Edgbaston, would always be the scoreboard with the weather vane on top, the way that it would always be the Father Time weather vane at Lord's or whatever. But very distinctive bit of architecture on this historic ground. Here's Hannon Dolby in again, bowls slower ball down the leg side, and Cobb, I think, was thinking about working it away through mid-wicket. In the end, doesn't make contact, goes through to Michael Burgess, and that's the end of the over. 412 for 4, 109 overs gone, so they need something fairly special from Nathan McAndrew in this next over at Warwickshire if they're going to get the point. They need 2 more wickets in it. 412 for 4. Proctor is 23. Cobb is 7.
I know over the years that there's been a lot of talk about replacing that and having a bigger screen like a lot of grounds have, which gives you more information. And we've kept tinkering with it and trying to get it so that it shows the information which is required without overdoing it. Because some of the screens around the grounds, I think, give you more information than you can actually take in one go.
They take a session to get used to it.
McAndrew bowls, and this is turned away just down to fine deep fine leg for a single by Proctor.
This is one thing you find going round, being obviously the very fortunate position of going round all the different grounds to cover one county, is that you do find that, as I say, it takes a session with some of the scoreboards before you actually work out exactly what's where, without having to think too much about it. That is a nice, simple, straightforward one here. You just get the basic information, and
there are downsides to the current one. It's fine during the county games. I'm talking here from our point of view. This one is played. That's a lovely one from McAndrew. Goes through outside the off stump. Cobb pushes it, but it just a little bit of extra pace and a bounce, and it just beats him. As he pushed, there was no real shot in the end. It was a jab at the ball as it went past. But lucky not to get a nick through to Burgess. Still getting a little bit more this morning than he got certainly during the morning session yesterday, where virtually nothing happened for the bowler. But during the one-day games, it goes to an advert at the end of the over.
Oh, no, that's annoying.
This is McAndrew in, and this is just run away down through that vacant gully area. Down to backward point for an easy jog single.
Yes. Old Trafford is the same as well. You look up to tell
yes.
listeners what the score is, and it's disappeared,
Yeah,
and they've got a little cartoon or something.
Yeah, exactly. And the other problem it's a problem, but this board, you'll look at it now and say McAndrew's bowling, and you'll get to the end of it, and you'll just want to read the figures out, and you'll find that it's immediately gone to the hand Dolby at the other end. So that happens almost instantaneously, that the last ball's delivered. This is a real sharp one, which Proctor has nothing to do with, just leaves it, and it bounces harmlessly in the end through. But definitely putting his back into this a bit.
He is. I'm just wondering how many more overs he's got in this spell, because these two have bowled for pretty much an hour now this morning. I mean, they've done a cracking job for the side. Northamptonshire have only scored 42 runs in the first hour, and they've lost a couple of wickets, but they can't keep them bowling indefinitely.
No, you'd think they must be coming to that end. He comes again and in. Proctor waits. Crouch down, he drives. McAndrew gets a hand to it, but he won't prevent the single as Rhodes goes across and tidies up from mid-off. But I think that hand probably saved 3 runs, because it was well struck down the ground by Proctor. But just as he followed through, was able to get and just take some pace off it. 415 for 4. This is. Whilst they've lost a couple of wickets this morning, still in a really strong position here, as McAndrew is in again, back over the wicket to the right-hander, and Cobb pushes out into the offside. Davis comes in from extra cover, does the fielding, there's no run, end of another over, and it's Northamptonshire 415 for 4. Remember, they've got all their batting points. I'm a great believer that if you've got overs in hand and you've done that well, you should be able to get an extra batting point by getting on 450. It happens so rarely that it wouldn't actually make that much of a difference.
No, it's true. They've got. Let's face it. They've gone through. You could write a book about the different means of scoring bonus points over the years, and of course in the. Was it late 70s, early 80s? They had this business where the first innings was limited to 100 overs, and. I do remember Northamptonshire once following on at Eastbourne in 1980 when they hadn't been bowled out because they'd come to the end of the 100 overs, and they were still over 150 runs behind, so they had to follow on even though they hadn't been bowled out, which possibly hastened the end of that particular rule. Here's Craig Miles, so we have got a change at the far end, the Birmingham end, and his first ball is right on the money, just worked into the onside by Luke Proctor, and there's no run.
Because we had the change this year with the draw, didn't we? That's gone from 5 to 8 points. And
and it does, and I think there's no doubt in my mind that has changed the thinking of some sides in terms of how adventurous they're prepared to be.
It's I think with the possibility there of getting 16 for a draw, it does make that. Sides look at that way.
Here's Miles in again, bowls to Proctor, who pushes that down on the onside, runs up towards mid-wicket, and is fielded by Will Rhodes, but they are able to come through for a single. 416 for 4. I'll leave it with you for a second.
I was going to move over so Richard can come into his place.
Okie doke. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll have our usual game of musical chairs before we have to go and update our various stations into the midday news. So Phil moves from position B to position C. Richard's coming in, and then I'll leave it with Richard and Phil to continue commentary after this ball from Craig Miles with a slip and a gully in place. Bowls over the wicket to Cobb, who pushes that into the offside. Fielded there by Dom Sibley in the covers, and there's no run. 416 for 4, and I'll hand you over to Richard, and I'll go and update BBC Radio Northampton.
Thanks very much, Andrew. It's been entertaining first out. Warwickshire have fought back a bit. 44 for 2 in the hour in 14.5 overs, so scoring a rate down to about 3 and over this morning, and 2 well-deserved wickets for Nathan McAndrew, who's bowled well again this morning. As this is driven through mid-wicket by Keogh. There'll certainly be one. In fact, they'll come back for two. Matt Lamb had quite a lot of ground to make up from the long mid-wicket boundary. Cobb to 10, 418 for 4. Both wickets this morning bowled. I was going to say clean bowled, but in the case of Gay, that was an inside edge. So, Nathan McAndrew, we've seen signs of improvement from his first spells yesterday, his first couple of spells, through to what we're seeing now. It's been quite a difference as Miles wraps Cobb on the pad. It goes out to the leg side, fielded by Sam Hain.
Yeah, I agree totally. I was saying with Andrew that he definitely bent his back a bit more this morning, put more into it. Bowled well in his after tea yesterday and with the new ball, and come out this morning. It's been a good long spell. We've had Hannon Dolby taken out of the attack. I can't imagine McAndrew's too far behind either now.
No, they bowled 7 overs each to get up to the 110 over mark. Back to do an update for local stations as Miles comes in again, and he's worked very nicely through a straight mid-wicket here by Keogh. There's a chase for Hannon Dolby and Lamb. Hannon Dolby will get to the ball first, and they'll come through for 3. So Cobb up to 13, and the score 421 for 4. BBC WM and BBC CWR are awaiting their update. Andrew's doing the same for BBC Northampton, coming together to provide you this coverage via the BBC Cricket homepage and also on the Warwickshire website. Here at Edgbaston, Northamptonshire 421 for 4 after a very competitive opening hour to this morning session today. 2 wickets for Nathan McAndrew, that's 3 innings for him. You got Emilio Gay early on, he played on for 45, he'd been threatened to do that yesterday evening. And then Rob Keogh, who played an attractive knock of 27 before he got another one through McAndrew and got him out. Proctor has been very watchful, he's only scored 9 in the first hour, he's on 26. Josh Cobb with him has 13. Northants, though, continuing to pile on the runs, 421 for 4.
We are going to see a bowling change at the pavilion end, and rather than the captain bringing himself on, he brought Danny Briggs back into the attack. It was a little bit expensive yesterday, so his first ball is clipped to backward point, and there's no run.
It was very rare yesterday to see Briggs unable to exercise any control. He's going for 5.5 and over.
He's in again, and Cobb is forward. And it really then meant that the seamers, Hannon Dolby and McAndrew, and to a lesser extent Miles, had a lot more work to have to do than they probably would have wanted. Briggs in and bowls. This is glance down to fine leg, runs away. This could go right down towards the boundary. They're going to come back for... in the end they settle for 3 and brings them up to 421 for 4. That was nicely just flicked round the corner. So 423 for 4 Northamptonshire move to. Cobb goes on to 15. Just Briggs having a look at his field. Warwickshire got to a point yesterday where they were virtually changing the field after every ball. It was that sort of impact it was beginning to have. This one is just pushed back to backward point. There's no run.
We may be about to have a guest, which is nice.
Oh, that's
shortly.
Good.
I like to tease, you know I like to tease.
This one is driven back down the ground. It won't be 4 because Dom Sibley is down at long on, and Sibley scoots round and does the fielding. The ball's followed him a bit this morning. He's had 2 or 3 chases out to the deep backward point boundary for the ball, but Northampton's batsmen are quite happy to take Briggs on, and the runs continuing to come off him. 424. The field just changing now as Proctor takes position as the sun goes in, and Briggs bowls. This is glanced round the corner, and there's no run. Just our final ball of Briggs' first over of the morning. That's Warwickshire look to try and get this 5th wicket. They will just get the 1 bowling point from this game. 5 batting points to Northamptonshire, who are 424 for 4.
Do you want a clue as to who's coming up? Or did you overhear?
I haven't. Well, no, I was talking. I don't listen to other people's conversations either, Richard. Wouldn't dream of doing that. Not a clue. Jake Lintott.
No. Somebody who could, you could say, has had a foot in each camp.
Could say.
Well, yeah, you can say. It would be accurate to say has had a foot in each camp. As Craig Miles comes in to begin his 23rd over, and he's lifted over the short mid-wicket Sam Hain. And Ollie Hallen-Dolby has another chase out towards the boundary.
Mark Robinson.
And they'll come back for 3. No. 427 for 4. Cobb to 19.
No, but he's had a foot in both camps.
Yeah, he has. No, that was a potential answer. Has won Test caps. Is your second clue? As Miles walks back to his mark now, how to adjust to the left-hander. He's going to go around the wicket to Luke Proctor. It's been somewhat becalmed this morning, Proctor. Northants do not want to waste the position that they found themselves in. And the ball that gets up, he steers nicely to backward square leg. Alex Davis picks up single, 428 for 8. Oh dear, Phil.
I don't know.
Hoping to be fit, and we'll get more from him in time for the T20s as well. He's actually in the box now as well. So
yes.
Yeah, well there we go. I tell you what. Let me.
I've got to be careful here. I'll move out. So
yeah, and we can let him in then. But we'll reveal all in just a second. As Miles is in again, and a bouncer that Proctor ducks under very nicely. It goes through to Michael Burgess behind the stumps, and let's set up our almost always cheerful guest. He's smiling as he comes in, because it's a very good afternoon as we're beyond midday to the former Northamptonshire and now Warwickshire fast bowler, Ollie Stone. Ollie.
Thanks for having us.
You're all right, just move that around a bit more in front. There we go.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Well, it's very good to see you popping up as this ball is forced beautifully off the back foot by Josh Cobb in front of point for 4 onto the short boundary. He's become the aggressor in this partnership. 23 for him, 432 for 4. Most importantly, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's nice to be close to playing again. Fingers crossed they'll be all good for the T20, and yeah, I'm just excited to get back out there and help the boys. It's been a frustrating watch the last day and a bit.
Yeah, I would think it has as well, but Northampton have batted beautifully. A drive here fielded very neatly in his follow through by Craig Miles. Yeah, it was an interesting decision to field yesterday. It didn't come off in that opening 2 hours, and Vasconcelos and Young batted really well, didn't they?
They did. The boys probably didn't bowl as well as they'd like to, but yeah, they played really well, and Northampton are a dangerous side with that. They've got a lot of attacking players, and if they get on top of you, they can score quite quickly like they did yesterday.
Well, particularly with the short boundary on the Hollies side, which I thought they used really well actually. Short ball ducked under as Miles bowls to Cobb at the end of the over, 432 for 4. They didn't get excited about the short boundary. They just knew that anything you get past the infield is going on that side.
Yeah, you were right. Like, they were very, very smart with it, and yeah, took their opportunity when we bowled that little bit of width. They climbed into it and, like you say, accessed that small boundary. And I think there was only 1-6 yesterday, wasn't there? So that you can sort of tell that they didn't get too carried away with it, I think. And yeah, they've got a commanding position.
Danny Briggs is going to continue his second over of the day, bowling there to the left-hander Luke Proctor. He's got one slip in position. This is a full toss which is driven back to him, and he picks it up in his follow through. Are you doing any batting this weekend? You've done a little bit of batting in Birmingham League and that sort of thing. Any of that planned this week as Briggs bowls the next delivery, defended into the leg side?
No, unfortunately not. I've had a little hip flexor niggle which which may be why people were wondering why I only bowled 1.1 overs in the second team last week. So I'm just sort of managing that, ready for the T20.
Briggs well outside off stump, left alone by Proctor. That's frustrating. With all the work that you've done to get back, you get another little niggle.
Yeah, they said that I'd pick up niggles along the way, and I wasn't expecting that sort of niggle.
Whip through square leg, quick single. It would have been a very quick single if Alex Davis had been able to pick the ball up and put his hands on his knees, because he sets his standards very high. Does Davis in the field, and he was eyeing up the run out there. Instead, they come through for a single, 433 for 4.
Yeah, it's sort of one of those frustrating ones. You come through the winter and the start of pre-season really well. Like, back's been brilliant. So yeah, to pick up a niggle like that, and especially diving in the field, was very frustrating.
Just back of a length, and rocking back is Cobb, and defends into the leg side. Well, Jake Lintot's out fielding at the moment. Just looking to see who's gone off.
Nathan McAndrew, I believe.
As thick outside edge will go fine. Rob Yates will give chase. And they'll come back for 2. They'll think about 3 on the arm of Yates, and they've judged that very well. And the score will go up to 436 for 4. Is Ollie out there? Ollie is, but he's standing on the wrong side of the boundary at the moment. But Nathan McAndrew, having just had a good 7 over spell. He's actually improved over the course of the 2 days here, much as he did at Old Trafford, where on the 3rd day he bowled a lot better than the 2nd day. He's just got to get that length right for English conditions, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He also, obviously, people know how different the Kookaburra ball is to the Duke's ball. He said, actually, to have a ball that swings consistently for a longer period of time, he found it quite hard to adjust. But like you say, he's shown glimpses of how good he can be, and he's obviously frustrated the fact he hasn't bowled as well as he'd like to. But like you say, hopefully he's getting there now.
Craig Miles outside off stump, and that's cut to dispatch for 4 by Cobb. That's sat up nicely for him. And he slams it wide of Alex Davis's left hand. 30 for Cobb, 440 for 4. The accelerator starting to be pressed largely now by Josh Cobb. I'm not afraid of work at McAndrew either, is he? He's got through a lot of overs in the 3 innings that he's bowled in.
Yeah, he doesn't shy away from it. I guess that's that typical Aussie grit in him, and obviously being the overseas, he wants to try and show and impress and like help the team move forward.
Cobb waits and defends. Ball from Craig Miles, who tries to flick it up with his left foot into his right hand, and it doesn't quite come off. So now he nudges it along the deck to Sam Hain. Probably good enough to get into the Norwich squad for next year, though, even with the miss kick.
I was hoping you weren't going to bring football up, Rich. Yeah, it's not been the greatest season for Norwich, but it'll be some few easy points next year in the Championship round Birmingham, I think. You know.
Oh, fighting talk.
Yeah,
so
Stone. Looking forward to a few away trips. Will be quite nice.
Yeah, well, yeah, you've got a few local games to get to, haven't you? That's for sure. Birmingham, Albion, Coventry. As short ball is pulled into the leg side. Is it going to carry? It's not. There was a moment where you wonder whether it might. And Matt Lamb was adjusting himself, but it didn't reach. Through for a single. And I mean, Josh Cobb's only going to play one way in this situation with 440 on the board. And you've got to think they're eyeing up 600 here.
Yeah, after I got out the car on the way in, I was behind Sadler and Vasconcelos, and they were chatting away, and Sadler was like, I back your decision whenever that is. I didn't hear a number, but yeah, you'd be thinking at least 500. Maybe they might have a quick 45 minutes here and see where they get to, and maybe go after lunch.
Miles round the wicket to Proctor, steered down towards long leg. Briggs picks up and fields. There's another single, 442 for 4. The only reason we've set the number high in our minds in the commentary box is just that short boundary. That if Warwickshire bat well, 350 to avoid the follow-on doesn't feel like it would be a lot. I mean, they've got to bat well to do it.
Yeah, true. I didn't think of it like that. I thought more that if the longer they leave it, the less time they've got to bat again if they need to.
Yeah.
Obviously, will it spin on the last day with the weather being nice? I don't know, but yeah, it's an interesting fact.
Miles on and around off stump, defended by Cobb back down the wicket. It's not going to be easy to take 20 wickets. And I mean, you've experienced a few Edgbaston tracks, and you know, like so many of them, if you if anybody gets a nick here, it's going to carry, which is what you want. But it's not going to be easy to get 20 wickets if it doesn't turn.
Yeah, and they don't. They spin out the footholes, but they don't tend to spin like off the good bits.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jeetan Patel had loads of success, but that was mainly out of the footholes at times.
Miles, the bouncer, taken by Burgess. It just angles down the leg side. End of the over, 442 for 4.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. Obviously, they've got Errigan and Keogh, so they've got both types of spin to go to, and a few options with a seam as well. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see. They may, from a psychological point of view, they might try and get us back out in the field for the first hour after lunch, just to train us that little bit more. Yeah, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, to be honest.
No.
It'll all, like you say, it'll all be on gut feel and what they think's the right number.
Briggs begins a new over, and with whatever grip there might be, it's turned into the leg side by Proctor, and there's no run. I'm presuming Northampton is always the next result you're looking for each day, online or whatever.
Yeah, I've still got a soft spot for him. Obviously, they had a massive part in my career and got me to where I am now. So yeah, and feel that the team has changed a little bit since I was there, but there's still a few familiar faces. So yeah, it is a have a little look and see how people have got on.
Proctor steered Briggs' second ball to Hayne at short mid-wicket, and then the next one he just defends down the track. Briggs bowling with a little more control than yesterday. He found it difficult, particularly to protect the short boundary. He's in again, whipped in front of square, and by the time actually it reaches Matt Lamb, it will be behind square. It was just arcing as it went for a comfortable single. 30 to Proctor, 443 for 4. So does it feel a bit like your year is going to be surrounded, all about white ball now, sort of T20, the 100 you're in a squad as well? So
yeah, a little bit. Obviously, it was a tricky one to sort of plan in terms of getting me back safely, but also not holding me back too much that I missed too much cricket. And T20 was the first aim, and then depending on 100 selection, I was fortunate enough to get picked up here. So I'll go into the 100 and then hopefully finish off with, I think there's 3 championship games at the end of the year. Try and hopefully play 2 out of those 3, all being well, and be fit and ready for the winter, depending on selection and tours and that, and see where I get to. It's nice to be thinking about those situations than how much work I've got to do
rather
in the
than
gym.
rehab.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it's exciting. I can't wait. I was saying to the physio earlier that having that buzz of walking out onto the field, hearing the crowd roar and stuff, it's really exciting.
Final 2 balls of Briggs over the way were just defended by Proctor into the offside. So Miles will continue from the Birmingham end round the wicket to Proctor, who walks into a defensive shot up towards mid-on, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Oh, it's good that you're still eager to maintain a test career as well, because when you have the sort of injuries you've had, I can understand why modern cricketers might just think, well, maybe white ball's the way to go now. Yeah,
that option was put towards me, and I don't know. Obviously, I'd know if I was more in the white ball side rather than the test side, maybe that would have been an option. But for me,
Miles is defended to the leg side by Proctor.
For me, I love test cricket. It's what I've grown up loving, and I still want to play as many tests for England as possible, and that was one of the main reasons why I had the surgery, because it would have given me the best possible chance to get back to that. So yeah, I love it, and if my back can't take it after this operation, then I'll obviously have to rethink, and hopefully I still have the option of white ball cricket. But yeah, no, test cricket is the goal for me.
Miles in onto the pads of Proctor, who steers it behind square on the leg side. Sibley wins the race to the ball against Danny Briggs. It's a leg bye. 444 for 4. In the old days, we'd have David Shepherd hopping around for that score on the board. And I guess even on a wicket that's not easy, I bet you wish you were out there now, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I love coming into the ground when there's games on, but also it's very frustrating. Like you're sitting there watching, and you just want to be out there and be involved. There's no better place to play than Edgbaston, I don't think. And like with the view up here, we're very spoilt.
Well, certainly are. As Miles bowls a leg side wide. It was a bouncer that he didn't get right at all. It's a good one-handed take by Michael Burgess, who shows the virtue just getting an extra step in there to get across. Quick feet is an underrated thing for a wicket-keeper.
Yeah, Burgess, when he saw the ball go down there, he'd be like, I don't want any buys here. And then, luckily, well, even though he got his hand on it, he was, the umpire signalled a wide. I think that unfortunately was.
Yeah, it would be fair to say that from an orthodox stance, it would be quite difficult to come up with a shot where you could hit that ball, as the ball has wrapped Cobb on the pad. Judging by the strangled appeal, that would suggest there's some bat on that as well. As we have another look, yeah, that's got to have had a bit of bat on it on its way through, as the interest was fleeting from the Warwickshire slips and from Miles himself.
Yeah, I don't think we've not bowled enough balls in that area. Obviously the score's not great, but yeah, I think we've shown obviously the field spread here, but both sweepers on both sides suggests that as well.
Miles just back of a length and got on top of it, did Cobb. I'm not sure what shot he was going for. He might have been looking for the uppercut. And there isn't a fielder down at third man, but then he gets over the top of the ball and it squirts out on the offside. His natural instinct is to attack Josh Cobb. And with Proctor having gone into a sort of almost strangely shotless mode this morning, he's only scored 13 runs in, 83 minutes this morning?
Yeah, which sort of makes you think they might be going for more than 500.
He's there to bat around.
Yeah.
As Cobb awaits again and gets a little leg glance down to Nathan McAndrew, who's back on the field for a single. 446 for 4. So what have you had to do today? Because you're in your training gear.
Just a few sort of rehabby exercises to keep the hip ticking over. Saw the physio and then have a bit of a free lunch and back home I go.
Okay, oh, fair enough.
I mean,
That's very honest.
You have to make the most of the free lunches. They're a lot better than my cooking, so.
Okay. And you're going to watch Norwich over the weekend? You know, there's only 2 matches left, isn't it?
I can't put myself through that, unfortunately, this year. It's
fair weather fan.
It's been a very tough watch. I've not fallen out of love with it, but it's tough to watch.
Danny Briggs begins a new over. Forward is Cobb, thinking about a quick single, but Davis is quickly forward from point to pick up. Hey, listen, I have to cover Birmingham City home and away. I feel your pain. I do. I can empathise. It's Briggs coming down the wicket is Cobb, but in the end in defence.
I mean, they didn't do too bad this year, did they? Or they fell away.
46 games, 47 points. In virtually any other season, that would be relegation for.
Yeah, maybe not then.
Yeah, it got more difficult as it went on. This is floated up by Briggs. Oh, and that might have been a return chance. Diving full length. He's got fingers on that. Was it on the full? No, he's hit it into the deck. He's hit it into the deck. The beauty of the picture being slightly behind the action.
Yeah.
Is that you can very quickly correct yourself. As I look at the TV monitor on the Warwickshire County Cricket Club coverage, steered around the corner. Again, Cobb itching for a single, but Davis is alert and prevents that.
Yeah, he's one fielder you want in your vital positions. He's very nippy.
Floats this one up, driven up to mid-off. McAndrew does the fielding. He's just a busy cricketer, Alex Davis, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not going to be unnoticed for very long when he's out there.
No, he's been a very good signing for us. Obviously, he hasn't scored as many runs as he'd like to, but it'll come.
Final ball of the over is just defended. So none for 86, Briggs from 18 overs, but he's been a little bit tidier in this morning session. 446 for 4. Yeah, I think Alex was a bit sore last week. His return to Old Trafford didn't go quite as well as he would have hoped.
No, especially no batter likes to get out leaving it. But when it's against your former side, you wanna show them what they're missing, and unfortunately, yeah, it didn't quite work for him.
He just survived an LBW appeal leaving the ball.
Did he?
And Tom Bailey was bowling that line where it was coming back at him, and you think, oh, I can't believe you've fallen for that. But I think he'll make a lot of runs in the coming years. So just a very active cricketer at all times. Need to know where he is. He's always in the game as Miles begins the new over. It's a nice line outside off stump. Proctor leaves it alone. I think the lot's been on the shoulders of the other Ollie again this season. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's I think he's 19 championship wickets now.
Yeah, he's just a consistent performer, isn't he? He was gutted to miss the end part of last year with that foot injury, and yeah, he started this year where he left off before he got injured, and it's great to have someone like that for Will Rhodes, who he knows he can always turn to hopefully get that breakthrough.
Proctor shoulders arms. He is, and I think it's fair. People know I'm close to Ollie Hannon-Dolby. He's quite a grumpy injured player.
Yes.
He's not himself when he's out at all. He's just not himself.
No, I think there's a few of us in that boat as well. But yeah, no, he really doesn't like it. He feels like he's letting the team down as well. He feels like, yeah, he's done something wrong. No one means to get injured, but yeah, he really doesn't enjoy it. Miles
Over the wicket now to Proctor, who immediately whips it off his legs for a single. Down to Briggs at fine leg. 447 for 4.
And also, his batting.
Well, yes.
Hopefully he won't mind me saying it.
I've watched the. I've been here for those 2 innings. I mean, he has shepherded Michael Burgess to 200s. That's the first thing that's worth pointing out. With the first one, it was extraordinary. It's genuinely, none of us will forget it. Probably for as long as we watch cricket. As Miles is clipped through mid-wicket, he's probably got enough of that with the long boundary. Matt Lamb isn't going to be able to chase it down. 4 more to Cobb. He's to 36, and the 450 is up for Northamptonshire. 451 for 4. These two have added 48 so far for the 5th wicket, largely through strokes like that from Cobb. Most people who are listening to this will be aware now, but came in to bat with Michael Burgess with Warwickshire 9 down, and which game was the Surrey game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the first 50 of the partnership was all scored by Michael Burgess. The first 51 runs. Miles, driven by Cobb, isn't going to beat Will Rhodes at mid-on, and there's no run. And Ollie eventually got off the mark in his 67th delivery. And even that was a little edge onto the thigh pad that he was hoping was a leg by.
Yeah, he was devastated.
Yeah.
I've never met anyone be so devastated to get off the mark. As tail enders, that's the first thing we want to do is get off naught. Yeah, he was disappointed that he had to get off naught. It was remarkable.
The following over was quite funny. As Miles comes in to bowl to Cobb, and just dabs it down into the offside. Briggs across from gully to field. Because they brought Reece Topley back on for what turned out to be 1 over, and his second and third balls were whacked to the fence by Ollie, who I think out of the frustration of having got off the mark. And then the second time round, because I mean that Burgess went from 69 to 178 in that innings with Ollie partnered with him. The next time Ollie came in because when Liam Norwell unfortunately got hit on the head, and Craig Miles had just not long done a commentary stint with us and had gone home and got called back as concurrent replacement. So although Ollie had come in at number 11, he was also being told, if you can stay out there for half an hour, Milo will be available. As Briggs tosses one up outside off stump, driven very nicely by Proctor into the gap. I wouldn't say there was a lot of timing about it, but he forces it through. The 50 partnership is up between these two. Proctor do 35, and the score 455 for 4. And he did the job again. Got Burgess to 100 before he got out. He took a lot on the body in that innings, though. He got battered and bruised.
Yeah, I think he showed me one of the bruises on his shoulder, which looked very unpleasant.
Badge of honour. Proctor just deadens the next one, puts it down in front of him. Sam Hain comes into field, and then Craig Miles came in to help Burgess up to 170 again. But certainly time at the crease. Ollie Hannon-Dolby has spent a long time at the crease this year.
And to be fair to him, he works hard on his bat, and he worked he's always in the nets trying to improve. So yeah, fair play to him. His hard work is paying off.
Briggs again giving that one a bit more air, clipped in front of square for a single. 456 for 4. I think, you know, if I was going to say there was something not just about the crease occupation, the fact that he's helped other players make big runs, the thing he's worked so hard at, I think he plays with quite soft hands defensively.
Yeah.
He doesn't push at the ball
No.
like tail enders sometimes do.
Yeah.
He's developed that. It's an element of shotlessness to it. As the ball is driven into the covers, diving to his left, Sam Hayne is able to stop it.
That awful mullet sticking out the bottom of his.
Yeah, I'm
his
really.
hat.
I'm trying to be really polite and not mention that.
I think it's hard not to mention that thing, isn't it?
Briggs' final ball is defended. Andrew, do you want to? And Andrew's all right at the moment. I was checking whether Andrew wants to come in. Andrew Radu, I think you'll be familiar with Andrew from your
Yeah,
days
it's
at
been a long
Northampton
time.
for sure. So it's 456 for 4 at the end of the over. So Brendan McCullum, the man in charge of England's cricket now. It's an interesting choice, a man who spent a brief time here, entertainingly.
Yeah, there was obviously a few rumours floating around, wasn't there, before it was announced, and I think it. Obviously, I've never worked with Brendan before, but I think it shows the mentality that they want to go down and trying to take a forward step, and the way he plays his cricket, I can't imagine his coaching's too dissimilar. And I think him and Stokes, from what I've been reading, would work well together. So yeah, it's an exciting time, and I guess now it would be interesting to see who the white ball coach is too.
Will Rhodes coming on for the first time today, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor, defends it back down the track. One slip in place. Rob Yates, who's pretty much at a second slip. Certainly McCullum's a very positive cricketer. When he was New Zealand captain, he changed the way they played.
Yeah, I think obviously the results haven't gone England's way over the past few series, and yeah, having that bit of, I guess, fearlessness to go out there and perform, hopefully he'll bring that and give some confidence to the team.
Driven into the leg side by Proctor, won't beat Davis at short mid-wicket. There's no run. I'd imagine that Ben Stokes was probably consulted by Rob Key as to who he would like, given the best candidates. I think there were various people interviewed for it, and it would be interesting to see what he does. It just needs a lift. I'm not sure that the quality of the cricketers is as low as at the moment it feels, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because of the recent results. As Proctor leaves the next ball outside off stump from Will Rhodes. It just needs a bit of positivity. And
yeah, I agree. Like, it's always going to be the way when the team's not doing well. You're always going to be looking at what's wrong, and pitches or whatever have been criticised. Yeah, like you said, I think a bit of confidence in the camp, and also a little bit of luck. Sometimes you get an edge and it gets dropped, and before you know it, you make 100.
Rhodes just back of a length, dabbed into the offside, no run.
And you end up going on a run of scoring runs in the next few innings. It can just take that little bit of luck, and yeah, like I say, a changing coach and mentality might bring a freshness to it and help people free up and relax. And yeah, I think obviously it's never nice when someone loses their job, but a fresh change can be a good thing.
Rhodes in once more, goes past at hip height as Proctor shoulders arm. Yeah, and again, the stuff about pitches is generally being written by people who don't watch Championship cricket. And a track like this, yeah, this is hard yards for the bowlers. There's no doubt about it, but it won't be unusual in Test cricket to find a wicket like that to bowl on.
Yeah, we're very fortunate with obviously with Gary and the pitches he produces, and the Test match pitch he produced here last summer was very similar.
Well, outside off stump, left alone, end of the over, 456 for 4.
Even the pitches in New Zealand, they look like the outfield, but they're solid pitches. They don't do all sorts. You have to earn your wickets, and if you bowl poorly, you get taken down, and if you bowl well, you can get your rewards. It does teach you to bowl those correct areas, and obviously pitch dependent, those areas will be a little bit fuller or a little bit shorter. But yeah, you don't go around the world getting lively green seamers all the time, or
No.
obviously subcontinent pitches tend to spin more, but they're, yeah, like you say, they're not terrible pitches.
Floated up by Briggs, driving is Cobb, and that's very well fielded in his follow through. Diving to his right, got two hands on that, did Danny Briggs. One of which is ringing a little bit, the right one, which means he can bowl again, and that's more of a medium pacer. Pushes it through. Looking to guide it down to third man was Cobb, but he can't beat the field. Rob Yates at point. Cobb wanting to move the game on. Both batsmen on 36. He's driving this time up towards mid-off. McAndrew fields. The
Can't keep
wind,
us out.
yeah, the wind is quite gusty at times today. So the cap flies off McAndrew's head. He's trying to place it firmly now. The ball is defending. I mean, it's a bold move, by the way, to go for the number 0 that he's got there, Nathan McAndrew. I don't know whether he's an NBA basketball fan or something like that, but that's the sort of thing that they do.
Yeah, I'm not sure. One of the lads was like, I was worried that number 0 was going to mean how many wickets he got for us. Thankfully, he got off the mark last week, and he's picked up a few more since then as well.
Yeah, 0 for 100, wasn't it, against Somerset? 4 on the third day of the game against Lancashire, which got him more into the swing of things. 3 here. So pushing forward in defence is Cobb, end of the over, and that'll be a maiden from Danny Briggs. I think back-to-back maidens. Maybe the first time that's happened in the match.
I was about to say, that probably, yeah, wouldn't have happened too many times.
No. OHD bowled 4 maidens first up yesterday. I'm not sure Craig Miles bowled one in that bid. How many runs in the session? 84 runs in 26 overs, so about 3 1/4 and over so far today.
I mean, they haven't gone ballistic, but also you'd have probably liked that a little bit less to try and, like you say, slow the game down a bit.
Rhodes right arm round the wicket. Oh, and he's almost chopped on there as Proctor. It squirts through into the leg side. Burgess has to run 20 yards to his right to pick up. Proctor gets a single. He's to 37, 457 for 4. First 2 sessions yesterday, though, the rate was at 4.5 plus, particularly the afternoon session. I think it was 168 runs, was it, or something, between lunch and tea yesterday? Which
Yeah,
is
not ideal, and
no.
especially first day winning the toss. Yeah, we'd have obviously been very disappointed with that. But yeah, the boys have responded better this morning. They still would have liked a few more wickets, no doubt, but yeah, fingers crossed we can slow that run rate down for a bit longer and keep them out there for longer than they would like to be out there.
Pushing forward in defence is Cobb. If it is to be 600 they want, you want to try and force them to bat beyond tea in order to do that, to take time out of the game. I'll have to let you go soon to get your free lunch.
It's all right, we've got 20 minutes, don't we?
Yeah. I wonder what it is today, what do you reckon?
Don't know, spaghetti bolognese yesterday. Maybe a chicken breast with some potatoes, veg and a sauce.
Sounds decent.
Maybe.
As the ball down the leg side, he's got a little nick on that, has he? No, I thought initially there was quite the celebration.
I think they were begging, unfortunately.
Well, there was a noise, but the noise I don't think was bat on ball, and it was a very brief appeal from Will Rhodes, who appears to have had a laundry issue, because he's got no number on his shirt.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's got
Maybe
a plain shirt on.
I mean, I have noticed he's put in Frenchie, the dressing room attendant, to do his washing recently. So maybe Frenchie's not delivered the goods this morning. Maybe it's still in the tumble dryer.
Cobb forward in defence, and there's no run. So it's the sort of thing that you normally see these days when a big central defender in a football match has had a cut during the first half, and they can't find his backup shirt, so they just get him a plain shirt.
I mean, I'm surprised if it was going to be anyone who's forgot their shirt, it would be Michael Burgess, but he's got his on today.
So he's onto the pads and very full. And turned around the corner by Cobb, down to McAndrew at long leg. Single takes it to 458 for 4. Will he have to find himself for this?
I don't know, we don't do that sort of...
Do you not?
Nah, Robbo will probably tell him. He's quite hot on his standards of kit and what we can and can't wear, and we've had a change in design this year, so all of our old kit is basically.
And the wicket goes Rhodes, left alone outside of stump. Obsolete. Your old kit's obsolete.
Yeah, and so
it's on eBay.
Yeah, well, but the problem is half of our kit is still stuck in Shanghai, I think, in lockdown.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's not been a good year to have a new set of kit, I can tell you that. There's a few smelly shirts in there, I think.
Oh. So it's been lost en route from Shanghai to Harwich.
Yeah, I think because they've unfortunately been in a full lockdown over there. That yeah, Robin's been very busy sticking names and numbers and everything on from stores, from shirts from the store.
Might have been a hint of turn there for the first ball of a new over from Danny Briggs, which you could argue would have a mixed reception from the Warwickshire team, and I might have one or two eyes on Storks in the Northampton team. It did grip a bit, that one. Was left alone outside off stump by Cobb, as is the next delivery. The thing that might just influence Northampton here, Ollie, is that the forecast isn't brilliant for Sunday. So they sort of...
Okay.
Well, they might lose some time from the game then. As Briggs wheels away again. He's got into a far better rhythm this morning than he did at any point yesterday, Danny Briggs. Just offering to grip that one again. Outside off stump. This time he's angled it into the pads. It's a quick single and a throw at the stumps that's wide. But it was a bold effort from Craig Miles, who, not for the first time in this match, is getting up like a man somewhat older than he is. Which is not like him at all. He's such an agile fielder for a quick bowler.
He is. I think back-to-back days in the dirt is taking its toll on some people. I said to him this morning at breakfast, "How's your body?" He was like, "Yeah, it's all right." You could tell it was a deflated Craig Miles.
Slightly quicker one from Briggs. May have caught a bit of pad from Proctor. Slips having to chase back to gather, and they'll come through for two leg buys. 461 for 4. Of course, folks, I didn't miss out on the revelation there that not only is he hanging around for his free lunch, but he was in here for breakfast this morning.
Yes. When you've got to come in, you've got to make the most of it.
Okay. I'm sure it was something very healthy. It was fruit and muesli with some natural yoghurt. Turned around the corner by Proctor. Tumbling stop by Yates. There'll be no run. And the end of another over. 461 for 4.
Also, you'll be pleased to know I'll be doing the same for the next 2 days as well. I'm in for the next 2 days, so I'll make the most of...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you coming up again then?
If you would like me to, I'll pop in.
Well, it'd be nice if you could do a stint with Andrew as well. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Bit of old time's sake. That's good.
Happy days.
So at the end of this over, we'll release you so you make sure that you're at the front of the lunch queue, and Andrew can give a bit of a summing up of where Northants are in this game. So I think it'd be quite good to get that before we do our lunchtime reports for our radio stations. It's a pleasant day for watching cricket. Could do with those clouds dispersing a wee bit more. I think they're meant to. As Rhodes is driven by Keogh, and it's a really very tidy stop indeed. Is that Milo again?
He's heard you.
Well, you see, that time he got up very briskly. It was one roll and back onto his feet all in one movement, wasn't it?
It was. He does make me jealous how easy he makes moving look.
He's a good boundary rider in the one-day game as well. Very effective at that. Cobb defends the next ball back down the wicket. Then Will Rhodes sort of stares at the gap between bat and pad as if he feels he can get the ball through it at some point. Might be a bit of mind games from the Warwickshire captain, who's probably had more of a workload than he anticipated in this innings, bowling his 18th over as the fourth seamer. And once again to Cobb, who that was a bit higher up in terms of where it was pitched than he thought, and that was a real stinger. And that awkward sound on the bat, that'll have jammed his hands a bit. Rolled up to Hannon Dolby at mid-off.
Yeah, that vibrates all the way up the handle. It's never nice for the fingers, that.
Gathers himself. The ball's just back of a length, and he's miscued that, and it was in the air for a while, but it was always going wide of Sam Hay. There was a throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and they're comfortably through for a single. 462 for 4. So what, you get in tomorrow, what, 9 o'clock for your muesli, your fruit and your natural yoghurt?
Yeah, I don't want to be up too early on the weekend, do you? So
no, no.
Probably about 9ish. It was poached eggs today, so it'll probably be scrambled tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Scrambled egg, bit of few beans.
A partial English, I think they call that. Ball is left alone outside off stump. Rhodes coming round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor.
I mean, I'd love a bit of bacon and a couple of sausages, hash browns, but I think the S&C says otherwise, unfortunately.
Oh, it's harsh, though, isn't it?
It is. We used to have third day pudding to look forward to, and he stripped that off the menu as well, which deflated a lot of people.
That's why you dream of playing away games at the Lords.
Yes.
As Rhodes bowls outside off stump. End of the over. Northampton 462 for 4. Ollie Stone, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks
I hope we see you over the weekend.
Yes.
It would be good.
Look forward to it.
Just pause that, and Andrew can come into position as well. But great to have players popping up to have a chat with us in the commentary box, and even better when it's somebody who's played for both teams, which is a nice touch. And Andrew Radd joining me to talk us through the final quarter of an hour of the session.
Absolutely great to hear from Ollie, wasn't it?
Yeah, he didn't duck any questions, did he?
He never does. He's a good man, and that's driven on the bounce by Josh Cobb. Next ball from Danny Briggs, 462 for 4. So Northamptonshire pressing on, added 90 runs in the session so far. Lost a couple of wickets early on, and that's driven again by Cobb, and it's going to be runs for him this time, but there is a man out on the long on boundary. That's Dom Sibley, who comes round a field and keeps it to a single, so one more to Cobb. He goes to 40, Northamptonshire to 463 for 4. I was just looking in the dreaded turquoise file while Ollie was speaking there. I was trying to remember what his Northamptonshire player number is in terms of debut, and he's number 477, and his debut in 2012 for Northamptonshire, and Rob Keogh's 478.
Ah.
So I do remember Ollie bowling last year, 2 years ago rather, when Northamptonshire played here in the Bob Willis Trophy in that truncated season. Briggs in again, bowls to Proctor, full toss, driven up to the man at short extra, and there's no run. And bowled a genuinely quick spell on the first day, either side of lunch. I think I was on with Rob Gurney at that game, and he let Rob Keogh have one or two, and next ball finds Proctor defending up to short mid-wicket, fielded by Sam Hain. I did ask Rob about it afterwards, the fact that obviously they'd come up very much through the Northamptonshire youth setup and academy at the same time. Briggs in again, bowls to Proctor, defends back down the pitch. And I said, you know, did you feel a bit hard done by there, Rob? He said, anybody else you could, but he's such a nice bloke, you can't get cross with Ollie. Short of a length, and Proctor thinking about forcing off the back foot, and just a thick inside edge, and it drops down the crease next to him. End of the over, 463 for 4. Cobb is 40, Proctor is 37, and yep, certainly, although obviously he left Northamptonshire a few years ago now, as a lot of people in the county still follow his progress very much, not least at Wollaston Cricket Club, where he played some league cricket, so still a popular figure, and still hoping that he can fulfil his full potential in the game, because I think he's got an awful lot to offer. Just needs to get the fitness sorted out, and hopefully back on the test scene. Here's Rhodes starting his 19th over, and Cobb forward defensive, pushing up towards mid-off, fielded by Ollie Hannon-Dolby, and there's no run. Interesting what you were saying about Northamptonshire's, the way they've set out the stall here, and I think you're absolutely right. This hasn't been the batting performance of a side that are planning to pull out just after lunch at 500. I think they want to go on and possibly bat till tea, maybe, something like that. Here's Rhodes in again, bowls to Cobb, who steers it down past Gully. Has a chase down towards the third man boundary by Danny Briggs, who reels it in and keeps it to 1 run. So Cobb up to 41, Northamptonshire to 464 for 4.
Well, I think you're looking at, and it's got to be a bat-one strategy.
Oh, yeah.
It's tea and a little bit longer just to be annoying.
Yes, well, there's a lot to be said for that.
And then you'll think to yourself that, providing the weather doesn't intervene, you'll have about 220 overs to take 20 wickets.
Round the wicket comes Rhodes, bowls to Proctor, who's in behind that, pushing it out in the offside. Hayne fields. I hadn't noticed the mullet actually until Ollie Stone mentioned it. But
yeah, it's a couple of seasons old, that mullet now, and he's strangely resistant to removing it. You know, he's become as attached to that as you have to your beard.
Well, each to their own. Here's Rhodes in again, bowls outside the off stump to Proctor, who lets it go through. Yeah, well, I'm certainly attached to my beard.
Yeah,
that is for sure. My beard was the result of, remember the cold winter of 2010 when it was very, very cold. We had a lot of snow around our way, and I was doing the early shift at BBC Radio Northampton. I just got fed up with shaving when it was so cold and going out with the icy wind, so I decided to grow the beard, and it's stayed. Here's Rhodes again round the wicket to Proctor, who has nothing to do with it. Disdainfully lets it go into the gloves of Michael Burgess, and there's no run.
I had a work colleague who did much the same thing. But it's a kind of, that's the broadcaster's equivalent of those days when, especially in the 70s and 80s, that when England went on a long cricket tour of 3 or 4 months, virtually every player would grow a beard.
Yes, that's right, yeah. That's absolutely right. Proctor faces the next ball on drives, but only as far as mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over for Will Rhodes, and 464 for 4 is the total. Cobb is 41, Proctor 37. Josh Cobb, I suspect, will be rather enjoying this because he hasn't played very much red ball cricket in the last 2 or 3 years. He played one game at the very end of last season, in fact the last game of the season, down at Chelmsford, which was all over in 4 sessions. Did play the first game of the season against Gloucestershire and got some runs in the second innings in a run chase. So he'll be rather enjoying, I suspect, the opportunity to actually build an innings here with some runs behind him. Here's Briggs starting his 23rd over, bowls to Cobb. He's pushing that out into the covers. Fielded by the aforementioned Sam Hayne, and there's no run, just a slip in. There's the close field. Lovely sunny lunchtime as that ball is played into the covers. Just picks the gap nicely between backward point and cover by Josh Cobb, who benefits to the tune of 1 run. Takes Cobb to 42 and Northamptonshire up to 465 for 4. Just bringing you up to date with what's happening elsewhere around the country. Surrey piling on the runs down at Beckenham as Briggs comes in, flights that ball up to Proctor, who works it out to square leg. Fielded by Lamb, and there's no run. Surrey now 459 for 6. Partnership developing there between Jamie Overton and Sam Curran. In the Roses match at Headingley, Briggs in again and Proctor playing it again to Lamb at square leg, and there's no run. At Lancashire 409 for 3, which, say, when you consider they were really struggling at 40 odd for 2 yesterday, it's been a terrific recovery. And Keaton Jennings has just gone to 200. Flighted up again by Briggs, on driven by Proctor, but only as far as Hayne at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
On Jamie Overton, rather disappointing. He was going for the Night Watchman 100 thing, and he's gone for 93.
Oh, no.
That's 3 batsmen out in the 90s for Surrey.
Here's Briggs in again. Shorter ball, quicker ball, and up on his toes goes Proctor. Turns it round the corner to Alex Davis. And there's no run. End of the over. 465 for 4. Cobb is 42. Proctor is 37. At Bristol in the West Country derby, Somerset 447 for 5 against Gloucestershire. In Division 2, Worcestershire 368 all out against Derbyshire, who just started their reply, 20 for no wicket. Glamorgan 151 for 5, replying to Durham's 311 all out at Chester-le-Street. Sussex 132 for 3, replying to Leicestershire's 210 all out at Grace Road. And Nottinghamshire 414 for 9 against Middlesex at Lords. As Will Rhodes starts a fresh over, turned away down to deep square by Josh Cobb, who picks up a single. Matt Lamb coming in off the boundary to field. 466 for 4, Cobb to 43. So, yeah, Keaton Jennings, having missed the start of the season, got 100 previous game, and now a double in the Roses match. Here's Rhodes round the wicket again, bowls to Proctor, who drives pleasantly, crisply, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run.
And there's no reason why he shouldn't become a contender very quickly to get back into the England
No,
team if he makes big runs.
Absolutely right. There's a few, aren't there? We were saying during the match down at the Oval, with Rory Burns getting 100, of course Dom Sibley getting 100. Here's Rhodes, just surprising Proctor with a little bit of extra bounce, but he rode the bounce well and steered it away down through where about fourth slip would have been, all along the floor down to third man, where it's fielded by Nathan McAndrew. And one more run to Luke Proctor, 38 to him, 467 for 4. Approaching lunch, probably this over, one more I would imagine. And we both have to do updates into 1 o'clock news bulletins. Here's Rhodes back over the wicket to the right-handed Cobb, who steers it down into the slip cordon, the only slip in fact, which is Rob Yates, and there's no run.
Bizarre parallel in Division 1. All 4 away teams have batted first, and there's every possibility they all make 500.
Yes, yeah.
And that would...
Dear sir, is this a record?
Yeah, it could well be, couldn't it?
Here's Rhodes in again. Bowls to Cobb. Again plays it down, this time into the gully, where it's fielded down there by Danny Briggs, and there's no run. Yeah, it could well be. Certainly some big first innings totals right the way across the board in Division 1. And also, the captain's concerned we'll all now be looking at the weather forecast for Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thinking should we have got on with it a bit quicker. To finish the over, Rhodes in bowls a short ball to Cobb, who just drops a bat on it down into the gully, and that's the end of the over. 467 for 4. Cobb is 43, Proctor is 38. Certainly one over before lunch, but Danny Briggs does tend to get through them fairly quickly.
Yeah, I don't think he'll bowl with indecent haste.
No, well, I think it's one of those.
And not only that, they're ahead of schedule.
They are, yes. I think it's probably one of those occasions we saw it. I think it was in the Gloucestershire match in Northampton, where to an almost ridiculous degree, both teams were quite happy to have one more over before lunch, and both teams were sort of trying to outdo each other for slowing it down. It was like a slow bicycle race.
When I say they're ahead, they're not ahead of, according to the official over rate on the board, which hasn't been adjusted yet, but this is the 34th over of the morning.
Here's Danny Briggs starting said over to Proctor, who runs it down on the offside. Michael Burgess comes around from behind the stumps to field. There's a slip and a leg slip in for Proctor, just putting a little bit of pressure on the batsman ahead of the lunch break. Flighted up by Briggs, driven, but only as far as short extra, and there's no run. Yeah, you mentioned with, I know you were talking with Ollie, that Luke Proctor's got a little bit becalmed this morning. He scored, what, 21 runs in 2 hours nearly. Turned away behind square to the man on the 45. And that lamb by Proctor, still no run. Whereas Josh Cobb has been rather more purposeful at the other end. But Proctor doing the job he's in there to do. Here's Briggs. Bowls to Proctor, who works it into the onside once again. This time out to the man just in front of square, and there's no run. Proctor rather surprised everybody at the Oval when he found Ben Sanders at number 11 in batting with him in the first innings. Quicker ball from Briggs, and Proctor playing it back up the pitch, and there's no run. Looks as though actually Warwickshire are quite keen to get another over in. Danny Briggs was scurrying back there, so maybe they fancy getting another one in, for the over rate's sake, if nothing else. Here's Briggs again, flights it up, and that's driven beautifully by Proctor, and it eludes the man there on the drive, Craig Miles, and it runs away for 4 to the short boundary at extra cover. Hits the rope, 471 for 4, and that is lunch. So the umpires have decided that they've seen enough. 471 for 4 it is at lunch. Josh Cobb is on 43, Luke Proctor is on 42. So the morning was starting off very well for Warwickshire, with the wickets of Emilio Gay for 45 and Rob Keogh for 27. Terrific stint from Nathan McAndrew, bowled with real fire and energy this morning, but that was 403 for 4 since then. The fifth wicket pair of Proctor and Cobb have added an unbroken 68 for the fifth wicket, with Proctor on 42, Cobb on 43, 99 runs added in the session. And the players leave the field for lunch, and I shall leave you with Richard as I go off to update BBC Radio Northampton.
Thanks, Andrew. Andrew Rad with us after the lunch interval when we resume at 1:40. The Pyrrhic victory for the Bears is the fact they kept the run rate below 3 in that session. which after the excesses of yesterday afternoon will please them, because the longer that they can take out of the game, because look, it's not a match they're going to win from here, the longer.
So what does it mean to be a bear?
We are proud of our history, our county.
Its traditions, its people.
We're bold and brave and never give up.
We're outspoken and encourage others to speak up.
This is our home, a home for everyone.
Support our communities who support us.
And this is our time for our fans. The shackles are off.
Beautiful shot.
That's what the crowd came to see.
All the way for 6.
Sustainable events are incredibly important for us as a business, not only for our staff, our consumers and our spectators that come to the ground, but it's for the health and the well-being of both the city and the environment we live in. We have the opportunity as a business to have a huge impact on the environment. We have thousands of spectators, non-match day visitors throughout the year, and if we can make some changes, it's going to have a real impact on the environment. Being carbon neutral by 2030 is for sure our end goal. We've got some hurdles to overcome as we reach that, but being the most sustainable business as possible, working with local independent traders and education is key for us. So firstly, staff training is paramount, and making sure that we've got an education and getting people on board. We're hiring a sustainability manager at the moment, and they're going to drive our goal. We're looking into as many plant-forward options and menus as physically possible. We're working with Climato so that on every menu you'll have the consumption of CO2 used in that dish. We are using recyclable or reusable products throughout our non-match day offering and match day offering. And we're ensuring that we've given our clients more information about the choices that they're making. The future of DDR packages at Edgbaston is about giving the consumer what they want in a sustainable way. So reducing food waste, ensuring that we're getting the right numbers and the right information off our clients and reaching your expectations. Plant forward, looking at where we're getting our food from, no freight delivery. Are we using local and independent traders where possible? What are we doing with our coffee beans? So at the moment we're sending our coffee beans off to get them planted and to helping to build mushrooms. We're building currently our own veg patch in our training ground. So we're striving every day to make more sustainable choices.
Today we're at Edgbaston Cricket Ground for the Eid prayer, which concludes the Ramadan month of fasting.
The atmosphere has been brilliant this morning. People have been fasting for a month, so to come out of the fast and be able to meet friends and family and celebrate the end of Ramadan, it is quite a good occasion.
We've estimated just over 2,000 people here.
We've had lots of people coming up and telling us how much they've been loving it and enjoying it.
By doing these sort of things, it is a step to show that we are open and accessible, and that we are trying to understand the needs of the different elements of the community.
Edgbaston Cricket Ground is for everyone, and as you can see, everyone is here.
We normally go to the mosques for Eid. To actually be outdoors in such an amazing venue like Edgbaston Cricket Ground, it's just fantastic.
I love the fact that we were outdoors saying our Eid namaz together.
It's just amazing to be able to come here today and celebrate it with so many Muslims from around the community.
It's been a really good crowd. It's much bigger than last year. Just want to thank everyone who showed up today. It's great.
So the premise tonight is basically the Ramadan League, trying to give the youngsters some cricket during Ramadan. They were saying to me, sometimes we break our fast, we're at home with our parents, we have said our prayers, we've got nothing to do till 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, we're up till all hours. If there was any way that we could access and play cricket, we'd love to. So I thought about it. Edgbaston is closed on an evening anyway. So last year we just said, you know what, let's try it and see if it works. Tried it last year, it's been so successful, so it's just about giving them the opportunity to play cricket when they want to play cricket, not when we think they want to play cricket. So we've opened it up now to our normal young adult project, which is 16 to 24s. We thought about what can we do this year, which is a bit than last year. And a couple of things were like, last year I found out we were starting around about sort of like 9, half 9, 10 o'clock. They were breaking their fast and having to get into a taxi and rush here. So I thought, well, if they're doing that every night, why not they break their fast here? So we decided to just take it one stage further, and why not break their fast here with everybody, and then they're still here, break their fast here and play cricket and then go home after that.
No, it's been brilliant, and the only way we did it was because we talked to people. Went out and said, listen, how can we help? And the lads breaking fast, wanting something to do when they've got the energy, having eaten, playing cricket, getting them here in the taxis and getting them home safely again. It was all just through talking to the community and listening, and then just saying, listen, our part's dead simple. We just unlock the doors, open them, and then you guys come in and make it happen. We're smack bang in the middle of one of Europe's most diverse cities, and we have to represent the communities that we're meant to serve. And being blunt, we haven't done it enough in the past, but we're trying to make moves in all different areas now, not just about religion, but about gender, ethnicity, and really about making Edgbaston a place for everyone.
Yeah, I think it's very important. I think they're now seeing that sort of like more acceptable. People are embracing their culture, embracing their religion, embracing what they do. Before, I think they've been sort of secluded, but now they've opened our eyes, opened my eyes, they've opened everybody else's eyes. This is what Ramadan's about. We always used to hear about Ramadan, 4 weeks of fasting. Didn't really know what it was about. Now we can see a little bit more in depth into it, and these guys can feel that Ramadan can be a part of everyday life. So we can embrace it as much as they can embrace it.
Latest course of other matches taking place around the country today, starting first of all at the Riverside Chester Street, where Durham are playing Glamorgan. Durham in their first innings were dismissed for 311. In reply, Glamorgan are currently 156 for 5. In the Roses match at Headingley, Lancashire, having been put into bat, are currently 412 for 3. At the Sea at Unique Stadium, Bristol, the match between Gloucestershire and Somerset. Gloucestershire won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch Somerset are 453 for 5. At Lords, the match between Middlesex and Nottinghamshire. Middlesex won the toss and elected to bowl, and have just dismissed Nottinghamshire for 415. At the Acton Steel County Ground, Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Sussex. Leicestershire were dismissed for 210, and in reply Sussex are 137 for 3. At the Incora County Ground Derby, the match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire were dismissed in their first innings for 368, and in reply Derbyshire at lunch were 30 without loss. And finally at the County Ground Beckenham, the match between Kent and Surrey. Surrey won the toss and elected to bat, and at lunch are currently 470 for 6. Backup umpires Michael Burns and Peter Hartley.
As the umpires emerge, welcome back to Edgbaston. Second session on day 2 of this LV County Championship Division 1 match between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire, a game that has been dominated in the first 4 sessions by Northamptonshire. I have no idea what Ollie Hannon-Dolby just thought he was doing there. Having run out onto the field, he's done a little tumble, rolled over, picked himself back up. What are you... Anyway, Northamptonshire will resume on 471 for 4. With Luke Proctor on 42. Fair to say he's been very steady in the context of the game this morning. Only scored 25 runs in the session, and 4 of those are off the last ball. And with him, Josh Cobb resuming on 43. He scored his first 30 runs at a run a ball, and then they played a little bit for lunch, actually, in truth. And it does feel like they may well bat on beyond tee, look to get 600 on the board, and scoreboard pressure might be one of the most valuable things you can have on a wicket that's hard to take wickets on. Andrew Radd is with me from BBC Northampton.
Yeah, absolutely, Richard. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I think that's got to be right. The way they played this morning was not, as we said on commentary, the approach of a team that was planning to pull out mid-afternoon. I think they're obviously going to try and bat at least till tea. If they have a decent session, they're going to be pushing up towards 600. If they have a decent session by tea time, and then, as you rightly said, it may well be a case of going on for 5 overs after tea just to annoy everybody, and then pull out and have a go. But
well, we had an exclusive from Ollie Stone this morning, saying that he overheard coach and captain in the Northamptonshire camp discussing it, and the coach saying, "Ricardo, whenever you think is the right time."
Well,
so there we go.
Depends how long he fancies spending in the field, I suppose. It's going to be Nathan McAndrew to start proceedings from the Birmingham end. Bowled really well this morning, picked up a couple of wickets, 3 for 106 from 29 so far, with slip in place. And starts off with a wide one outside the off stump, which Josh Cobb ignores, and it goes through to the keeper.
A couple of points I've made about McAndrew coming on now. Having had a 7-over spell in the morning session, he's into his 30th over of this innings. Clearly, he's a very willing worker. As an overseas player, quick bowler, he wants to play a full part. So we'll say that for a starter. The second, another switch of ends, and I think as much as anything, it's his first game at Edgbaston. I think getting used to the 2 ends makes a lot of sense as well.
Absolutely. McAndrew in again, bowls to Cobb, who's turning that away on the onside for the first run of the afternoon, just in front of square. And they come through for a single, and takes Cobb up to 44, and Northamptonshire to 472 for 4, fielded there by Sam Hain. Lovely afternoon here at Edgbaston. Clouds pretty high, plenty of blue sky around, some periodic bouts of sunshine. We've lunched well, you'll be pleased to know, and being Friday, of course, and you cannot come to Edgbaston and have lunch in the Tom Dollery Lounge without having fish and chips at least one day. So we both indulged, and very nice it was too.
You nearly wavered.
I did waver. The cottage pie looked very nice, but no, I thought it's Friday, we must stick to tradition. So did go for the fish and chips, and yeah, good choice. Round the wicket comes McAndrew to the left-handed Proctor, who pulls fiercely, and it's a very, very good stop there by Alex Davis, who's been excellent in the field throughout. He stopped it, didn't stop it cleanly, didn't field cleanly, and it bobbled away, and Proctor thinking about a single. We started to say before lunch about Proctor, when he found himself batting with Ben Sanderson down at the Oval in the first innings against Surrey, he amazed everybody by pulling one into the Harleyford Road out of the ground. Here's McAndrew in again, bowls to Proctor, runs it down towards the gully, fielded by Hain, and there's no run. It's not a stroke you immediately associate with Luke Proctor, whose principal quality is, well, let's say adhesive as a player, and very, very important, and I think to the Northamptonshire side, and I think the decision to put him up to number 4 originally went for Saif Zabe in there, but I think the decision to put him up to 4 has been absolutely right and justified by events since then. Made 100 first time out there at Chelmsford. Turned away by Proctor for his first run of the afternoon, just behind square, fielded by Sibley, coming out from the shadow of the Hollies stands, and one more onto the total. 473 for 4, and Proctor 243.
And in future years, when that story becomes a little bit more elaborate about this unexpected Big Six onto the Harleyford Road, you do appreciate he's going to have to land in the top deck of a bus.
Yeah, oh yes, and finish up, yeah, and finish up being hit, going into Trafalgar Square or something.
So yeah,
becoming a pub quiz question. It's a big hit though. It was a big one. Here's McAndrew back over the wicket to Cobb, who on drives nicely up to mid-on. And there's an easy single. Mid-on's fairly deep, so comfortable single to be had. And they have it. 474 for 4 at the end of the over. 3 singles off that one, with Proctor on 43. Cobb is 45.
It's an interesting phase of the game in a way, this, because it's a good surface. Northampton have made big runs. They know that grinding out 20 wickets isn't necessarily going to be easy. A little bit of an indifferent weather forecast for Sunday, and it becomes a bit of a balancing act. From Warwickshire's point of view, they want to take wickets, yes, but they also want to keep the scoring rate down. They achieved that this morning, got it below 3 and over. And Danny Briggs the ball. They have now got their over rate into the plus, thanks to that 34 over session, by the way. Not very often you see a morning session of 34 overs these days.
Definitely not.
As Briggs floats on up outside off stump, and the drive from Cobb is parried by Hayne. And very quick to retreat 15 yards behind the stumps is Danny Briggs. There probably was a single there, but Northants not wanting to take the risk, and Cobb will wait again. Dabs the ball out into the offside. Forward from point comes Yates. So a slip, a point, a short extra cover, a deep man 15 yards in from the cover boundary, because that is a long boundary. Mid-off Craig Miles, who just takes his hands out of his pockets now. That's the offside field. And they'll get a single before I can describe the onside field. And given it's a right and left-hand combination, that makes it redundant. Sam Hayne does the fielding. A single for Cobb to 46. 475 for 4. We may see some proper sunshine breakthrough a bit later. Certainly in the final session today. Forecast would suggest. But it seems very pleasant. I don't think anybody's going to take their shirt off. Looking around, there's some short sleeves out there though.
Taking your fleece off might be a bit of a step.
Briggs turn around the corner for a single by Proctor. He's to 44, 476 for 1. No, I think it's warmer than that. It's very deceptive in here because we don't get any sun. So, and with the window open and a bit of a draft, and it is breezy, but it's meant to go up to 18 degrees.
It was chilly last night. I underdressed last night to go downstairs and do the post-match interview.
Yeah, I thought the singlet was a bit much. Cobb driving towards extra cover. Hayne does the fielding.
Yeah, I'd gone for the sort of the 19th hole chic yesterday with the golf slip over, and it wasn't adequate for the job. For a little bit of a wait down there, waiting for the players to have their debrief.
Briggs draws Cobb forward in defence. A couple of singles off the over. 476 for 4. From a fashion point of view, I have no idea what you've just described, really. 19th hole
chic. It's sort of yeah. Think middle-aged golfers.
Okay, so I'd rather not.
it was a little bit like that, but yeah, it wasn't quite man enough for the job yesterday. It was decidedly chilly yesterday evening, and at least the one good thing with when your side has spent the day batting is that you don't have the can't talk to such and such because he's in the ice bath. The bowlers, of course, have to have these sort of treatments now. It sounds very unpleasant. Here's McAndrew, sunshine out, and running in bowls to Proctor, who works it into the onside. Davis, buzzing as ever in the field. He's quick to the ball at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I see from looking at events down at Beckenham, where Surrey have moved on to 472 for 6 against Kent. Sam Curran is 57 not out off 62 balls, and he got to 70 against Northamptonshire in the previous game. And there's lots. We did lots of stats about the fact that it was his 239th innings in professional cricket, and he was still waiting for 100.
Oh,
as McAndrew is round the wicket, on driven up to mid-on by Proctor, and there's no run.
I have to shout, thanks, Matt. Thanks, Matt.
Yes, the coffee's arrived. Very good.
Oh, look at that.
Preferential treatment for the...
Well, he knew that we were racing downstairs and had our lunch, and I didn't quite have time to... The coffee machine takes a while.
It does. It's very... Yes, it's... I did have a little go at that this morning, but no, that's very... That's excellent service. You didn't tip him, though.
No, you have to... Even when he turned his back very quickly. I didn't feel I had sufficient time to grind me nuts earlier.
Here's McAndrew in again, bowls to Proctor, and once again plays it out to mid-wicket where Alex Davis fields, and there's no run. Yes, I think it was... it's astonishing when you think of the amount of cricket that in all formats that Sam Curran has played. It was his 239th innings in professional cricket in all formats, first class, this day and T20, and he's still waiting for his first 100. Presumably that makes this his 240th. What won't happen, though, as we were discussing whether anybody has ever made their maiden first class 100 against their native county, because Sam Curran was born in Northampton. Around the wicket comes McAndrew, and left alone by Proctor, and still McAndrew's putting the effort in and got that ball to climb a little bit on Proctor, played it well, got the gloves out of harm's way and taken by Michael Burgess, but he's really impressed me. Well, certainly from tee onwards yesterday, he's been really good, Nathan McAndrew, and his figures, well, 3 for 109 in his 31st over, certainly don't flatter him. Picked up both wickets to fall today, Gay for 45 and Keogh for 27. 403 for 4 at that stage, 476 for 4 now, and McAndrew's in. Puts that one outside the off stump, Proctor leaves it alone. Context is everything statistically. So his 3 wickets have cost 36.33 apiece. Warwickshire's 4 wickets have cost 119 runs apiece. Yes, yeah. So therefore his figures sit favourably. Yeah, well, he's done an outstanding job for his captain, and so this being his home debut for Warwickshire here. He's certainly done himself proud, I think. Here's McAndrew in again, bowls short, and that's pulled away by Proctor, and this time he manages to elude Alex Davis, who is pretty tight in there at mid-wicket, and stood there rooted to the spot as Proctor muscles that one away through mid-wicket for 4, and his first boundary of the afternoon session, 480 for 4 at the end of the over. Proctor is 48, Cobb is 46. And that is the length at which the ball is just going to stand up and get blasted. Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately for him. There's an element in that Surrey-Kent game, where it's somebody we know well in this parish. It must be fairly galling to take the 6th wicket with a score at 458 and find that it's Colin de Grandon coming to the crease. that would be a wee bit intimidating. Yes, just slightly. Danny Briggs in the sunshine. Bowls round the wicket, toss it up, it's a full toss, and that will be lifted into the stands, and Josh Cobb brings up his half century with a 6 over the short boundary, and he is 52 off 85 balls with 1 6 and 4 4s. Very tidy knock from Josh Cobb. Yeah, as we say, he doesn't get too many red ball opportunities these days, but he's certainly enjoying himself out there today. And yeah, that was a little bit of a gift from Danny Briggs. I mean, if you're the type of batsman Josh is, ideal time to come in, 403 for 4. It's not a bad time. It's like the old Arthur Wood comment, isn't it? Going in at whatever it was, 600 for 6 at the Oval in 1938. I was always a good man in a crisis. Yeah. The watchfully defends the next ball from Danny Briggs. The full toss has been strangely commonplace from Danny in the last couple of games. Normally very, very reliable. Now he's coming down the wicket. Has he got enough of this straight? Yes, he has. It's going to be the second 6 of the over. Just for a moment, it looked like Dominic Sibley might have been in play at long on. But Cobb now up to 58. And maybe this is the point at which they put the foot down. Northants. Yes, I didn't hear the bugle call at lunchtime, but maybe that's what it was. Drives it straight into the stumps at the non-striker's end of the next delivery. Does Cobb. Briggs none for 112. He hasn't had too many days like that since he arrived at Edgbaston. It would make sense, really. Just bat around Proctor and let Cobb express himself, as they say. Certainly expressed himself in this over, and there was quite a large backlift there where you wonder whether there was going to be a bit more thunder coming, but in the end he adjusts his shot and just nurdles it out into the leg side for a single to 59, 493 for 4.
One ball left in this over. I do think that Will Rhodes could potentially give Rob Yates a little bolt this afternoon, as this is full outside off stump, and it's driven behind square, a chase around the boundary for Nathan McAndrew, who pulls out a little dive as well to get a hand on it and gets greeted well by his teammates. A couple more runs, 15 came off that over. And that is 50 for Luke Proctor, actually. It nearly passed me unnoticed there, but he reaches his 50 off 144 balls, so in some contrast to Cobb, but has struck 6 boundaries along the way, and it's been a watchful innings from Proctor, who came in with a score on 339, so he's been very much the anchor role for the last couple of sessions for Northants.
Yeah, Josh Cobb's first championship half-century for 3 years. Last one was 2019, as he's played very little red ball cricket since then, but Luke Proctor's good streak of form this season continues, as Cobb faces the start of a fresh over from Nathan McAndrew, his 32nd, and Cobb playing defensively back down the pitch for McAndrew to field. Proctor this season, 38 not out and 13 against Yorkshire, 113 against Essex, that innings at Chelmsford after he was put up to number 4. 83 not out, held things together against Surrey at the Oval, out for 9 in the second innings, and now an unbeaten half-century here. So Proctor in good nick, and say Northamptonshire are looking to get that 600, just bat around him and let others do the spectacular stuff at the other ends. And Cobb playing that ball pretty well, just got a little bit big on him, dropped it down at his feet, rolls out towards short mid-wicket, fielded there by Sam Hain, and there's no run.
It's a classic example of Luke Proctor of what works for you.
Yeah,
works in that so much of what he does at the crease is unorthodox. A lot of the time is tapping the pitch outside off stump with his bat. He starts in a squat, gets into an even deeper squat as the bowler's about to release it, but he's still at the moment of release.
He's been likened once or twice this year to Shivnarine Chanderpaul. There's sort of similarity in styles, and that's clipped away by Cobb for a single, down to Craig Miles, fielding down in front of us, down below us at long leg. One more to Cobb, he goes to 60. And Northamptonshire to 496 for 4. Yeah, it was David Ripley, of course, the head coach, when brought Luke Proctor to the club, and he's always said when he was doing his long term as head coach that he's one of those underrated players, goes a bit under the radar, but he's just so useful to have around with bat or with ball, and he's certainly coming into his own this year as McAndrew comes in and bowls to him outside the off stump. Proctor lets it go. Always sells his wicket dearly, that is for sure, Luke Proctor.
Does a bit of everything. This is the thing as a cricketer. The comparison with Chanderpaul only falls down in that Chanderpaul doesn't take up as side on a position at the moment of delivery. No. He's still really quite open. Having seen quite a bit of him during his spell playing for Warwickshire a decade ago or thereabouts.
Now, as you say, it works for Luke Proctor. It works for him, it works for Northamptonshire, as that's driven out to mid-wicket by Proctor, crisply but well fielded again by Alex Davis, and there's no run. 496 for 4.
His feet, he's right on his toes, and you can see there he's so quick to get forward from the position that he's in, and his balance is right at the moment that you need to be balanced, and it's very similar from that point of view to Rory Burns in terms of all the other things that are going on are almost irrelevant as long as you're ready at the moment of delivery.
Proctor on 50, facing this ball from McAndrew. He drives pleasantly out away through extra cover. More runs for him here, and a long chase out towards just about the longest point of the boundary in this match. And they're able to come back for 3 runs. Takes Proctor to 53, and Northamptonshire to 499 for 4. Score you immediately associate with the late Hanif Mohammed, whose brother Mushtaq, of course, was here yesterday. Great to see him. Now, Brian Halford, our colleague, had a picture taken with him, as did I. And yeah, great to see him on the ground. What a terrific player he was for Pakistan and for Northamptonshire.
You had your picture taken with Brian Halford? Wow, that's good.
It's the supreme accolade.
Jake Lintott who chased after that, so he's fielding at the moment. Looks like Ollie Hannon-Dolby may have nipped off temporarily.
Podcast to do.
Not currently, as Briggs bowls, defending back down the track. If he has, it's come as a surprise to me because I haven't written anything.
Fair enough.
We're 2 quizzes short, as a minimum. As, Briggs sees Proctor use his feet. Not very often he's done that, but he turns the ball towards mid-wicket and he's picked out the fielder there, who is Rob Yates. Scuttles back another couple of yards. Bit of banter with Sam Hain, and he's got a bit more ground to make to his left this time as Proctor gets the ball squarer. So he defers in the end to Matt Lamb as the Northamptonshire 500 comes up. There's a terrifically redundant line on the scoreboard. It says 500 for 4, extras 24, overs 135, lead by 500. Well, they would. They would lead by 500.
I should have to nip off and update BBC Radio Northampton in a second or two.
Indeed. That ball just back of a length and might have offered to turn gently for Danny Briggs. Just defended into the leg side by Cobb. And now Cobb is going to launch it now. He's got a top edge, but it's going to carry over McAndrew, who just watches it as it goes very, very high, and then probably 8-9 rows back in the Hollis stand. It was a big top edge. Most other boundaries, that's going to drop short, and it would have been trouble, but it's a reasonable gamble here today.
Absolutely, a lot more height than distance on that one. Proves Northamptonshire 1 run shy of their highest ever total against Warwickshire in the previous innings that they played against Warwickshire in Red Ball cricket.
Well, it's consistent, you see. Thick inside edge squirts into the leg side. Danny Briggs frustrated because he knows that he almost got through there. It won't look an arm ball. 506 for 4. Andrew will be back very shortly. Phil Britt will join us later this afternoon. We may have another guest from the Warwickshire ranks. We will see. There are plans afoot. It continues to be a match that's dominated by Northamptonshire, and we're kind of going through the phase now. We want to see how far they want to carry their total, because I don't think they're going to be cut off short of where they want to go. If it's, say, 600, they'll probably get there. And then how well they bowl a Warwickshire bat is going to be highly significant. It feels like the sort of surface you should be able to enjoy batting on still. So McAndrew running round the wicket to Proctor, looking to angle it in to the left-hander, and it's left alone outside off stump. And through to Michael Burgess, who is currently hatless behind the stumps. Head of hair showing. Every other fielder has got a cap on. So it's just Burgess and McAndrew who are bareheaded for now. Both umpires have got the floppy sun hats on. There's the next ball left alone outside off stump, and as has been a bit of a theme in this game, after it's gone past the stumps there is some movement, and Burgess has to plunge to his right to hold on to the ball. Craig Miles doing some stretching down third man. Yates is at third slip really, he's the only slip, but it's effectively where third slip would normally be. Backward point is Hain. In the covers Lamb. Will Rhodes at mid-off, that's the offside field. As Proctor takes a quick single, it's on the leg side, and the stumps are thrown down by Davis, and it's a run out. Well, he's run out his teammate. Josh Cobb is to go for 66. It looked a short run in truth, and Alex Davis has been very bright in the field throughout this match, and Warwick should get an unexpected reward there. 506 for 5 are Northamptonshire, and that was a very slick piece of work indeed by Alex Davis. He's been threatening a run out throughout the course of 2 days. There was a point yesterday where it looked the most likely way that a partnership would break. I had to update the 2 local radio stations in this area, BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM. Get their report at 3 minutes past.
Please welcome the incoming batsman, Lewis McManus.
Lewis McManus enters the fray. here at Edgbaston. Northamptonshire have just lost their 5th wicket. They're 506 for 5. Rather unnecessary on their part. Luke Proctor steering a ball from McAndrew into the leg side, decided to go for a quick single, and Josh Cobb was beaten by a sprint, throw and dive from Alex Davis, and he was just short of his ground. He went for 66, having hit 3 sixes in Danny Briggs' last 2 overs. Proctor still there on 54. Just a question of how high Northampton want to go before they declare now. They're 506 for 5. So McManus, the new man to the crease. That partnership at the end was worth 103. And Cobb would have been eyeing up the possibility of going through the 3 figures. Especially the liberties he'd been able to take on that short boundary against Danny Briggs. As is McAndrew into McManus, who leaves alone a ball that was just above stump height and about 6 inches outside off stump. Always good to see such a agile piece of fielding when you've been out there for 136 overs as well. That does credit to Alex Davis. A very swift decision from the umpire, who was well placed. McAndrew, short ball that McManus gets under. Didn't get tennis ball bounce, it was relatively low bounce, but angled down the leg side, so not too much danger to McManus. And the Bears will just hope that that slows down progress again, because 35 runs have been added in 6 overs prior to that run out, largely because of the 3 sixes plundered by Cobb off Briggs. McAndrew approaches once more, full to McManus, who steers it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 506 for Andrew. Rad is back in the box, and that was all rather unnecessary from Northampton's point of view.
Well, it was, and it was all a bit slow motion as well. It was sort of accident waiting to happen. Yeah, it's I don't really think that was entirely called for at all, particularly not considering how well Josh Cobb had been pressing on since lunch. Scored, what, 23 runs in about a quarter of an hour after the break, and then finishes up getting run out. Anyway, 506 for 5 it is. And Luke Proctor been joined by Lewis McManus. Proctor on strike, and that's worked into the onside by Proctor off the bowling of Danny Briggs, and they pick up a single, so 507 for 5. That equals Northamptonshire's highest ever first-class total against Warwickshire, which, as I say, was made 2 years ago in the Bob Willis Trophy match here. It was the last time Northamptonshire batted in red ball cricket against Warwickshire, so on that occasion it was Luke Proctor and Adam Rossington who batted throughout the last day. It was the first time that 2 Northamptonshire batsmen had batted right through one day's play, a full day's play as opposed to a rain-affected one. Next ball from Briggs to McManus played defensively back down the pitch. So it continues to be a Stato's delight, this game. Proctor, McManus rather, onto the back foot, plays that next ball from Briggs back down the pitch. Phil Britt rejoins me.
I think it depends which colour you're wearing, whether from the Stato point.
Yes, well, the world loves a stat.
Yeah.
Here's Briggs in again, fires in a quicker ball to McManus, who's on the back foot and plays it back down the pitch. But I think Richard made a good point that from Warwickshire's point of view, that dismissal of Josh Cobb a moment or two ago is good news, because it does mean, as Briggs flights one up to McManus, played back down the pitch and there's no run, that Northamptonshire have got to rediscover that momentum if they're looking to press on and pull out maybe even before tea. They were able to do that when Cobb was at the crease. Now he's gone, somebody else is going to have to take that up. Here's Briggs in again, bowls to McManus, works that away out to deep mid-wicket for his first run, fielded out there by Nathan McAndrew, and that is now Northamptonshire's highest first-class total against Warwickshire, beating 507 for 6 declared on this ground 2 years ago. Yes, it was the first time that the same 2 Northamptonshire batsmen had gone right through a full day's play, as opposed to one we did discover it was an opening pair, Stephen Peters and somebody else who escapes me at the moment, a few years before that, but it turned out when we did a little bit of deeper checking that they'd lost, I think, half an hour, 3/4 of an hour from the day's total, so it didn't quite count.
Was that Stephen Peters who was at Worcester?
Yes, and Essex, former Northamptonshire captain, may well be listening this afternoon. Just follow our commentary, so Pedro, afternoon if you are.
McAndrew from the Birmingham end is in, and McManus, who has got a number. He has a number.
He
number
does,
15.
Yes. This is an interesting way. Usually, with players that are on loan, they don't get a squad number. But I think obviously it's a longer-term loan. Presumably they've said, yeah, we'll give you a squad number. So he's.
I put him down on the scorecard as dash based on.
No, well he's
quite. You know, you were saying he hadn't been. Previous games hadn't had one.
This is the first time he's been seen with a number on his back, as far as I'm aware.
Well, there he is, wearing 15, 18 for Hampshire. This one is pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, I'd put him down as 18 on before the start of play, but I, of course, completely hadn't bothered to look to see, other than looking through for the numbers, that he was that was his number with his home county.
Yeah, well, 18 is in the Northamptonshire squad is Save Sabe, who is not playing in this match, but although I see Save got some runs for the second team against the Netherlands yesterday down at Stowe School.
Oh, right.
Wonderful setting.
McAndrew in again, bowls, and a short one which McManus ducks under, just bends the knee and just ducks under. He's had plenty of time to see that one, and he wasn't troubled as it went through to Michael Burgess.
Yeah, beautiful venue. It's the Palladian setting of Stowe School, just on the Northamptonshire and Buckinghamshire border, very close to Silverstone motor racing circuit. You can actually hear if they're practicing there. If you've got watching cricket, you can hear them racing around the circuit.
And again, bowls, and forward he comes and pushes out into the offside. Yes, I've been down to a couple of the sites. I've been down to the Renault plant down the other side of Enston with the motor racing. It's fascinating to go around and see how the development and what they've got down there to the equipment.
Yeah, British Grand Prix, of course, on the 2nd of July this year.
Yeah, it's not that long. It's about, what, 5-6 weeks away? Here comes in again, McAndrew, and this one again, it's pushed tentatively into the side. Yeah, one of my grandchildren's going this year.
Yeah, it coincides with Northamptonshire playing India in a T20 match, so I will
get there the day before.
Well, yes, it's it can if you're coming up from the south, certainly it can cause a few traffic issues, Silverstone. So yeah, it's worth bearing in mind. It caught me out last year, and I should know better.
McAndrew again. This one beats a tentative push forward from McManus through to the keeper. End of the over. Another good over from McManus. To McManus, and 508 for 5. The score remains. Yeah, in previous life I used to do corporate entertaining with clients at Silverstone for the Grand Prix, and we used to always go in by helicopter. Which was,
as you do.
As well, yes, which was always very comfortable and very good way of beating the crowds. The only problem was with the helicopters. When at the end of the racing, everybody was scrambling to get back because obviously the helicopters were backwards and forwards.
Here's Briggs starting afresh over to Proctor, who whips that away out to mid-wicket. Well fielded there by Rob Yates, but can't prevent the single. Takes Proctor to 56 and Northamptonshire to 509 for 5.
But the one thing which I found going, and I'm not a great motor racing fan, was that the noise is horrendous. You have no appreciation of how noisy it is till you're there.
Briggs round the wicket to McManus, who's stretching forward, playing it back down the pitch for Briggs to field, and there's no running. So I was travelling down to, we had a match at Cardiff last year and had to go down that way, of course, and thought, there's no problem, I'll go around the side. But the road closures stretched for some distance. Played out to mid-wicket, next ball by McManus. Davis fields in there at tight in there at mid-wicket, looking to save one, which he did on that occasion. 509 for 5, it stays. Here's Briggs round the wicket again, pushed out into the covers by McManus, go through for a quick single, and It was a decent bit of fielding out there in the colours, but McManus keen to get off the mark, and it just seemed for a moment as though Luke Proctor was slightly treading water as he went through for that single, but he got there in the end. And McManus is off. In fact, it's his second run, isn't he? He's already got a single. 2 to him. 510 for 5.
Well, we lost the one wicket. They wouldn't want to lose another one in similar fashion.
Down the wicket comes Proctor, and he's opened up now, and he's smashed that over long on for 6. Well, we were talking just before you came on, Phil, about Luke Proctor when he was batting down at the Oval in the previous championship match, and he found himself with Ben Sanderson in at the other end at number 11 in the first innings, and he responded by smashing one into the Harleford Road out of the ground. Again, it's not often you see Luke Proctor really open his shoulders, but he can do it. He did so there, and it's half a dozen. He's 62, 516 for 5, Northamptonshire. So obviously the charge continues, and that's driven back down the pitch by Proctor. Well fielded off his own bowling by Danny Briggs, who shies at the stumps and finds, fortunately from his point of view, Proctor in his ground. So the end of another over. 516 for 5. Proctor 62, McManus is 2. Yeah, so I finished up having to go down on the old road through some of the beautiful villages of South Northamptonshire, which are absolutely gorgeous. But they weren't really what I wanted to see at the precise moment, with a long journey down to Cardiff, and had to pick up the A43 just this side of the M4. It felt like a very long drive.
The thing which amazed me down there was the number of old wartime airfields which are still semi-operational down there when they were from using the helicopters to take off. McAndrew starts a new over. He's in and bowls. McManus ducks underneath another short delivery which goes through harmlessly through to the keeper. You were talking about Josh Cobb hitting when he opened up. I was actually walking along the front there, and I think they should have issued us with tin hats down there, because that one he put into the halfway up the stand, I scurried along thinking, let's try and get back into safety before Briggs bowls the next ball. But fortunately, he hit his next 6 straight, not back into where I was walking. Here's McAndrew again, bowling from that Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and tentatively forward again comes McManus, who's just feeling his way. He's on 2, Proctor's on 62, and McAndrew has got 3 of the 5 wickets to fall, and it's cost him 117 runs to do so far. But, they've been long stints for the Warwickshire Seamers. They're into their 30-odd overs now, and still looks like Northamptonshire are intent on pushing on to take the score up towards 600 as McAndrew bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
As Richard, I think, before lunch was saying, Phil, it's you look at the 4 matches in Division 1 in this round, and in every case the away side is piling up a big total, and it could be that all 4 away sides batting first get over 500, because Northamptonshire already there. Surrey have just reached 500 for 6 against Kent, and Somerset have also passed 500 against Gloucestershire. 509 for 5 at Bristol, which just leaves Lancashire.
McAndrew drives, a lovely time shot. That is a nice shot from McManus. Straight drive back between the stumps and the mid-on and up to the long-on boundary for 4 all the way along the floor, and there was never any hope there of that one being cut off. It was beautifully timed.
Lancashire 443 for 4 against Yorkshire at Headingley, with Keaton Jennings 221 not out.
He's hit a purple patch of form, hasn't he?
Yeah, since he's got back into the side, got back from injury. But yeah, so it's certainly 3 of the 4 sides are already past 500, and Lancashire may well get there as well.
And let's play this one up to mid-on, and again there's no run.
Rather less high scoring in Division 2. Derbyshire 64 for 1, replying to Worcestershire's 368 all out at Derby. At Chesterley Street, Glamorgan struggling a bit, 178 for 7, replying to Durham's 311 all out. At Grace Road, Sussex 168 for 3, replying to Chesterfire's 210 all out. Nottinghamshire bowled out for 415 against Middlesex at Lords.
That's plays this one out into the offside. End of another over from McAndrew. McManus and McAndrew were a little bit confusing one, difficult for the commentators. Yeah, do you think those two teams playing there, Nottinghamshire and Middlesex, would be two teams vying for the title in Division 2 this season?
Yeah, you would think they're both going to be strong contenders, and Nottinghamshire certainly putting a decent first innings total on the board down at Lords. 415 all out is Danny Briggs starting a fresh over to Luke Proctor, works that up to Rob Yates at mid-wicket, and there's no run, just a slip in as the close catcher. Other than that, it's 5 saving 1, 2 on the offside, 3 on the onside, and a bit of protection on boundary on either side, and that's whipped away again by Proctor for a single this time out to Rob Yates. So 521 for 5, Proctor to 63.
How do you defend the argument that playing all the championship cricket in April and May on bowler-friendly wickets is resulting in 4 sides either having reached or approaching 500?
Yes, it's a slightly different take on things, isn't it? Next ball from Briggs takes McManus on the pad, it balloons up in the air. Michael Burgess comes round from behind the stumps. I suppose we've been blessed with the weather, really. We haven't had too many wet days so far. Slightly quicker ball from Briggs finds McManus playing defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run.
And it appears if you're an ex-England opener, then hundreds are there for the grabbing.
Yeah, I was just saying, Hasib Hamid made 112 in that Nottinghamshire total against Middlesex. Nice stroke by McManus, coming down the pitch, plays slightly inside out, drives it to extra cover, where it's well stopped by Sam Hain. Stephen Mullaney made 92 down the order for Notts. Tom Moore's 36. Swept away by McManus from way outside off stump, so they obviously are looking to get on with it, and he picks up a single out to deep mid-wicket, fielded out there by McAndrew. 522 for 5 at the end of the over. McManus is 7, Proctor is 63. I can't remember too many occasions when we've obviously been playing the seasons we've been playing championship cricket at the start of the season where we've had so little time lost to the weather. I think Northamptonshire had, on the first day of the season, the first day of the opening match against Gloucestershire, they had some showers there and we lost some time, which was then obviously made up. I don't think we've actually lost any time to the weather. Bit of bad light here and there.
Yes, yeah.
But I don't think
we lost a little bit in the match against Surrey on the opening day.
Yeah. Again, yeah,
but
much,
it was
much
made
the
up.
Same. Just going back to that Nottinghamshire innings, we say they're all out for 415. Luke Fletcher made 50 off 54 balls at number 11. So our colleague Dave Bracegirdle, I'm sure, would have thoroughly enjoyed describing
absolutely.
that. That'll be a red letter day for the Brace.
He wrote a book, didn't he?
Yeah.
Miles as a new bowler at the Birmingham end, replacing Australian overseas player McAndrew, and his first ball is played out into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, had Luke up on commentary several times over the years.
Yeah, he's a good man, isn't he?
He's a big guy, isn't he?
Yes.
Gosh, he's a big lad.
Yes, if he
You'd
said,
want him on your side,
if
you were having a scrap, wouldn't you?
If he said today's Tuesday, I'd agree with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Miles in again, and bowls, and this is trying to work it down the leg side, glancing it down to fine leg. He got inside the ball, but then couldn't just make contact, and in fact probably went across a little too far to try and turn it. It goes harmlessly through in the end to the keeper. Stays on 522 for 5.
Just keeping half an eye on what's happening at in the match between Kent and Surrey down at Beckenham, because as I was saying to Richard, we were on Curran watch last week to see if he could get his first professional 100.
Miles bowls, and this is run away to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And he's 75 not out in Surrey's 506 for 6. It is astonishing. I think this is would now be his 240th professional innings in all competitions, and he still hasn't made 100.
Yeah, that is astonishing.
Which is, you know, for the quality of cricketer that Sam Curran unquestionably is, but you do feel once he gets one, especially if he's going to be batting a bit higher up the order and maybe doing a bit less bowling, then then he's going to be a matter of how many then.
This next one is driven beautifully. It's over pitch, Miles, and McManus was onto it and flashed it away through extra cover down to the boundary. When Oliver Hannon-Dolby has to go and fetch it from the fence. It's 4 more, so McManus moves into double figures, keeping up the very least that the Northamptonshire batsmen have had. They've all been into double figures, 2 of them going on to get treble figures.
I think Ben Curran's still here today with Northamptonshire. Was even the squad not picked for this game. I'm sure he'll be keeping an eye on that as well, his brother.
Here he comes, and this one is pushed back into the offside. There's no run.
There was a lovely occasion last season when Ben opened the batting for Northamptonshire in the T20 against Durham at Northampton, and played very, very well. Got a very quick 50. And there was a great picture that came up on social media of Sam and Tom, who were both with the England squad, I think down at the Oval in their hotel, following Ben's progress on the live stream, listening to our commentary, and thoroughly enjoying the brothers' success.
Miles in, bowls, and just ducks underneath that one. Through to the keeper. End of another over. It's no further success for Warwickshire, 526 for 5. And we sort of talked about 600 perhaps being the target. You think they might suddenly now start to again do what Josh Cobb was doing? That sort of put a little bit of a hitch, didn't it, that run out?
It
because
did.
Cobb was really going into full flight.
Yes, I think if Cobb had stayed, I think Northamptonshire would be that bit closer, and from Warwickshire's point of view, it's just a question of keeping them out there for as long as possible, take as much time out of the game as possible. Briggs about to start another over with a slip in place. Man now sweeping out on the extra cover boundary in front of the Hollies stand, and mid on, almost long on now, very deep, and he's going to be in business straight away as Proctor comes down the pitch and hits it out to long on, where it's fielded there by Nathan McAndrew. He's probably about 5-10 yards in from the boundary down below us. Keeps it to a single, 64 to Proctor. And Northamptonshire up to 527 for 5, having lost today. Emilio Gay for 45, Rob Keogh for 27, Josh Cobb for 66. 2 wickets for McAndrew. Cobb run out. Brings McManus on strike as Briggs bowls short, and that's hammered away through extra cover, and that's going to be 4. That just sat up and asked for it a little bit, dropped it, a bit of a drag down from Briggs, and McManus quickly onto the back foot and smashed it away through extra, albeit the longest boundary here, but it raced away for 4. 5:31 for 5. McManus to 15.
Real hit-me ball, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the pace that Danny Briggs is bowling at, he can't bowl that sort of delivery. It's on this wicket. It's just too easy.
Briggs in again, and that's attempted sweep by McManus, who doesn't make contact. He was aiming for the short boundary on that side. There's now a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket, and there was a polite inquiry for LBW. Yeah, Sam Haynes just quite tight in there at extra cover, and that ball that was smashed through extra, I feared for his fingers for a moment. That next ball played defensively by McManus back down the pitch.
Sam Haynes, of course, who had a few years ago had a real love for batting against Northampton.
That's right, yes. Saw a great deal of him. And that's hit up to long on, and in fact it's gone past the man at mid on, and Dom Sibley, and it's raced away for 4 more. And well, Lewis McManus obviously picking up the charge now. That raced away to the boundary. The score has disappeared on the scoreboard for the time being, so we now got the time being shown, which is very handy. 5:35 for 5 anyway is the score. Here's Briggs in again, and McManus has gone big, and I think he's going to be caught on the deep backward square boundary, and he is. And he looks ruefully at his bat, and McManus has holed out. It's a well-judged catch down there with, I should think, about less than a foot to spare. with the boundary rope behind. It's well taken, and McManus perishes.
Davis, I think. Down
yeah,
there,
Alex Davis, who's been very good in the field throughout. So he goes Court Davis, bowled Briggs for 19, and Northamptonshire 535 for 6.
And Danny Briggs will be a little bit of consolation. His 0 for 143 now at least has 1 for 143 on it.
And as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, well, how much longer are they going to be looking to go out there? Matt Kelly has come out at number 8 instead of Gareth Berg, and that to me would suggest that they are looking to press on, because Kelly can hit a long ball, as they say. I mean, Gareth Berg obviously is a more than capable batsman who's made some very important runs for Northamptonshire this year, but you think if they're looking to score in a hurry, then probably Kelly might be the man. They've still got Berg and Kerrigan and Jack White to come, but 5:35 for 6. Where are we now time-wise? It's what, coming up to 2:30.
What, halfway through the second day, pretty much.
48 overs remaining. So, it's a question of how long Northamptonshire fancy. I suppose in an ideal world, they'd quite like to have 2 bites of the new ball either side tee, so that bowlers can come fresh twice. But well, we'll see. That's a little way off, I suspect. But I think the fact that Kelly's gone in ahead of Berg maybe suggests that they're going to look to get on with it.
Something like about 5:60, 5:70 by 3 o'clock, and give themselves half an hour before tea.
Yeah, maybe.
We will see. All speculation. It might be that Warwickshire suddenly spring back and take these 4 wickets, and it all becomes academic on the declaration, but there's no sign that that's going to be the way. That was the last ball of Danny Briggs over, so it's going to be Miles now. Briggs was 31, the first over that was. As Miles from the Birmingham end starts a new one, drive to Proctor, who is 64 not out. That's off 161 deliveries. He plays it away into the offside to extra cover, and there's no run. It's a lovely afternoon here in Birmingham. Sun is out, and there's a bit of a breeze, quite a strong breeze in actual fact, and it just keeping it a bit fresh. It's quite a chilly breeze, but the sun is out. Here's Miles in bowls, and it's dabbed away by Proctor into the offside, running it away through backward point, where 3 fielders converge on it, and Matt Lamb wins the race, but can't prevent another single to Proctor, who goes on to 64. The total on to 535 for 6.
Yes, Matt Kelly had a bit of fun in the closing stages down at the Oval, the previous match against Surrey, where Northamptonshire were obviously going down to defeat, but he had a little bit of a wind-up at the end and smashed 33 quickly. A couple of big hits.
They had a couple of wickets which stayed on for a while, didn't they? They were probably never going to hold out entirely. This one, he looks to turn it. A ball from Miles, which is pitched just on leg stump and then moving down the leg side, and Kelly looking to help it on its way, but gets wrapped on the pad.
Yeah, it was a 50 partnership for the 9th wicket between Kelly and Kerrigan, which kept the match going a little bit longer than we thought it might, and just made it the journey back to Northampton that little bit harder, because there was a replacement bus service by the time I had to head off the train station.
In again, Miles. This one is worked down to 3rd man, just using a little bit of width, and the ball just a bit short, and although it tucked him up a little bit, he was able just to take the bat and angle it away down through the vacant gully area down to the field down on the 3rd man boundary.
And with no disrespect to any listeners we may have in Hitchin, which I'm sure is a lovely town, it wasn't quite where I needed to be, having to go and get a bus rather than a train back to Northamptonshire, when he just lost by an innings in 3 days. But anyhow.
5:37 for 6 as Miles, still looking for his first wicket, is in, and Proctor repeats that similar sort of shot, running it away down to third man, where McAndrew comes and does the fielding. Another one, they amble through. 5:38 for 6. I haven't been down to the Oval for a while for various reasons. And
wonderful venue, and,
yeah,
the amount of work, obviously a lot of work's been done around the ground, and to me it looks entirely sympathetic, and it is a wonderful facility now. It's a great place to work, and a great place to watch cricket, I would imagine, out in the stands.
There's Miles in bowls, and behind it goes Kelly, and in the end it's just a bit of football goes on with the ball. That's off the last ball of another over, which ticks by. So 5:38 for 6. The overs at this stage academic as far as any bonus points. Obviously that long went away. We're at 145 overs, so we're well past anything like that where we pick up bonus points. But Northamptonshire are still pushing on, still looking to be in firm control at this stage of this match.
Yeah, 5:38 for 6, as we mentioned already, Northamptonshire highest total in first-class cricket against Warwickshire. It's the 161st championship meeting between the two counties.
So Northamptonshire became a first-class county in
1905.
Yeah.
Played Warwickshire in that first season. Here's Briggs in, bowls to... That's some fantastic bit of fielding as Proctor goes for the reverse sweep, and that looked absolutely nailed on for, and a wonderful bit of fielding at backward point by Alex Davis, and he's getting congratulations, but he's getting more than congratulations.
He's getting a hug.
He's getting a hug from his captain. That was a fantastic bit of fielding. It certainly saved 3 runs. They did come through for a single, but that's well. Again, when your side's under the pump, that's what you need to lift you.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's great stuff from Davis. 5:39 for 6 brings Kelly onto strike. Davis round the wicket to him. Driven by Kelly, out to the man sweeping on the extra cover boundary, who is today, as it was for most of yesterday, Matt Lamb. And they come through for a single. Takes Kelly up to 2, and Northamptonshire to 540 for 6. And some fairly elaborate changes to the field now.
We had this yesterday, didn't we, that the field was changing almost after every ball at one stage.
He's now got a 6-3 onside field, Briggs, and that's worked into the onside and straight to one of those 6 fielders. That's the captain, Will Rhodes, just on the 45, saving 1.
Let's push that through a little quicker, I think, there as well.
Here's Briggs in again, bowls to Proctor again, turns it out the onside. Once again, there's not a single there as Craig Miles makes ground round to his left to field. He's fielding just in front of square. Man on the 45, deep backward square. And turned again to Miles, just coming round square of the wicket on the onside. Flings himself on the floor as though suggesting he has a surplus of energy. Maybe he has. 5:40 for 6, last ball of the over coming down from Danny Briggs, and Proctor again finds Craig Miles just in front of square, at just on the edge of the square there, and it's really, it just suggests, apart from anything else, it's a really well set field, and they're bowling to it.
Yeah. 6
men on the onside, including 3 in there looking to save the single, and they did so very successfully, as a result of which Northampton just stay on 540 for 6, with Proctor on 67, Kelly on 2, and Jake Lintott is trotting out onto the field with number 23 on his back, so somebody's headed off.
Have a look round, let's see if we can work out who it is. It can't be Miles, that's one for one thing, because he's got ball in hand as he chases in to start a new over. He's in, and this is one-handed cut away to deep backward point by McManus for a single. It gave himself a little bit of space and chopped it away, so he moves on to McManus, Kelly rather, to 3, 541 for 6.
And Richard Wilford will be back with us, replacing me very shortly. I shall We'll wander off and update BBC Radio Northampton in the bulletin at 3 o'clock.
It's Miles again. Looking, Proctor waits, crouch down, pushes out into the offside. Nice looking shot, no run. Just should be able to just put a little bit of a block on the boundaries, which McManus started to click into. Looked quite dangerous. Thumped 3 or 4 away, following on from Cobb, who really looked to be putting Warwickshire under the hammer. But just got a little. Put a little bit of a check on the scoring rate again the last 2 or 3 overs.
I think Richard's just back from the press box where he's been getting world exclusives.
And Miles in, and this one is through as he went to turn it. Proctor got all crouched up and out of position, and in the end jabbed across his body trying to push it into the onside, and got nothing on it as it went through to the keeper.
He's just looking at what's happening at Beckenham. The wait for Sam Curran's maiden professional century goes on. He's been stumped.
Did we did nothing really, but just talking about it. Yeah.
Stumped off George Linder for 78. Surrey 5-17 for 7 against Kent.
This one is better from Proctor because he goes back and opens the face, runs it down to McAndrew down on the third man boundary. Just a single.
Well, certainly I know our friend and colleague Mark Church, who watches Surrey, was saying that he feels that Sam Curran is a good enough player in time to bat in England's top order, even if he's not bowling very much, which is...
Where's he going to get into the Surrey top order, though?
Well, it's...
Because you look at that Surrey top order, and it's unless they get 7 playing for England as batsmen, he's not going to get up above that sort of 7 or 8.
Terrific depth, certainly, of talent there.
This one is pulled away this time by Kelly. Again, down to fine leg where McAndrew does the fielding. His ball's followed him a bit this afternoon since lunch as well in the field. Mind you, it's followed most of them, in all honesty.
Well,
I don't think any of them can say.
I think Matt Lamb yesterday seemed to be
definitely.
Gainfully employed for most of the afternoon.
Would it be easier for Richard if I move out in it and leave you talking, and then he can come in here and I'll go on that side?
Yep, that's absolutely fine. Here's Miles then to finish off the over. Runs in and bowls to Proctor, who's working that just behind square down towards the short boundary, but there are 2 men out, and one of them, Danny Briggs, fields, sends in his return, so Proctor nicks the bowling. Last ball of the over, Northamptonshire 544 for 6. Kelly is 4, Proctor is 69, and welcome back from gleaning world exclusive in the press box to Richard Welford.
Well, I mean, the first exclusive is I've not been in the press box, so there's the first disappointment for you. I've been 2 boxes along from where I've been in our old commentary box. But yes, I've been trying to glean some information, but it's more of a football bent. Work out what's going on with Birmingham City, whether they're going to change their manager at any point, and if so, when or how, and with whom. Didn't get very far down that route, but you know, such is life. You don't have to fret about ownership changes in cricket as a rule, but I think that particular story is dependent on that. As Briggs begins a new over, down the wicket comes Proctor, but then almost apologetically just flicks it towards one of a couple of short fielders on the leg side. There's a short mid wicket and a short wide mid on. There's a long on as well in McAndrew. This is a fuller delivery, almost medium pacer, and Briggs thought he was going to get that through for a moment, but he didn't.
So, sorry Richard, I wasn't, most of them like me, I didn't hear what you were saying about the world exclusive.
So there wasn't one for a start. As, this time Proctor comes down the wicket and whacks it overhead of Briggs for 4. Takes him to 73. And the score to 548 for 6. It was only him who was banging on about world exclusive. I never promised anything, Phil. I never promised anything. I went and drank my coffee and made a phone call. And, you know, gleaned some information, but that's what you can do in life. Learn something as you go. Every day is a learning day. 548 for 6. It's a bit of a waiting game here to an extent, as to when Northampton want to pull out. 550 could be the number, but Proctor, they might want to get him through to 100. Be the third centurion of the innings, as he defends the next delivery outside off stump from Briggs, and there's no run. Burgess comes from behind the stumps to pick it up and return it to the bespectacled bowler. Sunglasses on for Danny Briggs.
He may want to leave the sunglasses on when he looks at the final analysis on this game. It won't be one of his favourite ones, I don't think.
No, he actually dragged his figures back slightly today.
Yeah.
And that's even with a Josh Cobb onslaught. Turned around the corner very wristily by Proctor this next delivery. Lamb comes in from deep backward square leg. And they're through for a single. End of the over, 549 for 6. 18 overs since lunch, 78 for 2 been added. And you'd expect Northampton to be trying to accelerate at the moment. And I mean, in theory, you'd think they'd probably get to 600 before tea if they don't lose the 4 wickets.
My theory is that about 3 o'clock they'll pull it and have half an hour bowling before tea, and then have the whole session afterwards. By which time, if they score at the rate, they'll be about 560, 70, something like that, which really ought to be enough.
Problem is, if Proctor gets into the 80s or whatever, the captain starts thinking, I don't let Luke down here. Can he?
I think that's less so, to be honest. I think
I don't think they'll declare if Proctor's short of 100 and still batting.
Okay, well, we'll see. Here's Miles, starts a new over from the Birmingham end. He's in, and Proctor just dabs this down to third man. They run the first quickly. Lintop comes running round and does the fielding, but can't prevent the second run.
It's a ripple for the 550.
Yeah.
What you've got here is what's known, you know, in the business of psychology as landmark fatigue. There have been so many half-centuries to applaud, both individual and collective, that the 550 barely merits a ripple. Notice that?
Yep.
It's like, oh, there's another one. And yet, you know, it's very fine effort this has been from Northampton, who've made the very best of the circumstances since the start of play yesterday.
Miles in, bowls. This is clipped away beautifully by Proctor through mid-wicket for 4. Just picked it up off his pads. Ball pinched down into the leg side, and Proctor was onto it in a flash. And whilst there's a mid-wicket, there's a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary, unable to do anything at all. And all they can do is go and fetch it. It brings up another David Shepherd, number 555 now.
Gosh, it doesn't seem that long ago that it was 4-4-4-4.
I know, I was going to say when you said 4-4-4 for 4.
Yeah, I suppose that was probably about 25 minutes before lunch. So it's probably, 2.25 hours ago.
You were talking to Ollie Stone when that was.
Yes,
yep.
Yeah.
So it would have been about 25 to 1, something like that. So they've gone along pretty consistently throughout the whole innings, Northamptonshire. And the run's absolutely flowing.
But then, you know, a huge proportion of them to the short boundary on the Holly side.
Yeah.
So even batting for a draw, which is what Warwickshire are largely going to do, the scoring rate could be well above 3.
It's Miles in, bowls, and he goes for a big cover drive, but gets nothing onto that one. Ball is just there for the hitting, perhaps just a little bit shorter and wider than in the perfect spot, and he went after it, but from his point of view, got nothing on it, and the ball going through to the keeper. He survived it.
Judging by Proctor's batting in this over, I think we are both right to a certain extent. I think you're right that they might be looking around 3 o'clock for the 10-minute break between innings, and I think Proctor's been told that they're wanting to get through to 3 figures by then.
Yeah. It's Miles in. Proctor guides this down through the vacant gully down to third man. Yates thought he was going to be able to get to it, but Lintop who's on the field as substitute fielder 4.
McAndrew, I think, has just nipped off.
Right. He's had a fair bit of work to do today, McAndrew.
Was bowled 35 overs in the match, I think it is now. I like his energy, I like his durability, and I've liked 2 or 3 of his spells where he has aimed more for the top of off. That's where his future will be in this championship season.
Miles in bowls, and Kelly just dabs this one away down to backward point for a single. Dom Sibley comes in. Capless. Rarely these days do you see fielders without caps on, but Dom Sibley has no cap.
It's cute because a couple of times in this session Michael Burgess has taken his cap off. He's just putting it back on there. But yeah, it is rare to see a fielder with no headgear.
Oliver Hannah-Dobby having a chat with Craig Miles.
Just about the final shrug, it was along the lines of, what do I do, what do I do? I don't know, mate. They've batted too well.
There's a few centuries being chalked up by the Warwickshire bowlers. As Miles in, he's one of the Centurions. That's wide outside the off stump, and Proctor wasn't able to get anything. Looking to just get a bottom edge or something and just guide it fine down to the third man boundary, but in the end, not able to touch it.
I think that was quite deliberate from Miles. I think knowing that there is a desire for Proctor to get through the 3 figures reasonably quickly from here, and it's not easy for him to accelerate the type of innings that he's played so far. 183 balls for his 81. It's one of the slowest scoring rates, probably the slowest scoring rate of this Northamptonshire innings. That was just designed to keep him off strike for the start of the next over, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
And you know, as much as it might seem a really, really minor battle, I think when you've got 557 for 6 on the scoreboard against you, the fact that you're still trying to get those sort of details right is quite commendable. This will be Danny Briggs to continue bowling round the wicket into the pads of Kelly, who steers it round the corner but picks out Alex Davis, and with a run out and a catch to his credit in this session has got the reward for his hard work in the field. Now appeal for LBW on the back foot. I would think that would be a little bit tight for height, if anything. Danny Briggs kind of liked it, but not so much as to implore. Now another appeal, and that might be a little bit closer, or has he got a thin nick on it? As Briggs slightly strangled it. Yeah,
I think he must have done.
Yeah. If he hasn't got an inside edge, that would have been fairly plumb, and Danny Briggs doesn't think it's out right now. The appeal was short, and now, oh, that's a miss-something. I think he's drawn Kelly out of his crease. He's beaten the bat, and it's bounced off Burgess and gone behind. I think the back foot would have dragged out briefly. Kelly is grinning. I think there may well have been an opportunity there. He's got a bit frustrated by this over, Kelly, who turns the next ball round the corner to square leg to Davis.
Well, I think Kelly's natural game is to get on with it, and he knows that that's what he's there for, and he's actually been out there for 20 minutes for his 5.
Final ball of the over, guides it to point. It's only the 3rd maiden for Danny Briggs, but he gets a round of applause because, again, the game playing situation at the moment means that that's solid service. Another batsman missing out on 100 today, Lewis Gregory, has been run out for 89 by Brad Wheel. Jacob Bethel's had 1 more over in that game today.
Oh, has he? He's had 2 now.
He bowled 1 over for 3 yesterday. He's bowled 1 over for 12 today. Another run out, Keaton Jennings, 238. He's been run out by Jordan Thompson. 471 for 6, Lancashire, who are trying to make all 4 away teams to reach 500. That would be quite the statistic, but they're still...
We were just saying with Andrew, and these wickets in April and May really don't help batsmen. But, they don't seem to be having too much problem this weekend. Or indeed, most weekends this season.
This year, because of the weather in March, wickets are a lot truer around the country early in the season. than you would expect. It was very dry in March, wasn't it?
So my allotment tells me as Miles in and Proctor looking to turn that one into the onside. The ball just runs out in front of him off the pad, and there's no run. Yes, it's been a dry winter. But we had quite a bit before Christmas, but since Christmas it's been remarkably dry.
I've known you donkey's years, Phil Britt, and I do not know how you fit everything into your life. An allotment on top of everything else that you do.
Well, the allotment, it has to be said, this year has not had as much, because I've been doing a lot of quite a lot of floral art again this year, so which I've done over previous years. Doing a lot now for the Queen's celebrations. This one is driven up to a wide mid-off, and there's no run.
You're not exhibiting yourself at Chelsea?
No, I'm not doing Chelsea this year, no. It's decided that I've not been funny, and it sounds a bit glib, but I've been a lot there, and I think it probably needs me to be doing more varied things than I'm doing to give it credence. And also they've reduced down the number of people who can go, and there's some very, very good young artists. This one is wide outside the off stump, and Proctor looks to cut it away but gets nothing on it. It goes through to the keeper. And
that might have been quite close to a called wide, actually,
yeah,
because you can see what Craig Miles is trying to do here to delay the declaration, and that was on the brink,
forcing him wider and wider. It's a beautiful afternoon, but even though that breeze is just making sure people still have to stay with their jackets on. A lot of people sat out there, but they've got sort of wind cheaters on. There's Miles in again. This one is lofted, and in the end goes down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And full credit to him, because it kept it safe in the end. It could easily have gone straight up in the air, but got over the top of it, and down one more to the total. 5-5-8 for 6.
I can see some bare arms.
Oh yeah, by this time of year quite often you start to see the old people, bearing the torsos up against the windows.
Against the windows.
Hang on, I'll just finish off what I was going to say. This one is thumped away by Kelly up towards those windows for 4 up to the long on boundary. He really picked that one up. They lean up there where they get protection and get their suntans. He said
they bare their torsos against the windows. Yeah. Really upsetting the people in the executive boxes.
Mind you, the only good thing on the executive box is nobody ever in them for the county games.
Oh dear.
Yes, it doesn't create a very good picture, that, does it?
It wasn't an image we needed. Good hit that from Kelly.
There's one of the executive boxes though. It's got a very attractive umbrella up there. A sort of purple,
turquoise
umbrella, yeah. Purple, it's turquoise, isn't it?
Yeah, I was a bit worried about you then.
Yeah.
The eyes are going.
Well, I was looking at the purple van, which is parked right between the press box and the Thwaite scoreboard, in the gap there, and that's what I was thinking about. Whose that van that was? Just hold up for the cricket at the moment, whilst Miles resets his field at 562 for 6, and Kelly launches another one away through the onside. He will get a couple of runs this time, as Lamb has to go round again, chasing. He'll know that stretch of ground, and he'll have tested out his hamstring injury. A message comes out.
No, you're a cynic. A little drink has come out.
Oh gosh, and a message in a bottle.
Correct.
Lads, you've got another over or 2, and then you're off.
They're sending an SOS to us all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Luke, if you've got 2 more overs to get your 100.
Yeah, I don't think it goes as low as 2. But I think, to be fair, last 10 minutes Warwickshire have done quite a good job of just slowing things down a wee bit. They've worked hard today. The over rate has been very, very good. We're kind of on target to get to tee on schedule.
Yep.
That might change once you get the pace attack of Northamptonshire for the rest of the day, which is likely what we'll see. But Luke Proctor on 82 has probably been given the parameters of how long he's got to get his 100 here. Rob Yates is tentatively warming up. I do think he's been under-bowled in this innings. He's only bowled the one over. As Briggs draws a reverse sweep, and it was anticipated by Davis, who, as the ball was coming down, was already moving to his right. So I don't know whether there was something about Luke Proctor's stance that had told him what shot was coming, or whether he'd seen him have a sneaky look. But he'd already moved a couple of yards to his right to cut that off. And there's no run. Now he comes down the wicket and drives straight up to long off, where Dom Sibley puts down the long bridge.
Do you think, from Rob Yates' point of view, at 565 for 6, only having had one over is getting a bit of a message?
He's already got a couple of championship wickets this season.
Yes, but he's only had one over in this innings. You thought
one
he
over
might
for
have
one
squeezed
run.
another one in for him.
I know
that was thrown in was that just before lunch yesterday, or just after lunch?
Just before tea.
Tea, was it tea?
Yeah. And Briggs to Kelly, who's going to try and paddle it round the corner, and does that very neatly, gets it fine. That's an excellent shot from Matt Kelly. Danny Briggs can't quite believe it.
He did actually play that beautifully.
Yeah. 15 to Kelly. 150 has long since come up for Briggs, one for 155. And 569 for 6. This pair have had 34 since the demise of Lewis McManus.
This total is the highest, we've said this before, but the highest that Northamptonshire have ever made in first-class cricket against Warwickshire. They passed that target some time ago, so it's sizably more than the total they made 2 years ago here.
Is that the one that involved two bats? One of whom was Luke Proctor batting out a day.
Yeah.
Well, we came for a good while yesterday. I thought we might see no wickets, but as it happened, it was 2 balls after tea that Nathan McAndrew made the breakthrough, and he certainly deserved that. He's bowled increasingly well as the match has gone on. As Briggs will come into Kelly again, who comes down the wicket, and he was reaching to try and hit that straight, and just gets the end of the bat on it up to McAndrew at long off, and there's a single. I think for a moment Briggs thought he was going to get it past the bat and through to Burgess for a potential stumping. 570 for 6. About 2.5 minutes away from an update for the local stations, by the way.
There's a new ball due in 8 overs time after this one.
Yeah, they'll be hoping not to need to take
You would think not.
Yeah. Briggs into Proctor, guided into the leg side. Lamb is in quickly to make sure there's only a single. 571 for 6. Kelly flattens himself when the throw comes in from Lamb to make sure he doesn't get hit by it on its way through to Burgess. Ducks under. Who on earth is that, and what are they shouting? As big inside edge from Kelly as he's trying to drive it straight. It squirts behind square to Alex Davis, and it's the end of the over. 571 for 6.
Every cricket ground used to have their loud voice, didn't they, at one stage? In fact, I think Northampton used to have a chap. Somebody can tell us who that was, but I seem to recall there. But I haven't heard that for a long time.
Oh, there we go. Rob Yates is coming on. There we go.
I tell you what, the power of the commentary box.
How many times in this match so far?
Yeah.
How many times, Phil?
You know,
we like to get ourselves into the mind of Will Rhodes.
If Will Rhodes is never available, Rich, they know where to come, don't they?
Yeah, that would be a really distressing experience for all involved if I was out there, hobbling around the field.
At 571 for 6, Rob Yates comes to bowl his second over.
If I just start this over because I've got this report coming up, and we'll see how it goes. This over for Rob Yates, 1 over for 1 run yesterday, but now a very different circumstance. They're going to be going after him, and the Bears have got a lot of fielders out in the deep as a result of that, understandably. And we'll see whether Proctor takes him on the short boundary, but it's going to be turning away from him, so he's going to have to hit against any spin that there actually is. And he just defends it back down the track, and it's fielded by Yates, going down on one knee to his left. And no run. In again. Round the wicket. He's dragged that one down. He'll be cut into the offside for a single. 572 for 6. Here at Edgbaston, still Northamptonshire bat on. 572 for 6 they are. They might be waiting for Luke Proctor to get through to 3 figures before declaring. He's still there on 85. 1 wicket in the last out of Lewis McManus, the wicketkeeper, who tried a slog sweep and was caught in the deep by Alex Davis off the bowling of Danny Briggs. Northamptonshire still in total control of this game, a day and a half through. 572 for 6.
Yates drops this one short. It's in the air. Matt Lamb's under it and drops it, and it bounces over the ropes for 4. So
he was late seeing that, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was never in a good position to catch it because the ball was, in the end, was over his shoulder, and he was trying to grab it from sort of looking towards the stand rather than looking at from the where the batsman had hit it. But a definite chance, both hands to it, but. I'm just unable to hold on to that one. Otherwise, Rob Yates would have had his first wicket of the match.
It was awkward chance. Having got there, it was good coordination to get both hands to it. He will be frustrated with himself, Lamb. He just readjusts his cap and looks up at the sky. He would have loved to have given Rob Yates a wicket. That would have delayed the progress still further. The likelihood of them reaching 600 now, of course, is increasing as well.
Kelly moved on to 20 now. Yates is in, and this one is hammered into the offside up to long on and has gone all the way up for 4 more. Gosh, that Kelly gives the ball a bit of a smack, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's another similarity with Nathan McAndrew, who showed the ability to give the ball a big smack as well. And that, yeah, I mean, both from the generation of the Big Bash cricketer, aren't they? So
he goes to 24 now, 580 for 6. At the end of this over, I'll make way and Andrew can rejoin you, Richard.
I suspect we'll get a 10-minute break at some point between now and tea, but we are running very much on time. There are only 7 more overs after this.
And with 2 spinners on, it's going to be even quicker. Mind you, if they keep smacking the ball that far out, that's going to compensate for having the 2 spinners.
I think they're complaining that the ball's been knocked back into shape.
Yates is in again. He's the 5th ball of his 2nd over. This one is clipped round the corner for a single. McAndrew does the fielding, but can't prevent Proctor getting home. 581 for 6.
It's such a spread field now. It really is, and it's all about delaying. It's a delaying. They're not delaying by taking time out of the game by being slow with their over rate particularly, although they're adjusting the field quite a lot in this over, but they're just trying to take as much time out of the game, and you know, Luke Proctor being on 85 is weighing heavily on Ricardo Vasconcelos' shoulders at the moment actually.
Here's Yates in, bowls. Proctor turns this one down to backward square leg for a single. He retains the strike. I'll leave you with Richard. 582 for 6.
Yeah, the circumstances for Rob Yates to come on to bowl are a wee bit tricky because really you're bowling like a T20 bowler. You're trying not to concede boundaries. That is the primary thing that the 2 spinners are attempting at the moment. 154th over this will be that Danny Briggs is about to come into bowl. His share will be 36 of those. The Bears wisely haven't used Ollie Hanning Dolby since lunch and save his powder for the next championship game. Or if he needs to bowl again in this match, we will see. As Danny Briggs begins another over and Proctor comes down the wicket, has a wild smear at it. It drops apologetically off his back pad. And Michael Burgess comes out to field it. Pressing the accelerator doesn't come quite as naturally to Luke Proctor.
No, I think that's fair to say.
And he's clearly been given a bit of a time limit here.
Well, he has, and we'll come back to that in just a second after this ball.
As Briggs comes in, and he clips this off his toes for a single, so he's to 87, 583 for 6.
I thought it was quite telling that I hadn't got the binoculars just sitting next door a moment or two ago, but when the message came out with the bat or the drink or the gloves or whatever it was,
drink,
I'm pretty sure it was Simon Kerrigan who was bringing it out. Well, he's due in next but one, and obviously wasn't in his batting gear, so I would suggest that we are in the closing stages of the innings.
Brings into Kelly, who comes down the wicket, smears him over the top, but Dom Sibley will chase that down. They come through for a single. 584 for 6.
I don't think Luke Proctor's quite going to have enough time to get there, is he? I don't think.
It just depends when they want to declare.
Yeah.
You know, you declare before tea, you lose a couple of overs. I don't know. It's a quandary. He comes down the wicket and he launches it. Is he going to clear McAndrew? Yeah, he's got enough of it. He's got enough. It was a very high 6. It dropped down in front of us in the end. McAndrew thought he was in play for a while, but it's cleared the rope by about another 8 metres. So, Proctor on the verge on 93.
Yeah, he's obviously, I think he has had the wave, hasn't he? So he needs to get it soon if he's going to get it.
I don't think he's going to declare on him Alex Stewart fashion. As a full toss, he tries the reverse paddle. It's a very nonchalant grab one-handed by Alex Davis, moving to his right. 1 ball left in this over. The way things are going, Warwickshire are going to have somewhere in the region of 34-35 overs to bat this evening if they declare when we think they're going to. If Proctor can get through to 3 figures, and he is at least going to make sure he's got the strike by turning the ball behind square for his 94th run. 591 for 6 Northampton. It could be very tidy if you get Proctor to 100 and the total to 600 at one and the same time.
Well, yes, and it was. He just is in he's in the form of his life, isn't he, at the moment? Luke Proctor made a century 2 matches ago at Chelmsford, 113. Was 83 not out, and really the only Northamptonshire batsman to come to terms for any length of time with the Surrey seam attack down at the Oval. Ran out of partners on 83 not out in Northamptonshire's first innings down there. And then so far today, well, 94 not out, and as Richard said, on the threshold maybe of another first-class 100. He's on strike against Rob Yates, about to start his 3rd over on 94, and he welts that away, and that's half a dozen. That's into the Hollies stand for 6 and 100 for Luke Proctor, his 2nd in 3 county championship matches. Takes off his helmet and holds it up and his bat to the Northamptonshire dressing room. It was the friendliest of deliveries, it must be said, to get Luke Proctor to the milestone, but he latched onto it and hoisted it into the stand. And that, I think, is that, and it is indeed. That is going to be the declaration. So Dom Sibley, I think, had obviously got wind of what was happening on the Northamptonshire balcony, I think, before anybody else had, because he was already sprinting off. But, well, as you say, time to perfection. Luke Proctor, 100 not out, and Northamptonshire declaring at 597 for 6, which, as we say, is Northamptonshire's highest ever first-class total against Warwickshire. You can hear the applause for Luke Proctor as he comes off the field with another first-class 100 to his credit. Matt Kelly did his job, finished not out 26, 597 for 6 it is. And, well, as far as Luke Proctor is concerned, I'll give you the details of the innings in just a second, but, well, I think it was a question of him going in and the others playing around him. The stats for the innings: Luke Proctor not out 100. He faced 199 balls. He hit 3 sixes, the 3rd of which took him to the milestone, and 8 fours, and was at the crease about 4.5 hours. So he certainly spent a lot of time out in the middle with the bat in his hand in the last 2 or 3 games for Northamptonshire. But 597 for 6, the declaration comes. I'll give you the bowling figures, because I know there's those that like to keep their scorecards up to date. Hannon Dolby, 30 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 75. Craig Miles, 31 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 133. Nathan McAndrew, 35 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 121. Will Rhodes, 20 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 63. Danny Briggs, 36 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 166. And Rob Yates, 2 overs and 1 ball, no maidens, no wicket for 18. There were 24 extras comprising 17 leg byes, 2 no balls, 1 wide and 4 byes, and Northamptonshire finishing on 597 for 6 declared.
Now, by my reckoning, I think we'll lose 17 balls because we got into that over. I think that'll be it. So it should be 35 overs today. So 227 overs left in the match to try and take the 20 wickets, although scoring-wise they might need to bat again in order to get over the line if they've had to bowl that anywhere near that many overs. But the wicket looks a perfectly good surface. When they look to accelerate, batsmen who were more aggressive like Cobb and Kelly, they got full value for their strikes. So there's every reason to believe that the conditions are good, but can they bowl better, particularly with the first new ball, than Warwickshire did? Certainly Matt Mason expressed disappointment yesterday at how Warwickshire had bowled with that new ball. We might as well run through some of the other scores elsewhere rather than going to silence for the sake of 6 minutes, because it won't be too long before the two teams are out. It's very much declaration time, because Somerset declared about 3 minutes earlier, and at the time at exactly the same score as Northants were. They were on 591 at the time, Northants before that last 6 from Luke Proctor. But Somerset have declared against Gloucestershire on 591 for 7. Tom Abel made 142, Renshaw 94 yesterday, Lewis Gregory 89, Tom Lammonby seems to be returning to form in red ball cricket, 76. Very much a borrowed bowling attack with 3 lone players in it, but Zach Chappell the only one to take 2 wickets in that Somerset innings, so they've gone well there. Also beyond 500 in Division 1 are Surrey, and they are still batting against Kent. Only 144 overs so far, 556 for 7. Josh de Grandhomme is 53 not out, and Will Jacks 18 not out. That's quite a pairing to have in for your 8th wicket, in fairness.
Not the worst, is it?
Ollie Pope, Ben Folkes and Jamie Overton have all got out in the 90s. Sam Curran 78 and Ryan Patel 76, and so a real spread.
Well, according to the stats people, it's the first time in first-class history that 3 batsmen have been dismissed successively in the 90s, that 3 wickets have fallen with all 3 batsmen having got out in the 90s.
First time in first-class history.
According to one of the stats people online. I haven't had the time to audit it myself, but not that I probably will have time or the inclination to audit myself. But that was what was being said.
And Lancashire look like they are going to achieve what we thought might happen all day, that all 4 away teams in this round of First Division games are going to reach 500. Because Lancashire are 491 for 6 against Yorkshire. And you may recall yesterday morning they were in bother at 12 for 2 after 11 overs. But Keaton Jennings saw them through with 238. Stephen Croft 104. Dane Velas with 82. Phil Salt's currently 30 not out. Luke Wood is with him. But 491 for 6. 2 wickets each for Jordan Thompson. And Dom Bess has got a lot of bowling in the early part of the season. In Division 2, Derbyshire have started strongly in reply to Worcestershire's 368 all out. And wouldn't you know it, it's Shan Masood who's at it again. 82 not out off just 90 deliveries. Brooke Guest with him has 43. Derbyshire 141 for 1, trailed by 227. Glamorgan 250 for 7, trailed Durham by 61. That's a bit of a recovery though. Michael Neser, the Australian, 48 not out. Billy Root 34 not out. Half centuries for Carlson and North East there. Very much in the wickets this season. Matthew Potts 4 for 48 in that innings so far. Sussex in front against Leicestershire. 245 for 4. They lead by 35. And Tom Clark is 91 not out. Ollie Carter, the wicketkeeper, made 72. So Leicestershire struggling for wickets there. And in reply to Nottinghamshire's 415 all out, Middlesex are 41 for 2 in the 21st over. Robson out for 9. De Caires was run out for 5. Mark Stoneman, who's in a touch of form, 12 not out in 21 overs. That is not his natural style. Stuart Broad in that attack. Fletcher, Broad and Pattinson is not a bad 3-man seam attack to open up when you're playing Second Division Championship cricket. And understandably Middlesex having a few problems with that. Today's game in the IPL is the Royal Challengers Bangalore and the Punjab Kings. Punjab 47 without loss now in the 4th over. I mention that because Johnny Bairstow is 34 not out off 12 balls. With 4 sixes and 2 fours. He's seen what Joss Butler's been up to and wants to raise it. And a Sri Lankan Academy 11 are playing Hampshire down at Southampton. It's very much a young Hampshire side. Sri Lankans are 162 for 5, 3 wickets there for John Turner. Just looking at the side, Felix Organ captaining it, and Irene Donald, who's back from injury in recent weeks, playing. Ross Whiteley, the veteran, playing. Other than that, a lot of very young players. Tom Prest, who's a talent, is among the players in that game. That brings you up to date everywhere.
It's Andrew Sampson, the statistician whose word I would take on most things statistical.
Yeah.
He says that Surrey, the first team in first-class cricket to have 3 consecutive batsmen dismissed in the 90s. So that is in all first-class cricket, which covers a vast number of matches over many countries and many years. So,
well, the next statistic in that innings will be what is the highest score without a batsman making a century.
Oh yes, well there's all sorts of possibilities there.
Yeah.
Just to tidy up the Luke Proctor innings, finishing 100 not out. It's his 3rd first-class century for Northamptonshire, his 6th in all first-class cricket, and it's worth mentioning that it actually means that he scored consecutive centuries on this ground, because in red ball cricket at least 2 years ago in the Bob Willis Trophy, he made his 1st century for Northamptonshire, 112 not out, to bat all the way through the final day with Adam Rossington. And this is the first time Northamptonshire have batted in red ball cricket here since then, and he's got 100 again. So he likes this ground. And of course, in between there was the century down at Chelmsford a couple of championship matches ago. So Luke Proctor is saying in a rich vein at the moment, as they say. Yeah, that is extraordinary, those scores you're reading out there, Richard. All the teams passing 500. That just is astonishing. And we're talking, I think it's when you were next door, I'm talking with Phil on air about why it is that there's so many runs being scored, and I suppose partly you have to look at the fact that the weather has been extraordinarily good for this part of the year. Usually you would expect to have a couple of wet days, and I mean, we're in round 6 of county championship, Northamptonshire 5th match, and I think so we had a bit of rain on the first day of the opening match against Gloucestershire at Northampton, when it was really very showery, but here we are. Since then I don't think we've lost any time to rain. A bit of bad light here and there, but the weather has been remarkably good. Yeah. Northamptonshire bowlers just emerging down below us. Presumably we're going to have a little roll with, and John Sadler's down there. Ben Smith putting the ramps out for the slip catchers.
We lost a session at Old Trafford last Friday.
Yes, of course you did. Yes, and we were sort of watching that, I think, down at the Oval, and saying, we were very fortunate where we were. Also,
you were doing gags about weather in Manchester, weren't you?
Yeah,
I know what you were doing there.
Of course, we have to, don't you? It's an act of faith, really, has to be done. Yeah, we were. Other than that, I must admit, the last afternoon at Chelmsford, it was like November, and it was pretty bleak. It got dark. It was a little bit drizzly. There was some rain around, but it didn't quite reach us. And in the end, the game went pretty much its full distance, at least until they shook hands at 5 o'clock. But it has been extraordinary, the fact that conditions have allowed pretty much uninterrupted play, and certainly the batsmen have taken full advantage. Jack White there having a little bowl with Little. Jack White, of course, making his first championship appearance of the season on the ground where he made his first class debut a couple of years ago. So he's come in, and I think they had to play him, Richard, in this game, because especially if they were going to rest Ben Sanderson and Tom Taylor, then he was certainly very much the next cab off. He's been bowling well for the seconds this season, and if you're not going to play him now, when are you going to play him? I think is maybe the thinking, and he's got a chance to impress. Last year he didn't get a game, having been Northampton's leading wicket taker in the Bob Willis Trophy, he didn't get a game until Cardiff in July, by which time he hadn't had enough overs under his belt. There wasn't enough second team cricket, and he just looked a bit undercooked. Bowled won the Royal London Cup back end of the season, of course, in August. But yes, but he's got a chance to impress here, and you can probably hear down below us the thump of the bat on the ball, and also the ball on the ramp as the slip fielders are having a bit of catching practice immediately down below us.
Quite a generous 10 minutes they've had here.
I wonder if they're actually taking tea.
That might be it, might it? And that would mean that there would be 37 overs remaining.
Yeah.
In which case we will take a pause. 597 for 6 declared. Northamptonshire have had 5 tremendous sessions here. I guess if the declaration was inside half an hour of the tea interval, that might well be what's happened. So we will resume upon play restarting in a few moments' time.
Burns and Peter Hartley. Lead off from the Northampton team, led out by Ricardo Vasconcelos, together with the opening batsman for Warwickshire, their number 71, Ala Davis, and number 45, Dom Sibley. To open the bowling from the pavilion end, Gareth Burke, and face the first ball of the innings, Alex Davis.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back. As we see Warwickshire about to start their reply to Northamptonshire's 597. Just a small matter of 3 centurions, and the latest being Luke Proctor.
Yes, it was Luke Proctor, as we were saying, his second in 3 matches since going up. Certainly the move up to number 4 has suited him down to the ground. Made a century at Chelmsford, 83 not out at the Oval, and then another 100 here, 100 not out, and he's back-to-back centuries on this ground in red ball cricket as Gareth Burke starts proceedings for Northamptonshire, bowling to Alex Davis outside the off stump, and he lets it go through into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Gareth Burke not required to bat today. They sent in Matt Kelly rather, after Luke McManus was out, and Kelly putting bat to ball with good effect. 26 not out. Cobb made 66, McManus 19, Rob Keogh earlier 27, as Burke running away from us when this pavilion end bowls, and that's driven away by Alex Davis for the first runs of the innings. It's going down towards the boundary at backward point. It's not quite going to go there because it is the longest boundary, and they come back for 3. So Alex Davis is away with 3. Warwickshire likewise 3 for no wicket, replying to Northampton just 597 for 6 declared. It means that Warwickshire will need to score 448 to avoid the follow-on. We did think earlier on, Phil Britt, that maybe 600 would be roughly Northamptonshire's target, and so it proved, and they pulled out as soon as Luke Proctor got his 100.
It all fell together quite nicely in the end, didn't it?
It did, yes.
They were pretty much on the just gone the 3 o'clock target we talked about, and the 100 came, and the 600, or near as makes any difference. Terrific batting performance, I thought there, and what looks to be a fairly placid and friendly batting wicket, but never mind, it's still got to put the runs on the board.
Burke in again and produces a beauty first up for Dom Sibley and beats him outside the off stump. Burke has been in terrific form in Championship cricket this season, was rested for the last game against Surrey down at the Oval, so he should be fresh and raring to go. Of course, Northamptonshire don't have Ben Sanderson for this game. We've dubbed them Bergerson as the new ball pairing, but they've got Jack White, they've got Matt Kelly, and they've also got Luke Proctor plus the spinners. As Burke comes in, bowls outside the ump this time. Sibley leaves well alone, shoulders arms, it goes through to McManus. Yeah, so the 4 main seam bowling options for Northamptonshire: Burke, Kelly, White, and Proctor. They also have Simon Kerrigan, of course, and Rob Keogh, slow left arm and off spin respectively. Bit of Josh Cobb even maybe to bowl a little bit of off spin if needed. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Sibley, and again he leaves outside the off stump. Tightish leave, but nevertheless a good one, and it goes through to McManus. Yeah, that move up to number 4 after Safe Sabe had started the season at 4. I think that was where Adam Rossington probably would have batted had he not decided to go down to Essex on a season-long loan. But he tried Zabe in there, just didn't really work. Had a bit of a struggle for runs this year, Safe Sabe, hence the fact he's not playing in this match. They put Proctor up there, and it's paid handsome dividends. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Sibley, who feels bat on ball, pushes it up on the onside for Cobb to field, coming in for mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. 3 for no wicket, all those runs to Alex Davis, and Gareth Berg starting off tidily enough, and I think it's going to be Jack White to bowl at the opposite end, the Birmingham end, on his first championship appearance of the season.
He's really developed well, Luke Proctor, hasn't he, since he's moved to Northamptonshire?
Yeah, well, he's a very handy, bloke to have around, and I was mentioned the story that gives you an idea of how versatile he is. That when he came on loan originally from Lancashire, Northamptonshire found themselves without an opener, so he said, all right, I'll go up, I'll do it, and he got runs in both games and convinced Northamptonshire that he was worth a full contract, and my goodness, that was a good bit of business.
He never seemed to be able to quite hold a regular play stand in the Lancashire side, and yet when I saw him play games Warwickshire played against Lancashire, he always seemed to contribute and be a very useful player, but never quite sure whether he was a batsman or a bowler. Here's White to bowl his first delivery from the Birmingham end, and Davies gets inside and tucks it away down to fine leg, where he will get 4 runs. In fact, he didn't get bat on in the end, it came off the pad. I thought he got a little nick to it, but it runs away down to the boundary for 4. And the fielder down here below us,
Gareth Berg. It was a
couldn't get to it. He had a long chase round. He went like that, having just bowled his first over, but he had to chase round probably about 40 yards or so to get round to it, but unsuccessfully. This next one, Davis looking to cut it away, but ball much too tight to the body, and followed him and gave him no space at all to try and play the shot he was trying, and he ended up pushing it away one-handed into the offside.
Lots of talk of records, of course, and biggest and highest and all the rest of it, but it's actually only Northamptonshires 17th highest total in first-class cricket, and me at 17th.
But they're highest against Warwickshire.
By a distance.
This one pushed by Davis into the offside, and there's no run.
Those 1 or 2 supporters who were mentioning the Northamptonshire's highest, 781 for 7, were wondering if that might be under threat. Well, they came up quite a long way short, about 180 short. But
how long ago was that?
That was in 1995 against Nottinghamshire.
Right, not that long.
Extraordinary game of cricket, which Northamptonshire finished the first day. I'll come back to it in a second.
There's White in, and Davis is forward to that one, just pushing it back and fielded off his own bowling by White.
On the first day, Nottinghamshire were 330 for 1 against Northamptonshire and finished up losing by an innings. They got 500. Northamptonshire went in with Alan Lamb to the fore, made 781 for 7. Put Nottinghamshire in again with a couple of sessions to go, and Anil Kumble bowled them out, and Northamptonshire won by an innings in the last session.
Gosh.
Astonishing game of cricket.
White bowls, and Davis waits and just runs it away nicely off the face of the bat, down through the sort of gap between gully and backward point, down to the unprotected third man boundary. Very deliberate shot, and just used the open face of the bat and run it away. It's a short boundary. We've probably fed up with us saying this, but it really is virtually as far across the square as you can get with playing in competitive cricket, and that boundary is ridiculously short. White in again, and this is driven, but straight up to mid-on by Davis. To the end of the second over, Davis is on 7, simply yet to get off the mark, but Warwickshire only 11 without loss.
Yes, well, Northamptonshire at the close of the first day's play saw Notts at 353 for 1 at close of play, with Tim Robinson already past 200. must admit, my thoughts were not that this is an innings victory coming up, but it was very typical of Alan Lamb's captaincy, particularly towards the back of his spell as captain of Northamptonshire, that nothing was impossible, and he just got to get a lead and put them under pressure. And Alan Fordham got 100, Lamb himself 100, Russell Warren got 100, Capel got 100, and worked out well. Here's Berg starting a fresh over from this pavilion end and immediately beats Sibley again outside the off stump. Just the line that Gareth Berg tends to bowl. 41 years old now, of course. One of the elder statesmen of the county game, but absolutely loves his cricket, and he'll always tell you that he still gets that sort of butterflies in the stomach before a match, and he says if it stops getting that, then he knows it's time to pack up. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Sibley and just shapes that back in to the right-hander, and it goes off a thickish inside edge down to White at long leg, and they come through for a single. 12 for no wicket Warwickshire, and takes Dom Sibley off the mark. However hard, of course, all players will deny that they have thoughts of what might happen as far as England's concerned. He will be mindful of the fact that obviously there's a lot of top order batsmen scoring runs in the championship at the moment, and he won't want to miss out, I'm sure. His Berg comes in, bowls to Davis, who drives extravagantly, takes one hand off the bat, touching the Lionel Tennyson's there, as it goes up to Kerrigan, an extra cover, and there's no run.
That's the second time already that he's actually played the shot one-handed. He played that attempted cut in the end, played it one-handed away into the offside, and that drive, his hand came off it. And we haven't seen a huge amount of him.
Here's Berg in again, bowls to Davis, and that swung back in, shaped back in, and beat him on the inside edge. And it goes through to McManus.
Yeah, he played right round that one.
It's a little bit loose.
Well, I was going to say that what I have seen of Alex Davis, he does seem to want to get after the ball right from the beginning. He scored his runs very quickly in the match against, because he couldn't play in the first game against Surrey. He was had a one-match suspension.
Berg in again, bowls to Davis, plays it down towards backward point, but it's fielded by Emilio Gay coming across from third slip, and there's no run.
But he played in the match against Essex here and really was out of the blocks absolutely firing, and but didn't go on and make a huge score in the first innings. He and Sibley saw Warwickshire through to a comfortable victory in the end in the second innings, but he does want to score his runs quickly.
Here's Berg running in from down below us to bowl to Alex Davis, very still at the crease with his bat in the air, plays that out into the covers for Kerrigan to field, and that's the end of another over. 12 for no wicket Warwickshire, with Davis on 7, Sibley on 1. And Jack White will continue from the Birmingham end in bright sunshine, glorious afternoon, and our weather prophet Richard Wilford was absolutely right. He said we'll get proper sunshine this afternoon, uninterrupted, and it really is beautiful at the moment. And those that are in the crowd, and I think you know this ground much better than I do, Phil, but it just looked as though there are certainly a few more come in since this morning. I think there's a few perhaps.
It's not a huge crowd.
It's not a big crowd, but there's certainly a few more sitting and enjoying a bit of sunshine at the far end, who weren't there this morning. So, well, no better place to be.
I think it's free after tea as well. That helps.
Good plan.
Here's White, starts his second over from the Birmingham end, and Sibley is cross and just playing this into the onside. There is quite a stiff breeze blowing still across. If you look at the Warwickshire flag at the far end there, it's really getting a bit of a pull on it. As we look at it, the wind blowing from left to right, that's from the west across to the east, and just keeping it fresh for the spectators. But it is, as you say, it's a lovely afternoon. White in and Sibley is behind that. Still no batsman yet has been dismissed in single figures. Every single Northamptonshire batsman either made double figures or treble figures, and that will be a trend that Warwickshire hope they can continue as they look to reply to this huge 597. They've started reasonably well, with 12 off the first couple of overs. As White in and simply leaves outside the off stump, and the ball goes through to the keeper. 3 slips in place. There's a man at just about backward point, extra cover, a mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and there's a man down at fine leg. Wearing that very distinctive. Is there an official colour for the cap for Northamptonshire, or is it just a maroon cap? White comes in and simply plays this one. Is it given an official?
No, it isn't really. I mean, the caps are a bit lighter than maroon.
They
really.
are a bit, aren't they?
They're more sort of crimson, I think. But you'll notice there is, of course, there's a different cap for capped and uncapped players. So you look at Ricardo Vasconcelos, for example, at first slip, obviously capped player. He's got the cap with the gold braid on it, and the others that are not capped don't have that.
Right.
Rob Keogh has his cap player's cap at mid off, Proctor at mid on.
This next one again simply defends into the onside. There's no run.
Relatively recent innovation. Some people like it, some people don't. I think they look rather smart personally, but
yeah, the only thing I would say, it's a little difficult picking out the gold braid from a distance, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
you say it, I can see.
We are quite a long way away, yeah. But yeah, no, it's. I think they look.
Warwickshire's a bit simpler. It's a white bear or a yellow bear on their caps. This one is squirted away to backward point, and so simply doesn't get a run for that. Good over from White. Nice tidy over. This remains on 12 for no wicket.
It was always one of the great things when I first started watching Northamptonshire, and it's say my 50th anniversary of watching my first Northamptonshire match is coming up in a couple of weeks' time, and you turn up at the county ground at Wantage Road, and you could immediately see whether Northamptonshire were batting or bowling without needing to. Days before, even before CFAX, where you could immediately see as soon as you came in the ground whether the Crimson Caps were batting or bowling. Here's Berg starting another over to Davis, who plays that out into the covers, fielded there by Matt Kelly, and there's no run.
Rather sadly, I'm afraid, I can sort of knock your 50th into a bit of a cocked hat. This is my 65th. Yeah, since I caught the bus as a 9-year-old and went down to came down to watch cricket here, and sat over in the uncovered, what is now the Hollies stand, on the Raybank stand in those days.
Berg in, bowls edged and a dropped. I think it slipped by Vasconcelos off Gareth Berg. It flew, and it looks very much as though that's gone down. Yes, it has. It was a sharp chance, but it was one just above head height for Vasconcelos. He got both hands to it. Just having a look at the replay now, and it really should have been taken.
Yeah.
So that is one that we need to take a note on, because they picked up 2 runs. Takes Davis up to 9, and Warwickshire up to 14 without loss. Berg in again, bowls and played out to backward point where Kelly fields, and you have to say, Phil, I mean, with on this sort of surface, you've got to take every single chance that comes your way, and that will be a disappointment for Northamptonshire and for Gareth Berg, who did everything right, found the edge. Davis played a little bit flashy stroke, and a bit firm-footed, but here's Berg in again, bowls short and pulled by Alex Davis for a flat 6 just in front of square. Well, that makes the bowler feel a whole lot worse. Having had him dropped earlier in the over, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who dropped the catch at first slip, has his arms across his chest and looks rather ruefully at his hand.
There have been very few balls which have even got an edge of any sort, along the floor, or obviously nothing into the slip cordon.
Was swung away
but he picked that one up.
It was a terrific shot by Davis, but
he's not going to hang about, Alex Davis.
He's not, and because he should already be back in the pavilion, but not to be. He's going to try and make Northamptonshire pay for that now. Here's Berg in bowls to him, and he drives handsomely, but stopped with his left hand by Gareth Berg. Just drops down a left hand and prevents any possibility of a run. Davis then 7 when he was dropped. He's now 15. Berg into his 3rd over, no wicket for 12. Northamptonshire slip catching has been patchy, I think it's probably fair to say, throughout the season as Berg comes in bowls to Davis, who runs that down towards backward point. Kelly is quickly to the ball. Davis was keen to set off for a single. Sibley told him to go back. I think it would have been a very, very tight single indeed. In fact, I'm not sure they would have crossed. End of the over, 20 for no wicket. Davis made 15. Sibley made 1. So if you're looking at, what, 1957 or thereabouts when you came onto this ground, that was the year Test cricket came back to Edgbaston.
Well, it was the year West Indies were here. The year Colin Cowdrey and Peter May had that 400 stand, and the ground had been an enormous amount of work done on the ground to get it ready for Test status, because Warwickshire hadn't held a Test match yet since 1928 against South Africa when that happened. White starts a new over from the Birmingham end, and this is run away again by Sibley, again out to cover point. So I came down, and county games, again, nothing really very much different to today. It was during my school holiday, and I remember coming down, and people like Ray Hitchcock were playing, Jim Stewart, who held the world record for the number of sixes in a game.
Played a couple of games for Northamptonshire much later in his career after leaving Warwickshire.
He was a big hitter. This one turned into the onside. Mike Smith had just joined. And then I used to come down occasionally, but it wasn't that often. But yeah, that was the first time when I was 9. And it just shows how the world has changed. My parents had absolutely no compunction about me catching the bus and coming to a cricket game as a 9-year-old. I used to go to watch Birmingham play at St Andrews. We lived about 8-9 miles away from the ground. And bowls to Sibley, pushes it into the offside, scampers through for the single, makes it, but not altogether convincingly. But it gets Sibley another single. Warwickshire move on to 21. If we were to suggest now that we send one of our grandchildren at 8 or 9 on the bus to do a match, I wouldn't even think about it.
No, I don't think I'd have been very keen on. My lad's a bit older than that now, but I don't think I'd have been very keen on seeing that happen.
Davis waits now, and with this one he punches out to mid-wicket. There's no run. I think people looked out for each other a bit more in those days. I can remember when we used to go to the football, and they used to, Birmingham, they had the Spine Cop, and a white wall ran along it, and the youngsters were put on the wall to stand, and if there was somebody behind, they kept an eye on you, and sort of, you know, if anything, which never really did, but there was always somebody there who would keep an eye out for you. Here's White in bowls, and this is run away to backward point. There's no run as Kelly goes tumbling down and does the fielding at backward point and prevents Davis getting a single. Stays on 21 for no wicket.
Tell you what, to get the old hazard assessment form out now to put a young spectator on a wall. I'm not, it's, we'd fill all sorts of forms having to be filled in there, but yeah, different world, as you say.
You learnt a certain independence, I have to say. White bowls, and this is turned away nicely through mid-wicket by Davis. He won't get 4 for this, but he'll probably be able to get back for 3 as Cobb chases that one down. The ball's returned back to McManus, but indeed not before Davis completes his 3rd run. He goes on to 18 with that shot, and total goes on to 24 for no wicket. So Warwickshire making a reasonably solid start after 6 overs.
The former Northamptonshire captain Alex Wakely, of course, is heard from time to time on commentary with us. He put on social media that he's really enjoying what's been happening today for a number of reasons, seeing Northamptonshire get a big total and the prospect of Josh Cobb having to field for 200 overs. Here's Berg in, starting another over to Davis, who's just squared up a little bit by that one, but plays it off a controlled, thickish outside edge down towards third man. There's a long chase all the way down there in front of, I think, the Wyatt stand down there, and they come back for 3. So Davis up to 21, been doing the bulk of the scoring, and Warwickshire up to 27 for no wicket. Davis, remember, dropped on 7, first slip by Ricardo Vasconcelos off the bowling of Gareth Berg. Yes, in fact, Josh Cobb finished up going down as 12th man down to Chelmsford, and was fielding for a very, very long time during that match when Northamptonshire had 220 overs in the field. As Berg is in again, bowls this time to Sibley, who steers it away wide of gully, and it's another long chase down towards the boundary for Matt Kelly. They've come through for 2, that's all they'll be, and Sibley holds up a hand to tell Alex Davis that that's all he's going to be running. So 2 more to Sibley, he goes to 4, and Warwickshire up to 29 for no wicket. Yes, he was on the field for a good part of the 220 overs that Northamptonshire spent in the field after imposing the follow-on. And it was pointed out that as Northamptonshire white ball captain and not actually playing in the match, he surely might have been able to pull rank and say, no, maybe not, but no, he was out there for a long time. Here's Berg in again. Bowls to Sibley, who lets that go outside the off stump, and was okay in doing so because with the new ball it was going over the top of the stumps anyway. But not for the first time. Berg just swinging one back into the right-hander, and it made it a slightly more hazardous leave than it probably was, I think.
Yeah, it was. I think he was okay in the end.
Well, I left it on length, didn't he? So it was
good judgment of where his off stump was.
He was going to be fine. His Berg in again, bowls to Sibley, who's in behind that, pushes it up towards mid-wicket where it's fielded by Simon Kerrigan, and there's no run. In the end, I think Northamptonshire were able to send for a replacement 12th man. Of course, the difficulty is with second 11, well, second 11 cricket now being played Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, that players are not automatically available for the first day, and hence Josh Cobb having to field. Here's Berg again, bowling to Sibley, and that's outside the off stump. Sibley leaves well alone. In the end, I think Alex Russell came down to Chelmsford and did some 12th man duty. Young leg spin bowler, has been playing for Herefordshire, was briefly on Gloucestershire's academy. Northamptonshire just signed him on a shortish term rookie deal, but they think very highly of him. Got wickets against the Netherlands in the week for the second team. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Sibley, who again lets it go on length. It flies through with good carry into the gloves of Lewis McManus, and at the end of the over, 29 for no wicket, with Davis on 21, Sibley on 4.
I'm right in saying that at one stage, was it a few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, perhaps more than that, Northamptonshire had a shared second team with another county?
They played it for 1 or 2 games. Yes, they I think with Kent.
That's right. Yes, I couldn't quite see where the correlation with Kent came from.
No, I'm not quite sure how it came about. It wasn't for every match, but they did it. But for some games, yes, they did share it.
They don't do that anymore, though, do they? No. It seemed to be a short-term thing. White continues with a new over, which is played away by Davis through the slip cordon, through where I suppose fourth slip would have been down to the boundary. There was no great foot movement. It was very much a dab outside the off stump by Davis. It gets him reward, but not a totally convincing shot. It takes Warwickshire on to 33 without loss, but he just a sort of half step forward and a waggle of the bat to steer it away through the slip cordon.
Yes, so he's been a little bit fortunate so far. Maybe it's going to be his day.
White into him again, and this time he squares him up and he pushes the ball back, and White fills up his own bowling. I think he's doing enough to encourage the bowler, though, Andrew.
Yes, I think that's probably a fair point. And yeah, every run, of course, he scores will make Ricardo Vasconcelos Yes. Dropped him at first slip when he made 7 feel a little bit worse, and heightened the frustration of Gareth Berg, no doubt.
33 without loss, 25 of them to Davis, who has now hit that one. The fielders don't know where it's gone, but it's gone over their heads at mid-wicket and crosses the boundary, going up towards the groundsman's tractors and grass-cutting equipment. It's retrieved, but it was certainly in the air for quite a long time. It's turned away by Davis, uppishly through the onside, and it was hit with reasonable power, certainly enough power to close the infield. Again, I have to say that it wasn't really a totally controlled shot.
It was interesting. As soon as he played the stroke, going in the air, as you said, Will Young at second slipper got his arms up, thinking it might just carry to Kerrigan.
This one is played wide of mid-on, who it's a really fine stop there.
Proctor
there, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it was just thought that it might go into Simon Kerrigan's hands, but in the end, as you say, it cleared him fairly comfortably. But Will Young was thinking it might possibly drop in his hands.
I'm not sure that Kerrigan actually picked that up off the bat.
No, maybe not. He was. He certainly was slow setting off after it, whether he thought there was somebody else behind him. Yours, Luke.
That's White in again to Davis, who is driving up to Proctor at mid-on. There's no run there. 37 without loss. And certainly an eventful start from Davis. He's keeping the bowlers interested. That's one thing he is doing.
And I shall just step out of my seat, make way for Richard Wilford, and I shall go and update BBC Radio.
Do you want to do the same as we've been doing before? Because Richard sits here with his equipment, if you don't mind.
No, that's absolutely fine. So here's Jack White to finish off the over, running in and bowling to Alex Davis, who's jabbing down on that one, and it goes off an inside edge, very close to the off stump, but rolls safely in the end, fielded by Will Young coming in from second slip, and that's the end of the over. 37 for no wicket, with 29 of those runs to Alex Davis and 4 to Dom Sibley. And as we say, so far Alex Davis has lived a little bit dangerously. He's been dropped once, but he's still there, and that's the main thing. Afternoon again, Richard.
Yeah, good afternoon. It was that ultimate insult, wasn't it, to Gareth Berg, in that a chance is shelled off his bowling, and then 2 balls later he gets pulled into the short boundary for 6. Davis has been eager to get on with things. He seems to be in a hurry. Whilst Dom Sibley is batting as you would expect, treating every ball on its merits and not trying to push too hard in the early stages of this innings. The Bears, obviously, the most important thing for them is to try and make sure they get at least a draw from this game, because anything else would be fairly fanciful off the back of that score of 597 for 6 declared. But they'd also like to max out on the bonus points again with that short boundary. So Davies giving them a bright from that point of view, as Berg's next delivery is left alone outside off stump by Sibley. I've got a shout out to do, which I must remember after I've done this bulletin, Phil. Don't let me forget.
Okay.
Because it stems from something that you said earlier. No, it does, genuinely, and hopefully they're still listening.
Most of them turn off, Richard.
Well, yeah. They'll be wanting to tune in to listen to the continuation of this battle. As the ball that bounced a little bit low outside off stump, left alone by Dom Sibley. I think that the one thing Northamptonshire might be ruining at the moment is the fact that the weather has improved. It is the brightest batting conditions that there's been in the first 2 days here on what's a surface that suits the batsman. About to do an update very shortly for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR when it ticks round to 3 minutes past 4. Berg is in once more, and Sibley again isn't trying to play at anything that he doesn't need to. 37 without loss. Just the 560 runs behind. So update listeners in a few seconds' time. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire are 37 without loss in their first innings, replying to a mammoth Northamptonshire total of 597 for 6. Luke Proctor became the third Northants batsman to complete 100. He ended at 100 not out at the time of the declaration. 3 wickets in the innings for Nathan McAndrew. In the reply, Alex Davis got a little nick that was through the hands of first slip. 2 balls later, he slapped Gareth Berg over mid-wicket for 6. He's made a bright start. He's on 29. Dominic Sibley is with him on 4. Warwickshire on 37 without loss, trail by 560. As Sibley comes forward to the next delivery from Berg, and it's out the offside up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So yes, I must do this before I forget, because earlier, albeit that you got the colour wrong, you were talking about the umbrella at the far end of the ground, at the Birmingham end of the ground, which you described as purple.
Which was nowhere near purple.
No, to even untrained eyes, I think largely it's turquoise. But Andy Barmforth has been in touch on Twitter saying, read your chat earlier about the turquoise umbrella in the executive suite at the Birmingham end. That would be Bears member Chris Basterfield. And he's there with his wonderful carer Octavian. If you'll give them a shout out on the live stream, that would be amazing. So hi to Chris and Octavian.
As White bowls, he starts his 5th over from the Birmingham end, and the first ball is played by Davis out into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, I apologise for calling your turquoise umbrella purple. It's nowhere near purple.
It's definitely not purple.
No. Wouldn't want it up today. The wind's strong enough to make it difficult if it were out today. Here's White in, bowls, and Davis is out, LBW, played across and he is gone. So, Northamptonshire strike, and the first wicket is that of Alex Davis. He wanders off for 29, and I have to say, he looked throughout the innings a little bit sort of, he'd been dropped, he'd played a couple in the air, and didn't look entirely settled. He was scoring quickly, but Northamptonshire were always interested, and they indeed have got it, and White is the man who's got the wicket.
Yeah, that delivery, it didn't get up as much as it might have done, and it's cut back a little bit, and it's not dissimilar to the ball that Tom Bailey got in with last week at Old Trafford. On that occasion he wasn't playing a shot. This time he was just undone by the fact that the ball had cut back at him, and it's hit him just about in line. So it's, in a way I would say similar to the one that was given not out yesterday when Will Young was on 83. It's in a similar position along the way, but I don't think you can have too many complaints. He's just looked a little bit susceptible. He clearly, as a batsman, is somebody who's very busy, wants to get on with things, but he doesn't quite give you a sense of security.
No, I think that's very well put. Because we were talking when I was on with Andrew, all the way through, you felt as a bowler you'd got a chance against him, that he was going to give you a chance, and there it came. So, Warwickshire lose their first wicket on 37, and advantage Northamptonshire, one would say, very much so. And now they're going to really have to dig in. The new batsman, Rob Yates, the left-handed Rob Yates, who this season Rob's looked a couple of times, looked to be going pretty well, but still looking for that big score this season.
Yeah, he looked in improved nick at Old Trafford last week. Just hasn't got a score behind him as yet. He's a good enough player. They're going to come.
It's White in and bowls, and this one is Yates getting off the mark. First ball turned off his hip down to the fine leg boundary, so first ball Yates picks up a boundary, takes Warwickshire on to 41 for one. The runs coming quickly enough, as they have done throughout this game, and it's Yates wasting no time at all in getting going, and White is going to change his line to Yates and come round the wicket too.
You're still going to get full value for anything that goes to the Hollies side, aren't you?
Yeah. It drops this one down into the gully. There's no run. Kelly does the fielding there. 41 for 1 it remains.
See, Shan Masood's made another 100 today. That's second division bowlers don't enjoy playing Derbyshire just at the moment. As Masood has had an astonishing impact there. I think he's finding that level well within his compass.
Yeah. It's White in again. Yates punches this one up to mid-on. There's no run. So they're doing the fielding. He's busy in the field. He was had a good day with the bat. So, now Northamptonshire getting a fairly early wicket.
Do you know what? There's a fair amount of pressure on this Warwickshire top 6 to make runs because there's a lot of competition for places around.
Yep. This one is played. There's one more championship game before the start of the T20, isn't there? They've got Yorkshire, is it next week?
Yeah.
Up at Leeds, and then they go into the round of T20 games. But by then, Dan Mosley, I don't know whether he's going to be fit for next week or whether he'll still be.
He's very close. Very close, I think, Dan Mosley. Of course, Chris Benjamin played last week and did okay. 47 in the first innings, got a slightly unlucky decision, and then was unbeaten at close, seeing them over the line to make sure they got the draw against Lancashire. So unlucky to be left out, but Matt Lamb had done really well in the first two games, so got his place back.
Adam Hose has scored a lot of runs in the twos.
Yeah, got a double 100 last week.
I know he's anxious to get into the red ball team.
So you've got to make the most of your chances when you get in, and particularly on a surface like this, as Berg comes into bowl to Sibley, who guides the ball up to mid-on. Proctor does the fielding, and there's no run. Alex Davies got a 50 in the victory here a few weeks back.
Yeah, against Essex.
Against Essex in the second innings there.
Yeah, he and Dom Sibley rattled off the required numbers without any real sort of problem.
Yeah.
But
he just one of those awkward little targets, and they made short work of it.
Just looked today like it was just trying to go a bit too quickly at the bowling.
Sibley trying to drive it wide of Luke Proctor, but it's too close to field it, and he's able to pick it up.
On the going to have a look and see. It seems like we've had an enormous number of boundaries in this game with the short boundary, and I'm just having a look now. 37, 44.
There's been 8 or 9 sixes.
68 boundaries off the bat.
Sibley tall in defence back down the track to the veteran Berg.
And 9 sixes in the Northamptonshire innings, so
so 10 in the match already, because Alex Davies got one as well.
Yeah, he's hit one as well, so that ball has crossed the boundary rips a few times already in this match.
But it is a short hit on the Hollies stand side.
I've had 4 so far and a 6 in this innings, yeah.
Berg into Sibley, forward in defence, out into the offside this time, and picked up by Kelly, and there's no run. If you are sitting in the first 6 rows of the Hollies, you don't want to be looking away.
I don't think I was on with you. I think it was when I was talking to Andrew. After we'd closed the museum at lunchtime and I walked back round, I walked back in front of the Hollies just as Cobb smacked that one halfway up the stand.
Yeah.
And I thought, don't think I've moved that quick for a long time.
Forward comes Sibley to the next ball from Berg and defends it.
Because then he launched a straight one into the corner of the Hollies stand and the pavilion. And I thought, I'm getting out of here quick, and by the time between that and while they were searching for the ball, I got round the corner and into the concourse and away.
Throughout your cricket career, you were known as safe hands Brit.
No, it wasn't.
Because if there was any money in your hand, it would never come out. Fuller delivery outside off stump from Berg. Again, Sibley doesn't play a shot. 41 for 1, Warwickshire after 11 overs. They trail by 556 runs after that terrific performance from Northants. The centuries for Vasconcelos and Young yesterday, and for Proctor today. Josh Cobb might have gone through to 3 figures, but it was sawn off on 66, run out by Luke Proctor effectively by a call that was probably 4/5 of a run at best, and Alex Davis was not the right fielder to take it to either. But Northampton with that early breakthrough as well. I mean, bear in mind their opening stand was 287, so
they've got a little bit of credit here.
Yeah, 41 for 1, Warwickshire.
Rob Yates, who's on 4 to face Jack White, who comes in again round the wicket from the Birmingham end, bowls, and Yates leaves outside the off stump. Both batsmen are on 4 at the moment. 29 Davis got, who was hit 3 4s and a 6, which Richard was still talking about. But yeah, Sibley has been a lot more restrained, and Yates has really only just come to the wicket. As White comes in again and bowls, and this brings Yates forward solidly in defence, running it back up to mid-off. There's no run. Proctor is warming up at mid-on, whether he's just keeping himself active, having been at the wicket for quite a long time today.
Yeah, he'd been in for a fair distance yesterday as well, actually.
So it's this one is played again into the offside by Yates. Nice solid looking defensive shot. 41 for 1 Warwickshire. They trail by 556, and we were talking about the other side. Surrey have gone past 600, and Lancashire are well past 500 at tea. 540 I think they were at tea. So every side has batting in Division 1 has passed 500. This one is pushed back to White Fields as on his follow through.
Yeah, sorry, even their last wicket stand is worth 42. So Kent have been given a proper run around there, and 629 on the board. Again, Beckenham will be is a ground with relatively short boundaries and usually good surface to bat on. But nonetheless, that's a big score to put on the board.
This next one brings Yates forward, just playing it again up to Proctor at mid-on. There's no run. 41 for 1. That's getting towards the end of the over. I'll make way for Andrew to join Richard at the end of the over. Is Andrew coming? Yeah, it is.
He's trying to do it really quick. I mean, we still heard the door open, so I just,
sneaking in at the back, through the door. As White bowls, Yates turns it, but straight to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. White's 6th over, 41 for 1 after 12 overs. I'll leave you with Richard.
Thanks very much indeed, Phil. And for Northants, even 2 wickets in this session, I think would be considered a success. Any more than that, and they're going to be delighted with the first half of this match. Already in the box seats. And Luke Proctor's stretching was with a purpose, in that he is going to replace Gareth Berg after a 6-over spell. She had the misfortune of seeing Alex Davis put down at slip. A little touch over the bar it was. None for 17 from his 6. White has bowled 6 overs as well, 1 for 20. So Proctor now, I'm sure Matt Kelly won't be too long in following after his unbeaten 26 off 24 balls earlier. That's a lovely straight drive from Sibley, but he won't beat mid-on, who's fairly straight. And that's a nice tumbling stop to his left.
By Gareth Berg, who's full of the joys of spring out there at the moment.
I knew it was somebody whose squad number I hadn't written down.
Happiest man on the field when Alex Davis was out was probably Ricardo Vasconcelos for any number of reasons.
Undoubtedly, as pushing forward in defence is Sibley. I think other than Jack White.
Other than Jack White, yes, I'm sure he would have been very delighted to have got his name on in the wickets column on his first championship appearance of the season. So he's been in terrific form for the second 11 of late, and I think, as we mentioned earlier, if they weren't going to play him in this match, it was probably hard to see how he was going to get in for a little while.
Forward staunchly is Sibley, who won't worry about scoreboard pressure or anything like that right now. He'll have his eyes set on batting long.
Because I would have thought, assuming everybody stays fit, that that Bergerson will be reunited for the Kent match, probably with Tom Taylor coming back in as well. So Jack White needs to make an impact here, I think.
Proctor sprints in and beats the outside edge of Dom Sibley. Nice little moral success for him. He comes in quite light of foot. It's an interesting sprint that he has. He's not got the heavy-footed approach of a big fast bowler, Luke Proctor, and then lots of whip in the delivery. As the arm comes through quickly. Slight arc as he begins his run up and then straightens up as he comes to the crease, and he's driven and gets a foot on it. Should be a single, although Rob Yates was very slow to set off. He is going to get through. He was guilty of ball watching a bit there, because Sibley had the best view of that and called him through after it had come off the boot of the bowler. Sibley to 5 and 42 for 1.
Sorry, now 642 for 9 against Kent at Beckenham, and that is, and you mentioned this earlier, you flagged it up, Richard, that is now the highest total in first-class history without a century.
Oh, I sensed it was coming,
you did.
Andrew.
Previous record was 610.
Wow.
And they've gone past that today, so and the ball's gone out of shape.
Well, that's quick.
Well, it's not the quickest we've seen this year. I think so, the second new ball, if I remember right, the second new ball at Chelmsford, it may even have been the third new ball, I think it was the second, went out of shape within 4 or 5 overs, and Nigel Long had to trundle off back to the... And there, I think most of the grounds, they now have somebody that comes on with a box. There they had to leave the little suitcase full of spare balls on the boundary rope.
Oh, so, yeah, I've seen that done in one or two places.
Nigel Long had to hair off to the furthest corner of Chelmsford to come and get the box and sort out a replacement ball. Rob Keogh appears to be having the ball salesman's gig at the moment.
Given how quickly it was agreed by the umpire that ball was wrong,
it must have.
I wonder whether that's a split seam or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a damaged ball rather than a misshapen
rather than
ball.
it just being out of shape. Yeah, it's a fair point. I did notice, my eyes were deceiving me, that say when Rob Keogh went down to pick up the box of balls, a rather smart silver box with the Warwickshire badge on it, the bear and the rugged staff. Very, very official.
We don't like to do anything half measures here, as you'd have noted with the gold-plated cutlery when you're eating lunch.
Very, very obviously, and the mushy peas with a sprinkling of black truffle on it as well. Very nice.
I'm glad you noticed. The attention to detail. As angled across the left-hander Yates, and there's no run. Just say that probably with around 16 overs to go, Warwickshire pace bowler George Garrett is going to come and join us in the box. That's scheduled to happen, which will be nice to get his view on things. Talented young player who had 1 or 2 injury problems in the last couple of years, but he'll be keen to put pressure on this bowling attack. There's going to be a double change, as we suspected as well. It's kind of a nice length of time, isn't it? A 37 over session. You can, with 4 pace bowlers, you can give them a fairly even go, and then maybe just give Simon Kerrigan a few at the end.
I would be surprised if we don't see a wee bit of Kerrigan before the close of play. And certainly, I say, Simon Kerrigan, by his own very high standards, a bit of a slow start to this season because he hasn't played in every match, but just a couple of games he's played in, the batsman have decided to get after him quite quickly. Here is Kelly, have his first bowl of this match, comes in from the Birmingham end, starts off by slipping one down the leg side, which Dom Sibley can't get anything on. It's taken by Lewis McManus. And immediately Matt Kelly is not entirely happy with the footholds, but it doesn't seem to be too much of a problem as far as the Warwickshire bowlers were concerned. He's pointing to Jack White and saying he's not happy with something, but Warwickshire managed to bowl 154 overs without complaining about them. Here's Kelly. Just a sun behind a cloud at the moment as he bowls to Sibley. Again strays onto leg stump. This time Sibley does get some bat on it. Comes down to long leg. Gareth Berg fielding down in front of us, in front of the pavilion, and keeps it to a single. One more to Sibley, he goes to 6. And Warwickshire to 43 for 1.
Is that partly a sign, do you think, and given that, you know, we've experienced a similar thing with Nathan McAndrew trying to settle to playing over here, is that just a sign of the fact that he's not found it easy, and the gremlins are often in your mind,
yes,
and
absolutely.
You're looking for trouble almost?
I think that's probably a fair assessment. Certainly he didn't look to be quite right at the Oval during the last match. He's again driven away by the left-handed Yates. It was in the air for a little while. It skewed away wide of backward points. Running down, it's a little teaser. Running away down towards the boundary. And Rob Keogh and Emilio Gay racing each other down there. And, well, they came back for 3. Slightly surprised they didn't come back for 4 because it was a very, very long way down there. But anyway, 3 runs is what Rob Yates will get. He goes up to 7, 46 for 1. Yeah, Kelly at the Oval in the only Surrey innings, 25 overs, no wicket for 90. He just hasn't quite got himself attuned to what's required so far. But obviously a impressive track record in first-class cricket in Australia, and that next ball outside the off stump. Sibley shoulders arms, lets it go through to McManus, and there's no run. But so far this season, Matt Kelly, of course, missed the first match because he was a member of the Western Australian side that won the Sheffield Shield. So he missed some cricket early on, missed that opening match. Since then he's bowled 90-odd overs. Kelly comes in and bowls to Sibley, turns that crisply out to mid-wicket, but straight to Keogh, who fields, and there's no run. He's bowled 90 overs and picked up 5 wickets, 2 for 62 and 1 for 70 against Yorkshire, 2 for 50 and 0 for 48 against Essex, and 0 for 90 at the Oval. So he hasn't actually taken a wicket since the first innings at Chelmsford, according to the dreaded turquoise file of doom, which I keep all the relevant statistics and quite a few irrelevant ones as well. Here's Kelly in again, driven beautifully down the ground by Dom Sibley, doesn't move. That's a high-class stroke. It races away through mid-off for 4, takes Sibley into double figures, 10 to him, and Warwickshire brings up the 50 for them. 50 for 1. That was a beautiful stroke by Sibley.
Yeah, that was immaculate. I mean, one of the things about his century at Old Trafford last week was the quality of his play straight, and that's always a positive sign. You see an opening bat hitting through the line as comfortably as that. I'd be interested to see a bit more of Kelly. You may see an awful lot more of him in the next couple of days here, given the nature of the game. But I just wonder whether he needs as long a run-up as he's got. Maybe it takes that to get the long legs into rhythm. But it does seem he's coming in a long way. I'll have a close look at that as Proctor off a rather shorter run. Turns his arm over and puts the ball wide of off stump, and Yates leaves it alone. Fairly brisk rate to get to 50 at the start of their first innings, but bear in mind the size of the task at hand here, in that the first target is 448 to avoid the follow-on. That feels like many, many runs, and they're a 1/9 of the way there. Proctor again leaving the ball well outside off stump for Yates to ponder, and ponder not for too long, because he just leaves it alone once more. Rob Yates, for whom this is, I think, quite an important innings, an opportunity to try and bat long on a surface that seems fairly blameless at the moment. I would imagine, Andrew, it'll only get lower and slower.
Well, I think so. I think that was what Northamptonshire, talking to Ricardo Vasconcelos last night, that was what they were suspecting, but they also thought it may turn a bit.
Forward in defence is Yates, straighter delivery from Proctor coming round the wicket now.
That was wishful thinking, of course, is another matter, but yeah, I did actually put it to Ricardo Vasconcelos last night, I said, is the feeling that he's just going to get lower and slower, and he sort of said, well, yeah, that's the way we think it might pad out. But he said we're hoping that spin will come into the equation certainly by the fourth day. A lot of cricket before then, though.
Again, round the wicket, left alone, outside off stump by Yates. So we've got, 90 minutes of play left. We may even get in a cheeky extra over or two if Kerrigan has a bowl, because we've only got 22 left in the day. We're ahead of schedule. How often would you say that?
Very, very rarely. I think there's one day at Chelmsford when we were up with the rate and finished on time, but it is a rarity.
Back of a length from Proctor, left alone outside off stump. Had Simon Harmer bowled 42 overs that day? Probably.
Yes, he didn't have one of his better games by his own very high standards.
He's having a tough season this season.
Yeah,
the wickets are not coming for him.
Well, looking at Northamptonshire only batted once in that match, and Harmer bowled 33 overs, 0 for 81.
We're so used to him turning teams over. Proctor in again, left alone outside off stump, and that was a maiden over. I think 50 for 1 here it was. 50 for 1 the score.
For those who love these sort of things, we're talking about the highest first class total without a century, which Surrey have set a new record today. Previous highest was 609 by Namibia against Uganda in 2010-2011.
Well, that was a first-class game.
Apparently, yes. And the English total, English record before today, was also held by Surrey, 603. Surrey against Gloucestershire in 2005. Before that, 581 by Nottinghamshire against Derbyshire in 1899. I remember covering that game. Here's Mackley, 8 runs off his first over. Runs in again from the Birmingham end, bowls outside the off stump, and Sibley shoulders arms, goes through to Lewis McManus. Decent carry from Kelly. Just Gareth Berg fielding down below us, having a chat with someone, suggesting maybe whether the ball is going to turn or not. Be very surprised if they don't at least give Kerrigan a little go before the close, just to see if it's going to do anything. Here's Kelly, in again, bowls to Sibley on leg stump, clipped away by Dom Sibley, and that's 4 more runs. Just goes in front of square, but he timed it to perfection, races over the outfield, over to the Brumbrella, the big cover down to our left, and that's 4 more to Dom Sibley, 14 to him, and Warwickshire to 54 for 1. In fact, he's gone such a long way out there, Josh Cobb trotting after it, that Lewis McManus has run into the halfway to the boundary to retrieve it. It's a very, very long way out there, with the pitch being over on the Eric Hollis stand side.
Because this Surrey story might yet be ruined by somebody making a century.
Well, yes, this is true.
Because Jordan Clark has become the 7th batsman to reach 50 in the innings, and Daniel Worrell's on 42.
666 for 9, the Devil's number. Bowls to Sibley, and playing it out into the covers where it's fielded by Simon Kerrigan, and there's no run. Yes, Surrey 666 for 9 at Beckenham. I know Beckenham's has a reputation for being fairly flat. Certainly the last time Northamptonshire were there, it was a very, very high-scoring game. But my goodness, there are some runs about in this this round of matches.
Well, I've only been down there once. I remember it vividly for seeing a young Jonathan Trott, a pre-England Jonathan Trott, batting magnificently down there for 100, and his mother cheering him on all the way. Sat on the edge of the boundary.
Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Sibley, hits him high up on the thigh pad as Sibley was coming across his stumps, looking to turn it away through mid-wicket. Doesn't make contact. Rob Keogh trots in to retrieve this changed ball, presumably, as we say, damaged rather than out of shape, because there was no sticking it through the hoops or anything like that. They just had a look at it and changed it at once. Lovely evening now. There's those that are in the ground, and there are certainly a few more than there were first thing this morning. Cheap admission, or free admission, I think, is after tea, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So enjoying some evening sunshine and some cricket as Kelly comes in, bowls to Sibley. He's going to get a run this time. It's a tight single as Keogh made good ground to his left, to his right rather, at mid-wicket, through at the striker's end, but Rob Yates was home and the throw didn't hit the stumps in any case. Fortunately Berg was backing up, so through for the single, 15 to Sibley, and Warwickshire to 55 for 1. I have to say, looking at that far side of the ground, there's a bit of a sun trap down that end, and I can't think of anything better than to be sitting on one of those seats, minding your own business, maybe with a pint of something refreshing, watching the cricket. Perfect. Yates on strike, pushes that ball out into the covers where Keogh comes in from extra cover to field, doesn't pick the ball up, which is always a bit of an issue, and that's the end of the over. 55 for 1. Yates is 7, Sibley is 15, and a better over that by Matt Kelly, who seemed to got the run up and the length sorted out a little bit better. Playing overhead. Heading into
foreign shores would be nice, wouldn't it?
Well,
it would be nice. It's been a while for a lot of people.
It has, yes. I was seeing some of the pictures of Birmingham Airport. They seem to be having a few issues amongst other places, not just Birmingham, of course, with queues. At that moment, it does make you think. Yeah, I think I'll stick to the cricket for now.
You have to book an extra day at the start of your holiday to get through security. As Proctor begins a new over the wicket to Sibley.
Now this is interesting. Rob Keogh is going through what is always a fairly lengthy and elaborate warm-up routine
for an off-spinner.
For an off-spinner, yes. He's had a bit of back trouble in the past, so he does tend to do a fairly ostentatious warm-up. It's impossible to miss, put it that way.
It's less ostentatious and more Austin Powers at the moment. It's extraordinary. So Proctor bowls it off stump, forward to prod is Sibley. And there we go. Another whirl with a skip at the same time, and now a practice delivery.
We need the little twisty steps. Yeah, I have described it on commentary before this season as a cross between a Zumba class and Strictly Come Dancing. We haven't had the little twisty steps yet, which will come.
Okay, well he's just done a double flick of his head as if trying to release a wasp from his cheek, and now he walks in as Proctor approaches and bowls to Sibley, who guides the ball towards mid-wicket. And there'll be no run as that's picked up at mid-wicket, which is followed by the Ministry of Silly Walks coming into play there. It's all going on Kerrigan, isn't it, over there?
Yeah, so maybe the two spinners are...
Well, I don't know, he was just stomping John Cleese style, high kneed in front of him, planting his feet rather firmly. Keogh just rubbing his hands together by way of a warm as Proctor turns Sibley round. There's an appeal for LBW. And it's been turned down by the umpire. Good delivery from Proctor, though. This has been a fine spell, buoyed by the centuries made, and that has just hit him outside off stump. But it probably would have hit off stump, but Sibley is just far enough across for that to be not out. But it's a good delivery and a good line from Proctor.
Absolutely spot on, and yeah, called it right. Just hit him outside the line.
Skidding it through very nicely at the moment. He's over-pitched here and will be driven without too much backlift to a wide mid-on. And Gareth Berg can chase it down just in front of a pretty clean-looking rope side of the ground. And they come through for 2. Sibley is 17. Warwickshire 57 for 1, trailing by 540.
I was trying to remember, we were talking earlier with Phil about his first time on this ground, which obviously way back in the 50s. I was trying to remember the first time I came to this ground. I think it would have been about late 70s, early 80s for a day's championship cricket. What I do remember about it.
Proctor drawing Sibley forward in defence, picks it up in his follow-through. End of the over, 57 for 1.
As Northamptonshire were trying to force victory on the last afternoon, and Warwickshire, I think, from memory, Jeff Humpage was probably giving it a bit of a brigadier block, and one or two others, and Northamptonshire resorted to the occasional left-arm spin of Robert Tyndall, old Harrovian. Didn't play a lot of first-team cricket for Northamptonshire, but and he nipped out a couple of wickets, and I remember getting very excited about this, but in the end Warwickshire saved the match pretty comfortably. But yeah, Robert Tyndall, well, is still very much in touch with the club, a regular attendee at the former Players' Day, which actually will be this year on the first day of the return fixture against Warwickshire at the end of June. So there'll be a few familiar faces there as Matt Kelly comes in, starting his third over outside the off stump to Yates, who shoulders arms, lets it go through to Lewis McManus. Still 3 slips in place. Vasconcelos at first, Young at second, and Emilio Gay at third. Robert Tyndall, I have to say that you can never mention his name around the county ground without the one story coming out, which is when he did get Viv Richards out, caught and bowled for about 160 in a tour match at Bletchley, I think in 1980, when the West Indies played there, and gave rise to the great line, "That'll teach you to play across the line, Viv." Here's Kelly running in towards us, bowls outside the off stump. Yates doesn't need to play it and doesn't. Goes through to McManus.
So that's Sunday the 26th of June, is it?
Sunday the 26th of June, yeah. That's correct, yep.
I think my colleague Mike Taylor will be down for that particular day, first couple of days of the game.
Yeah, well, there'll certainly be a few former players in evidence. At least I hope there will be. Usually quite well attended. 57 for 1. Rob Keogh continuing to go through his warming up routine at extra cover, so presumably be on at some point. Is Kelly, and once again outside the off stump, and Yates doesn't have to play it, and he doesn't, showing commendable patience. Just needs to set out his stall here, see through to the end of this day. There's still 19 overs to go after this one. So as Richard's been saying, we shall be pretty much finished on time, especially if there is going to be a little bit of spin tried out.
Oh, Surrey have batted all the way through to a delayed tea because they were 9 wickets down. 671 for 9 now. Clark 54, Worrell 44. That's a bitter pill if you're Kent, isn't it?
Yes. Kelly, and this time it's a better delivery, and Yates did have to play at it. And it beat him outside the off stump, didn't make contact. Goes through to the keeper, but it just seemed to be, well, it was a better line from Kelly. It was a slightly fuller length. It did beat the bat.
Just the right angle, right length.
Well, yeah, but
it didn't deviate. It's just putting it in an area where the batsman is kind of in two minds whether to stick or twist.
And he's still not entirely happy with where his feet are landing. He was having just a little word with the umpire as he went past him. He's just not quite happy with life in general. It's Kelly again outside the off stump. This time Yates doesn't have to play it, and doesn't. Yeah, that's taking games to Beckenham just seems to be an invitation for batsmen to dip their bread, as they say. So 671 for 9. Whether that is with power to add, whether Surrey will batten after tea, we shall see. Lancashire are 566 for 8 in the Roses match at Headingley. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Yates, again outside the off stump, and it's a nasty one for McManus to take. Comes to him on the half volley, and well, Yates really only having to play at one ball in that over, which actually beat him, but the rest of it he was able to leave pretty comfortably. 57 for 1 at the end of the over. Sibley is 17, Yates is 7.
I mean, it's genuinely quirky to think that score, 560 odd, that Lancashire have got, is still at this point the lowest first innings score in the First Division this week of the 4 games. They might yet get past the 591 of Somerset, and they declared. Astonishing. So Kevin Peterson will be moaning about the surfaces, the bowlers, the balls that are used, the umpiring, everything else that's wrong.
Tees.
As Proctor over pitches slightly, but the crushing drive through mid-wicket by Sibley has gone straight towards Kerrigan, who picks it up. There's not much of an angle between him and Gareth Berg at the moment. But Peterson's obsessed with the idea that 4-day cricket should be franchised, and I don't know, I just...
Don't start me.
You need as many players playing competitive cricket as possible to try and get to the top of the pool, as the ball is defended back down the track by Sibley.
Well, it's not an original thought, Richard, but how on earth you propose to expand the game by shrinking it, I've absolutely no idea.
No. And the concept of and I appreciate the highest level, less can be more, right? But I'm not too sure how many people in what walks of what life improve by doing things less and less. Proctor's next delivery again draws Sibley forward in defence, and there's no run.
Well, yes, absolutely, and I can imagine there's probably quite a few people listening to this who will agree with your view and indeed my view entirely, but whether the people that are actually ultimately going to be making the decisions feel that way, of course, remains to be seen.
Just it feels like a tide at the moment, and I don't know who's driving it. Here's Proctor again. He's turned Sibley round slightly. He still guides it up towards mid.
It's not new though, Richard, is it? I mean, you think back to 1997 when ECB came into being to replace the old Test and County Cricket Board, and the various county boards came in, and I can remember lots of papers coming out and blueprints. I think it was actually called, wasn't it, the Blueprint for English Cricket, came out in '97, and then they were talking about fewer county games and conferences and all this sort of thing.
Left alone outside off stump by Sibley the next ball.
And it's like flares, isn't it, or tank tops. If you wait long enough, then most things come back into fashion at some point.
Sorry, the tank top that David Lloyd was wearing at Old Trafford next week, not only will it not come back into fashion, I'm fairly sure it was never in fashion. In fact, it was the sort that a 12-year-old boy would be forced to wear by a parent.
Because Nan had knitted it.
Yeah.
Yes.
The colours were those of a bad 1960s carpet. That's a good ball from Proctor to end the over. He's got a lovely line against Sibley, who plays and misses. 57 for 1 at the end of the over.
He's just bowled beautifully, hasn't he, this afternoon, Luke Proctor, in this this little spell. It's just seems to be playing with so much confidence with bat and ball. Kelly is going to have another go at the Birmingham end. Still with 3 slips in place. Of course, Northamptonshire can afford to still attack with plenty of runs on the board. Vasconcelos still at first slip, Will Young at second, Emilio Gay at third. Other than that, it's a backward point. Extra cover, who's Rob Keogh still warming up.
It's a second phase of warm-up.
Yes, yes.
And then no individual arms he's doing.
It's the burn. Here's Kelly in bowls to Yates, who turns that up to Kerrigan at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Then there's a mid-off. This is Jack White with the white sun hat on. Proctor at mid-on, Kerrigan in mid-wicket. And they're moving out one of the slips. Emilio Gay's now being moved out of third slip into fairly tight, well, short mid-wicket, almost a catching position. And they're dropping out Kerrigan to deep backward square on the boundary in front of the Holly stand. There's a long leg out there already. And yeah, so Emilio Gay is now in a catching position at short mid-wicket. 2 slips in. And here's Kelly. Bowls again to Yates. Plays it down to backward point where Cobb fields. And there's no run. Shadows very distinct now. But a beautiful evening. Well, you called it, Richard, didn't you? You said the first thing this morning that we were going to see the best of the sunshine in the late afternoon evening session.
Yes, it's that really thin dividing line between local knowledge and a decent app.
Yes, as Eva was saying yesterday, there's a few choices on that score. Here's Kelly, and again bowls to Yates, who's pushing forward, head over the ball up to mid, fielded by Jack White. And now Rob Keogh is managing to, proving he can multitask, because he's combining warming up with engaging Josh Cobb in conversation.
What a balletic manoeuvre as he put both arms above the head and then the palm of one hand across the back of the other as he stretched out and went on to tiptoes as well. Magnificent, really, it was. I don't know whether he's got a demi-plie in his armoury.
Well, I think he's the old contemporary dance studio. He could make a video of this. Here's Kelly and edged and caught by Will Young at second slip, and Kelly has got it right, and Yates playing at that ball. It edged low to second slip, just about carried, and a good low catch there by Will Young, who doesn't drop many in there. And Yates goes for 7, caught Young, bowled Kelly, And Warwickshire 57 for 2.
And Northamptonshire continue to have the upper hand in this game, and it's that angle that he's been bowling that's given Yates uncertainty. A little bit more bounce to that. It's a ball he didn't need to play at, and he knows that as he smacked the ground with his bat as he got out, and it's been that sort of start of the season for Rob Yates, who I think he's unfortunate not to be opening the batting. He played tremendously well as an opener last year.
He prefers to open.
Well, I think I'd have to ask him specifically, but made 5 championship hundreds opening the batting last year, and finds himself at number 3 after the arrival of Alex Davis, and whether that's affected him, only he will know the answer to that. But he will be very frustrated with that dismissal, and Northampton have got plenty to celebrate at this juncture.
Yeah, that's well, they're taking the wicket in the 10th over and a wicket in the 20th over. So on that basis, sometime round about mid-afternoon tomorrow, they might be in business again. Well, it looks as though very much we're going to see some spin shortly, because the protective equipment has come out, the shin pads, and Emilio Gay is just donning them at the moment. So presumably he's going to be on Boots Hill when either Keogh or Kerrigan comes into bowl, and judging by the warm-up routine, it's probably going to be Rob Keogh. So I wonder if he's thought in a career in contemporary dance. Be rather good.
I think he's more classical.
Do you think so?
Yeah, the movement so far.
Yeah. I wonder if it might be like a sort of a BBC 4 Sunday night performance. Contemporary dance theatre. The contemporary dance theatre of Dunstable.
Alan Yintob meets Rob Keogh.
Well, they'll have a good chat, I'm sure. Ben Curran is wandering off with the supply of helmets, drinks, and any other comforts for the troops. He's now back in the pavilion, and Sam Hain has come out to the middle to replace Rob Yates. Northamptonshire back up to 3 slips. Plenty of applause for the bowler from Ricardo Vasconcelos. Sam Hain now going through his bending and stretching routine. 2 balls left in the over. And here comes Matt Kelly. Runs in and bowls to Sam Hain, who's solidly enough in behind that, pushing it back down the pitch for Kelly to field. And there's no run. I think Northamptonshire fielders, I don't know if I'm sure they're not eager to get back to their Birmingham headquarters, but I'm pretty sure they can see the hotel that they're staying in from where they are on the field at the moment.
Are they staying in the blue-fronted hotel?
They are staying in the.
Okay.
I believe so. Yes. So they can. One of the most distinctive buildings on the city skyline in Birmingham that we can see in front of us as Kelly comes in, bowls to Hain, and that flew, and Hain just managing to get everything out of the way, but much better over from Matt Kelly, including the wicket of Rob Yates, and at the end of it, 57 for 2. Hain's yet to get off the mark, and Dom Sibley on 17.
Jeff, there's a nice early finish today. They've only got to go round the corner to the Hippodrome to watch Mamma Mia tonight. I mean, wow.
Well, or they could do something useful, couldn't they?
Dear, oh dear. Why is that not useful?
Stare at the hotel wall or something like that.
What, we're better than watching Mamma Mia?
Yeah, I would have
You've
thought
never
so.
lived. There's a man who likes Dad's Army. Crikey.
This is not. I don't think there's anything on to it, unfortunately.
Here's Proctor you over, Sibley forward in defence, out into the offside, and after a bit of a flying start here, and Warwickshire were 37 without loss before the departure of Davis in the 10th over. Things have slowed down. The second wicket has come. The pressure has ramped up. Massive deficit of 540 runs. And Northampton feel that all of their plans are coming off here. Proctor towards Sibley, who withdraws his bat, I think, after the fact. I think he has again been beaten past his outside edge.
I think, the talking about vintage television, the sheeting, they've got very large white sheets at the far end of the ground, which of course being used as a sight screen with the pitch that far over. It's like the opening sequence of the Oneidin line, isn't it, with all the sails going.
Wrapped on the pad here, Sibley. A ball I think was probably angling down leg side, judging by the shape of the shot that he was playing. Proctor is just skidding it through a little bit quickly on Sibley at times. Yeah, that would have missed leg stump.
Such a quick arm, Proctor, isn't it? And it does cause batsman problems. But he was interested. He wasn't remotely interested in the appeal, was it? Was any interest was behind the stumps.
And again to Sibley, who keeps this one out. Has to be very watchful against Proctor. Yes, when the theme tune of the Enedian line came on in our household on a Sunday night, it was time for me to go and find something more interesting to do.
Well, before that, it might have been the Brothers or something like that. That was jolly good about the road haulage firm, Hammond Transport.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not old enough for that one.
Yeah.
I'm withdrawing there.
No, Phil remembers.
Yeah, I can believe that. Proctor, back of a length, and it's off the thick outer half of the bat of Sibley that the ball squirts out towards point.
Listen, I'm old enough to remember the Forsyth saga back in the 60s with a splendid Eric Coates theme tune. Eric Porter and Kenneth Moore, Nairi Dawn Porter. Good stuff.
We've broken out into black and white TV top trumps here. Oh dear, going to do Dixon and Doc Green next as once more Sibley is forward in defence. Another excellent over from Luke Proctor, another maiden for him. None for three from 5 overs, and it's helped build the pressure that's then been exploited by Kelly getting the wicket of Yates. And Warwickshire really can't afford to lose any more wickets in the next 65 minutes of play, or 16 overs, whichever takes longer.
I think by the end of the series, George Dix has been the oldest serving police officer ever. Jack Warner, bless him, was getting on a wee bit by then. But, wonderful stuff. You'll be because next, of course, they'll be saying tomorrow evening we'll all have to dash off early to get home for Eurovision, which is I think tomorrow evening, isn't it? Got that right?
Eurovision tomorrow, yeah. I would imagine you don't value it if you don't like ABBA, so,
well,
you know.
It's one of those things, we'll come back to that in a second, as Kelly starts a fresh over, more importantly, bowls to Sam Hain, who's pushing that out into the covers, fielded by Kerrigan, and there's no run. It's one of those things that when I was a kid, it was one of those events that you all watched as a family, wasn't it? When the days when there was nothing else to do on television, there were a few channels.
Only 3 channels, yeah.
Yeah, so you just gathered and watched it, didn't you? You always watched Eurovision. I must admit, I haven't watched it all the way through for some years. The voting just always a bit depressing, and I think I might be getting a bit old for it, for that as for much else. As Hain is on strike, Kelly bowling outside the off stump, and lets that go through to Lewis McManus. At the end of this over, I shall make way for Phil and go off and update BBC Radio Northampton into their 5 o'clock news.
Age is but a number, Andrew. Age is but a number.
Unfortunately, in my case, it's a number that keeps going up.
Yeah, do you know that's common with many other humans?
So they tell me. It'd be nice if he could declare, wouldn't it? Sort of, yeah, that's it. I'll stick at 59 or whatever.
You can, but it invalidates your life insurance.
Well, that's true, yes. Here's Kelly, and again bowls, and that's glanced away by Sam Hain. Just got inside the line nicely and glances it down to line. They come back for 2 on Josh Cobb's arm, and Josh Cobb just holding up a hand to say sorry to the bowler. So they come through for a comfortable 2 in the end. Take Sam Hain off the mark. He's 2 and 59 for 2.
I think I'll defend Josh Cobb there. I think there was always probably 2 there, because Hain ran the first one fast.
He did run it quickly.
And he's a bit of a scamperer. He's Sam.
Well, Kelly back at the end of his mark. 3 balls to go in the over. Marshall vacates this seat. Here's Kelly running in again. Bowls, and that beats Hain outside the off stump. Just turns him round a little bit. This is after a slightly scruffy first over from Matt Kelly. It's been much better since then. Buoyed, of course, by the wicket of Rob Yates.
Doesn't seem to be so bothered by the footmarks now all of a sudden.
No, it's amazing, isn't it? No, all of a sudden it doesn't seem to matter at all.
Amazing what a wicket does for you.
The sun going round, Josh Cobb almost in the shade down at long leg underneath us, down to our left, as Kelly from the Birmingham end steams in again to bowl to Sam Hain outside the off stump. Hain doesn't need to play it and doesn't. Allows it to go through to Lewis McManus, 59 for 2. Warwickshire having lost Alex Davis for 29 and Rob Yates for 7. All this in reply to Northamptonshire's 597 for 6 declared. Northamptonshire's highest ever first-class total against Warwickshire. Here's Kelly running in towards us. Bowls to Sam Hain, who's safely and solidly in behind that, pushes it back down the pitch, and that's the end of the over. Kerrigan's coming in from extra cover to field. 59 for 2 it is. Hain is 2. Sibley is 17. I shall nip off and update BBC Radio Northampton. I'll be back with you shortly, Richard.
Yeah, and we're going to have our second guest of the day, which is always fun. Earlier we had Ollie Stone with us, who of course has historically had a foot in each camp, these two teams. And I think we're going to stick with a pace attack, if I'm honest with you. And if I can get that to plug in properly. I'll be joined by Bears pace bowler George Garrett. He's here in his sliders, I'm not going to lie to you. Part slider, part flip-flop.
Very informal.
Very informal. How you doing, George? You
Not
well?
too bad, how are you?
Yeah, good. It's funny how much more difficult batting can look when the opposition's put 597 on the board, isn't it?
Yeah, tired bodies, tired minds. 160 overs in the field takes out of you.
Luke Proctor's first ball of a new over is driven up towards mid-on by Dominic Sibley. A good diving stop there from Gareth Berg to prevent the run. And fitness-wise, where are you at the moment? Are you on your way back?
All fit now. Just got to try and make a push to try and get in this side, really. But I've been making some good yards in the second team with Ian Westwood. And yeah, we've got a good young side. A lot of exciting cricketers coming through.
No, there are, aren't there? And the seconds have gone very well so far. Proctor on around Midland leg, guided into the leg side by Dom Sibley. And there's no run. Some really good, I mean, very young, couple of very young batsmen in that team as well.
Yeah, Hamza Shade's looking up a serious talent. I think he's only 15, and the way he shapes up is, yeah, he looks like he's 20. I think he's certainly one to keep an eye on for those listening.
Proctor once more driven, and again he can't get it past Gareth Berg and Dominic Sibley, this time to his right. And Berg, as a veteran, gets even more of a round of applause and a cheer from his teammates when he stops any runs, and a grin from Luke Proctor as well. He's having himself a day, Luke Proctor, batting through for an unbeaten 100. And this is a really awkward spell that he's bowled. Just that whip of his arm here. The approach looks quite innocuous. As it comes in and bowls, and that one's gone along the deck. I don't know whether it hit something on the way through. Blocked by the wicket-keeper. And there's no run.
He looks a tricky customer, Proctor. He looks at you, all the stumps are always in the game, challenging that defence.
So, you know, in a couple of minutes' time I have to break off in mid-flow to do a report, which might be one of the reasons we're hearing a few things in the background.
Yeah, no problem.
From it's what you can hear and the rest of the world can't hear. It's kind of weird what goes in your headphones at times. Is Proctor with a real effort ball there, defended into the offside by Dom Sibley, who really returned to form. I mean, I think he probably feels like he was in very good form pre-season as well, but made a very good 100 against Lancashire last week. And it felt like Sibley was back, if you know what I mean. It felt like a old school Dominic Sibley innings. But the straight drive is something that he's unleashing with some regularity at the moment. Getting a bit more side on. And he's driving again. Once more he can't find the gap, and Berg is across. He might be getting a bit frustrated that he's not getting any value for the shots he's playing. Another maiden from Proctor. 59 for 2. Important hour we're into now, George.
For sure. I suppose if we get to the close down, you can stomach that. Any more down, you'd be disappointed. I suppose with so many runs on the board now, Warwickshire, we've got to dig deep and try and make it as difficult for Northampton as we possibly can. I suppose winning the game is a long way away from our perspective, so we need to take each over as it comes, and yeah, push for for the close, I suppose.
We'll see Spin introduced for the first time in this innings. Rob Keogh has been warming up intermittently for the last 25 minutes. Is going to come into the attack, so just the 5 overs initially for Kelly, but they've got the opportunity to bring him back. Still minimum of 14 overs left in the day, and well, realistically almost an hour. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 59 for 2 in reply to the huge Northamptonshire total of 597 for 6 declared. Rob Yates, the latest batsman to be dismissed. The Australian seamer Matt Kelly angling one across him, got a bit more than Rob Yates was expecting, and he was taken well down, low down at second slip by Will Young. Dominic Sibley has looked in decent nick so far. He's on 17. He's been joined by Sam Hain, who's on 2. A lot of hard work for the Bears to do here. They're 59 for 2. So you've missed nothing during that report, because Rob Keogh is having a few practice deliveries. He's got a slip and a short leg in, short mid-wicket and a relatively close-in extra cover. Mid-on, mid-off, short backward square leg. Deep fielders on the point and mid-wicket boundaries. As Keogh comes in to bowl his off breaks, and it's turned into the ground by Hain and fielded close in by Gay. Interesting how early they're having a look at spin, because there wasn't a lot there for Danny Briggs earlier.
No, I felt for him with the short boundary as well. It's not easy at the best of times. But yeah, I haven't seen much of Keogh bowl, to be honest.
Well, that ball has gone past the pads of Sam Hain because it was drifting down the leg side. Has it offered to turn? May have gripped a little bit, and that 1 or 2 balls have kept just a touch low. That was in quite an innocuous area. As again, Hain turns the ball to short leg and Emilio Gay.
I must say, you make it look a lot easier than it actually is when you've got noises in your ear. It's very impressive. You don't get that on the radio when you...
It's distracting, isn't it? As Hain off the back foot is able to force it through the covers for a single. Hopefully BBC CWR will not cue off for us very shortly, because otherwise that will get very distracting. Let me turn it down a bit more for you.
Very impressive.
It's, yeah, letting one of the secrets of the industry out. Sometimes you're doing football commentaries in the winter and you can hear an entirely different game in your ears, which is also quite weird.
Sure, that's quite nice. If your game's quite boring, you're tuning into the other one sometimes.
Keogh, his next delivery is just clipped up towards straight mid-wicket by Sibley, and there's no run. To give them a ring in a minute to get rid of Q as the next ball goes down the leg side. I'll tell you what, George, if you come up with a summary of what you've seen of the day's cricket,
of course,
and I shall try and ring them to get rid of Q.
No problem. I suppose for the Bears this morning, it was a case of coming back with tired bodies, doing it all again. A couple of early wickets, well deserved. McAndrew taking 3, I think, in the end. Fair play to Northampton, so they dug in. Proctor with a well-made 100, and they're certainly in the driving seat right now. But Warwickshire have got time in the game. They've got time to bat. It's a good wicket, short boundary one side. The ball's going pretty quickly to the boundary, so the sun is out as well. Nice batting conditions. I'm sure Sibley and Hain will make use of the apparatus.
Gareth Bergson had come back on. That was beautiful filling, George. That was, for an inexperienced broadcaster, that was an outstanding piece of filling. I'll explain more about what happened in a moment. It's quite amusing to me as well. But Gareth Berg bowls the first ball of a new spell outside off stump, left alone by Sam Hain. Once they realised it was me ringing, they not got rid of Q. But it's the second time it's happened in 2 days, and it's understandable the way that the radio take the reports and everything. It's not a bad thing that's happened, but it's the second day running that it's been on a Lionel Richie song.
Yeah, I was going to say. All night long.
Yeah, yesterday it was Dancing on the Ceiling.
Really?
Yeah. So it's like there's some sort of brain fade moment that's connected with Lionel Richie. Gareth Berg just back of a length, left alone outside off stump. When you were at university, because you went to university at Birmingham, but did you not do a cricket show on Burn FM, on their radio station?
Good memory. I did. Yeah, I did a cricket talk show. I think it was on a Thursday night at 9 o'clock, and we talked anything that happened in the cricketing world that week, with the occasional bit of music. I'm not sure I ever played Lionel Richie, however, but
I can't imagine you did for a student audience in 2020 or whatever. Berg in once more. Forward stoutly is Hayne. Turns it out into the offside, into the covers, no run.
I'm not sure how many listeners we got on Burn FM student radio. I think my mum and dad was certainly always made up the audience, probably maybe 4 or 5 other lads. But yeah, it was good fun just to talk cricket for an hour. I suppose with cricket all year round now, with all these franchise leagues, is you're never short on talking points, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's always something to talk about, that's for sure. Yeah, you're quite right. As Berg thought he was going to get that through against Sam Hayne, angled in towards leg stump. Hayne got down on it late and squeezed it out into the leg side. Hands on heads. And to think that Ollie and I have never yet had you on the Bears pod blast.
No, I haven't got the invite. I've reminded OHD a few times, but maybe my time will come.
Well, I mean, if Henry and Ethan have made it, it's got to be time for a George Garrett special. And Berg approaches once more, left alone outside off stump. Frustrating time for you last year was that the knock that you picked up during the 50 over tournament, during the Royal London One Day Cup. It was at York, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
You'd bowled a really nice spell at York, and then...
Yeah, it was frustrating. It came out really nicely, and then picked up a hamstring niggle, which, set me back for the rest of the year, really. I suppose that's the thing about being a bowler. It's one thing bowling well, it's another thing staying on the park.
What a beauty from Berg. Outside off stump, past the outside edge of Haynes' bat. Having put such a big score on the board here, Northamptonshire have bowled really, really well.
Agreed.
60 for 2. Because that tournament, the teams were very mixed. There were some sides who were almost at full strength. The Bears were one of the teams where there were a lot of young players involved, and you became almost the leader of the attack for that, which you had to put a bit on your shoulders. So under those circumstances, to pick up an injury is even more frustrating.
Yeah, it was. And I suppose the beauty of the 50 over competition is that it provides young players like myself a block of fixtures where you are going to play. And then I think that with the 100 and all the debates going on about 50 over cricket, I think coming out of that, I really enjoyed and embraced that challenge.
Yeah.
And the intensity of the games that we played, it was noticeable stepping from second team to first team.
Off the back foot, Sibley will punch a single out towards the point boundary fielder. 61 for 2. And you benefited from it. Obviously, manager Hull benefited, really grew as a cricketer. We saw Jacob Bethel burst onto the scene. And a few other things. Ethan Brooks played very well here against Leicestershire. Keogh in once more to Hayne, who guides it down towards short third man across from slip. Vasconcelos does the fielding. You can't help but benefit playing on in big grounds or small grounds with big crowds like you were at York.
Yeah, the day out at York was a great experience. Obviously, first experience at an out ground with passionate Yorkshire men and women. It was pretty cool to be down at fine leg and 2 in the first over, and got a bit of banter from the locals, which was novelty for sure.
Hayne, like Sibley earlier in the over, just steers the ball out to point, gets his 4th run, 62 for 2. There were about 3,500 in that day. It was absolutely jam packed.
It was a scorcher of a day.
Oh.
A few sore heads, no doubt. The next morning, I think a few people indulged themselves at the bar. The ice cream van took a good taking as well, from what I gather.
Yeah, it was a very hot day for those of us who'd had a very pleasant evening out in York the previous day.
I was going to say, we tried to go for a meal the night before the game. And
on the sweep is Sibley, and that is beautifully played and placed. He's got down nice and early there, and he's caught it flush. There was no danger of the backward square leg being brought into play. And Sibley moves along to 22, 66 for 2, the Bears.
Yeah, I tried to get in for some food. We hadn't booked anywhere, and we must have been walking around for a good 45 minutes because everywhere was booked up. Turns out York is a very popular tourist destination. We ended up going for a curry in the end, which was quite nice.
So this is the surprise of somebody who's grown up in the south that York is a popular tourist
destination.
No.
The Shambles is lovely.
It is.
I recommend it to anyone.
Off the back foot, Dominic Sibley has hit it out towards the point fielder again. This has been quite a profitable over. I've taken 7 off it, 67 for 2. It's just off the Shambles. Myself and an unnamed member of the Warwickshire media team found a rather splendid pub called Valhalla.
Okay.
Which did a nice sort of cheese and meat board.
Oh, awesome.
And a selection of local beverages, of which we may have had one or two.
Of course.
So it was a very memorable trip up to York, and
nice race course as well. They have the racing festival there every year.
it is. You a bit of a racing man?
I follow it from afar. I tend to enjoy the jumps a bit more than the flat, just because I'm playing cricket in the summer, and most of the flat racing tends to be when I'm standing in a field somewhere.
Okay. Sounds like you are genuinely quite keen from that.
Yeah.
As the first ball of a new over from Gareth Berg is left alone outside off stump. It goes through to the wicket-keeper, McManus. So have you got Birmingham League duty this weekend?
Yes, I'm playing for Shrewsbury tomorrow against Kenilworth Wardens. Quite a long journey for those guys, thankfully. I'm playing for Shrewsbury, so it's a home fixture, but I think it's about an hour and a half journey drive from Kenilworth to Shrewsbury, so a long early start for the Kenilworth guys.
Yeah, one of the furthest matches you'd find in the Birmingham League from one ground to the other, as that next ball is driven, and Berg may have got a hand on that shot from Sibley. He's being helped up to his feet at the moment. Simon Kerrigan came across to get the veteran back onto his feet, Gareth Berg. It's good to see. Do you go to school in Shrewsbury?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I went to Shrewsbury School, so I've got the ties there. I think the longest journey in the Birmingham League was Oswestry to Brockhampton, which was a 2-hour drive.
Pushing forward into the offside. There's Sibley, and there's no run. So that's Shropshire to Herefordshire, isn't it? It's Brockhampton, Herefordshire.
Yeah, it's not the term Birmingham doesn't really fit in with that, does it?
No, I mean, of course, things got rejigged, didn't they, in league cricket, probably about 20 years ago now, because the old days of the Birmingham League, it really was Birmingham and the Black Country, by and large. And particularly when you still had all the clubs that were linked to workplaces.
M&B were.
Oh, M&B, which of course now Portland Road ground is the old M&B ground.
Of course, yeah.
And Warwickshire play second 11. Oh, that's a beautiful shot there from Dominic Sibley. It was a full delivery from Gareth Berg in towards his pads, and he's just struck it, and his right leg kicks off behind him as he drills that through a wide long on for 4. 27 to Sibley, 71 for 2, and that's one of the shots that looks increasingly sharp with all the work he's done this winter.
Yeah, it was noticeable this winter, the step up Sibber's made, and I'm not surprised now. He got 100 last week. He'll be looking to build on it today, but just bowling him in the nets this winter hasn't been fun. He's been striking the ball so cleanly.
And he waits for Berg again, and that one's come back at him. Has he gone through the gate? Looks like it may have done. There are oohs and ahs. And the ball is at that sort of age, sometimes this sort of 20 to 30 over mark, once the lacquers come off, it often does a little bit.
For sure, yeah. I tend to enjoy bowling at this stage of the bowler, as you say. The lacquer comes off and the ball buffs up lovely, mid-off and mid-on, doing their job. Stand the seam up and hopefully swing the ball towards the slips.
3 slips still in position for Berg, as forward in defence is Sibley to a ball that was gun barrel straight. Defended back down the track. 71 for 2 at the end of the 27th over. Notionally 10 overs remaining in the day. It'll probably be slightly more than that, because we've still got 45 minutes of cricket. Today's Championship cricket is going to finish on time, potentially with an extra over. I mean, come on.
That's a rarity, isn't it?
Hey, my oh my.
Don't think the floodlights are we needed tonight, which was good.
No, although yesterday it was the classic situation. Once the floodlights were on, the sky started to lighten.
Of course.
Always happens, doesn't it? Keogh's going to continue. His last over was a bit expensive. It'll be interesting to see whether we get a bit of Kerrigan as well between now and close. But Northamptonshire really haven't put a foot wrong in 2 days here. Yeah, okay, there was the run out of Josh Cobb would have been frustrating, but within the body of the match, that's not going to matter too much. Huge runs on the board, and then they've backed it up with their bowling. They see commentators curse at a minor scale there, because Rob Keogh just bowled something horrible down the leg side.
Could quite easily have been the wide now.
Well, it would have been a very wide in one-day cricket, but you'd have to bowl a few of those to get into trouble. And he's lost his run-up for the second time now. Well, the 25-minute of warm-up seems to have done for him. He comes in again and bowls to Hayne, who gets to the pitch of the ball, rolls it back towards the bowler. Something traditional about the sound of ambulances and things when you're in a
I've always thought that. It's normally the Oval as well, you tend to hear it. So we QE Hospital down the road here as well.
Around the corner from Hayne, quickly across is Berg. There's no run. When I was a kid here as a member, because I was sort of joined when I was 11, there was about this time of day you'd hear the ice cream van as well coming just into that sort of estate behind. Match of the day theme he'd play.
Oh really?
Hayne round the corner again to Berg at backward square leg. No addition to the score. You'd be tempted to nip out and get one because at that time of day you could, because free entry after tea. So, well, if you remember, it didn't make much difference anyway. As that one has gone straight, and Hayne was trying to turn it into the leg side. Maybe got a little nick onto the pad because there was no sort of appeal. In fact, I think he's probably got a very gentle leading edge to that. Looking at the pictures via the Warwickshire website feed. Down the leg side again, can't avoid Berg with this touch around the corner, so Keogh gets a maiden, and it's 71 for 2. Once we get done, I've got a report to do just after 5:30. After that, I'll get Andrew to join you as well, because
of course,
I think you're okay for most of what's left. Aren't
yes,
you,
I'm okay. I've done my 12-man duties for the day. I think Jake Lintot's taken over now, so I've got the green light for the last hour.
Well, that's all right, though, isn't it? That's okay. Jake did a bit of fielding today, didn't he? He didn't come on, did you? I think
he did. No, I had a couple of overs.
Did you?
Jake.
I didn't spot you.
No,
I
crept on. Same build.
Crept off.
Same build as Ollie Hannon-Dolby. I probably blended in.
Not quite same build.
No, not quite. He's a bit, a
couple of inches taller.
Yeah.
I think you're slightly broader in the shoulder, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe,
slightly?
yeah. Maybe, yeah. I've always had broad shoulders. My mum always says, after I was born, she actually left hospital on a Zimmer frame because my shoulders were so aggressively sharp. I don't know. Yeah, she likes to bring that story up.
Nice. That's very harsh from your mother. Dear, oh dear. When your mum's saying that about you, what are your enemies saying about you?
Cheers, Mum.
That's poor. Oh, it's been revealed in public now as well. As Berg comes in to start a new over, and Sibley looks to clip him off his hip, but finds mid-wicket. Jack White's doing some warming up in the hope of having another spell. By the look of it, might be that Rob Keogh's 3 overs were enough. Captain to make his mind up that that's not the way forward for what remains for today. Who's out on the boundary?
Chris Liddell, is it? The bowling
be.
coach, former Sussex and Gloucester, is it?
Yep. Forward in defence. Once more is Sibley. So which way round should he be walking? If is it clockwise for wickets and anti-clockwise for runs?
Yeah, right for runs, left for wickets.
Okay.
Some are more stereotypical than others, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Robbo believes in it. I think Mark Robinson believes in that, doesn't he?
Yeah. Slightly different when you're the only one doing the lap, because sometimes you want to avoid people doing the lap, so you go a certain way just to.
Berg in towards the pads of Sibley, who hits it into the deck, picked up by Proctor at short mid-wicket. Still 3 slips in place. The long leg is almost a deep backward square leg, because the short boundary makes it quite awkward. Mid-on, mid-off, extra cover. And in fact, I'll tell you what I've missed there is there's a sort of an old-fashioned silly mid-on, 3 yards in front of where Sam Hayne is standing. As the ball is left alone, back of a length, went above bail height and through to the wicket-keeper.
I think Berg's experience is showing here with the field he's got. He trusts his action and where he's going to bowl it with the silly mid-on, and he's got no point. 3 slips in.
And you can see that Sibley's enjoying the drive at the moment, that's a shot that he keeps on pulling out the locker. Berg saunters in, and then a lot of energy in the shoulder as he bowls it, left alone outside off stump. Do you find yourself studying different pace bowlers and the different approaches? And
I'd say as I've gotten older and slightly more experienced, certainly today I've watched Berg bowl and the way he's operated, and I've taken a lot from him. He's kept it simple, stood the seam up, committed to his action, and challenged the defence.
Yeah, he's
just like that one.
Again, nice and straight, forces Sibley to play, but he does so from the middle of the bat, defends it out. 27 to Sibley, 4 to Hayne. Warwickshire 71 for 2, still trailing by 526. I think Berg's been doing this for, I don't know, 16, 17 years on the county circuit.
Yeah, Middlesex, Hampshire, Northampton, is that the right?
You're doing all the cricket badger work here again, aren't you? Look at that. I was warned about you, George Garrett. I was warned about you.
No.
You weren't going to miss a trick.
He's actually from where I'm from, in just Hertfordshire, where I grew up. I think he was affiliated with Radlett Cricket Club, which is where Middlesex play a few of their games. I think
I think we
we've got a game
there
there this year. But I think Berg used to play there, so I've got that link. My old club used to play against Radlett a lot. So
who was that you were playing for?
Harpenden Cricket Club.
Okay, yeah.
In the Home Counties Premier League, or what was.
I had friends in Harpenden at one point.
Yeah.
It's not that they're no longer friends. They moved.
They moved. Yeah.
They moved to Milton Keynes, but yeah, I remember Harpenden.
Milton Keynes with all the roundabouts.
Yeah, I suppose Harpenden, which is with all the commuters.
Yeah.
Very commuter belt.
Yeah.
So Jack White is going to return for a 7th over, and he's immediately hitting the right sort of line. And Sam Hain has to defend in front of off stump. That didn't get up much. Just wondering whether we're seeing a little bit of a dip in the bounce now.
Yeah, I suppose it's only day 2. You'd hope it would the bounce would stay true, but up and down is probably not a great sign for Warwickshire, really.
It's just been the odd ball that's made me wonder.
Yeah.
It's only going to get slower, you would think.
Definitely.
As Haynes steers the ball towards mid-wicket, and there's no run, and there's some nice groans because they want to convince. Part of the job, isn't it, when you're behind the they want to convince the bowler that was almost through for LBW, and if he hasn't got a bat on it, then he would have been absolutely in front.
Sam is certainly very strong off his legs, so I'd be surprised if he was to miss a straightish ball like that one.
And he became Warwickshire's youngest ever first-class centurion. It was against Northamptonshire down at Wantage Road. So he has a bit of history against them as he steers this next ball through square leg, runs the first hard, and Gareth Berg attacks it coming down from long leg, and he looks a bit disgruntled that he couldn't prevent the 2, but it was always on. Hain will always run hard.
Very quick, always wins. Well, him and Ethan Brooks, the sprint between the sprint gates in the winter, is Hain and Ethan Brooks, the 2 fastest in the squad.
Is that right? Wow. Even with Alex Davis here now. That might just change it.
That might have changed it. Yeah, I haven't seen Davo.
Yeah, he might well have an advantage as next ball is steered towards mid wicket, and there's no. It depends on the distance of the sprint. How far do you do sprints over?
40 metres.
40 metres. So I'm thinking advantage Davis at 40.
Yeah.
At 80, I think advantage to the longer legs.
Yeah, long legs get going, knees get up. I struggle with that.
Sam might give up at 60 metres. He's got 6. Sibley 27, 73 for 2. And Ricardo Vasconcelos is just looking to see what else he can create in the field here. So with Hain, like Sibley, very strong on the leg side, he's going to put a fielder, I think that's Emilio Gay, isn't it, in a short mid-wicket, almost on the same line as the orthodox mid-wicket. Just has a look round him to make sure that the next fielder can see beyond him. And that ball is too far down the leg side, left alone, and goes through to the wicket-keeper.
I suppose with the beauty of so many runs on the board now, they've got no square leg. They can set aggressive fields, bowl in certain areas, and just challenge away at that defence.
Yeah, they've got a lot of time left in this game. So the one thing that will trouble Northamptonshire at the moment is the weather forecast for Sunday being mixed at best.
Okay.
Bit of rain around on the current forecast for it as Hain is forward defensively end of a good probing over from Jack White. That was a good return to the attack from him. 73 for 2. And when you consider again that quick start, 37 runs in the first 10 overs. In the next 20, just 36 runs. They've kept it really, really tight. They've stuck to their plans, their line, their length. And for a team trying to establish themselves in the First Division, they've come to the county champions in the last 2 days, and it's a bit of a statement they're making here, George.
Yeah, it is. I suppose from a Warwickshire perspective, it's been a challenging last few weeks. And I think it shows the depth of the division. Go from game to game. It's pretty relentless, the schedule, and if you're not on it in certain sessions, it gets away from you. Suddenly you're chasing the game. And fair play to Northants.
Once they got through the first hour yesterday and weren't challenged as much as they should have done, they've become very dominant. Berg, full outside off stump, shouldering arms is Sibley.
This ball, Gareth Berg's wrist here, he gets right behind the ball and gets a nice carry. Going back to studying actions and bowlers.
Yeah, that's really important that you do that though.
Yeah.
It's the technical stuff makes all the difference, doesn't it? You look at Ollie Hannon-Dolby and the difference in the experience and all he's learned, and his craft gets better as he gets older.
Of course.
Shorter ball from Berg, again though just left alone by Dom Sibley.
I think the best is keep it very simple, don't they? Ollie Hannon-Dolby's a prime example. He's the success he's had over the last couple of years in red ball cricket has all been based on the ability to hit that fourth stump area for the longest.
Yeah. And
relies on his variation when it comes.
His belief is that the batsman will get impatient with it before he does.
Yeah.
This is driven square by Sibley, neatly worked. There's going to be quite the chase on here. It's a long boundary, so they'll come through for 3. Josh Cobb manages to capture it. It wouldn't have arrived at the rope anyway, but he keeps them down to 3. Sibley up to 30 and 76 for 2 Warwickshire. Gareth Berg gives Josh Cobb a round of applause for getting after that. The difference in the 2 boundaries this week is one of the more extreme that you'll see. I mean, thank goodness the rope's at least in 20 yards, because otherwise it would be worse, but it's got to be about an 80-yard boundary on that side. About 40, 45 on the other, as that ball is left alone and just goes past the thigh pad of Sam Hain. Now, what did that do? Did it come away on the seam? Right, it actually came in a bit and then swung away after it had passed the batsman. There's been a lot of late swing in this game. Wicketkeeper's nightmare. It's a good delivery from Berg. It looks a little weary as he trudges back. His 10th over of the session.
Looks in good rhythm though.
Yeah.
Weary, but I agree.
He's very consistent where he puts the ball. As, this one takes an inside edge, pops up the air off the pad, and Berg desperately chases to try and get there. Was never quite going to be able to pull out the full length dive. And it's a classic moment. Oh, if we got a bat pad in. If we got a bat pad in.
What if?
It remains 76 for 2. Do an update for BBC Radio WM before too long, and then we'll get the Northamptonshire perspective alongside George with Andrew Radd coming in, who has enjoyed his 2 days at Edgbaston so far, understandably, because it's been exceptional cricket from Northants. Berg full, driven by Hain up towards mid-on. And there'll be no run as it's picked up by Matt Kelly. 76 for 2. So now this one, in your ear, you will hear the cue to the report this time, which is a bit different. It'll come up in a bit. Well, they'll be doing all the football bits first.
All the football continuing to Villa right now.
Who do you follow?
Bristol City.
Oh yes, yeah. No. I have seen on your Twitter feed some Bristol City thing. Yeah, given that I report, as you know, on Birmingham City, it's great because we always win at Ashton Gate.
Yeah, you do.
So
handsomely as well.
However bad Blues are at any given time, they'll win at Ashton Gate. It's one of the facts of footballing life. Tahith Chong got his first career goal in the season's game down there, and Nico Gordon got his first career goal 10 minutes later.
They always take a good following down there.
Yeah,
make a lot of noise as well.
As the ball is driven towards mid-wicket by Sibley. Good stop there to prevent any runs. It's a really good away day, and Blues fans like a night out in Bristol the night before as well. Cause is there a family reason why you Bristol City?
My dad's from Bristol.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so my brother and I have got season tickets, and I go when I can. Not worth it at the moment, but
that's a great stadium now.
Our time will come.
That's been done on it.
Our time will come. That's what I keep telling myself anyway.
They also have one of the loveliest press stewards anywhere in the country. A bloke who's been doing it for donkey's years. Sibley driving immaculately straight, but the field is well set for that. It's picked up. I think it's Kelly up there. There's no run. There was one night match there a couple of years ago where I was waiting to give people a lift home. And he said, oh, there's some cake left over in the executive suites, let me bring it through. You've all got a journey to make. I think it was only 90 minutes up the road.
It's not too bad.
But good on him. He didn't want the food wasted. We weren't saying no. So he's slightly turned around by this next delivery by White.
I took Jake Lintott to the game at St Andrews this year. Bristol City lost 3-0, and it was a woeful performance.
Yeah, that wasn't the best, was it? That was
yeah.
It's one where Jordan James came on for his debut, a young lad who's 17.
I remember that, yeah.
Ended up playing more than 20 games this season.
Really?
Young Player of the Year. Here we go, we do an update now for BBC Radio WM. Yeah, thanks, Louise. It's been hard work for Warwickshire. They're 76 for 2 in reply. Northamptonshire have bowled really, really well. They've kept their line, they've kept their length, they're in rhythm, and they've got 2 good wickets out. Alex Davis trapped LBW by Jack White for 29, and Rob Yates well taken low down at slip by Will Young off Matt Kelly for 7. Dom Sibley is continuing his way, driving well. He's on 30. Sam Hain has joined him. He's got 6. Warwickshire on 76 for 2, still trail by 521. I'll do these final 2 balls, and then Andrew will move into position as Sibley turns the ball towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. But a friend of mine has sent a WhatsApp saying, George Garrett, absolutely tremendous summarising. Bet his mum will be pleased with the image that he conjured on live radio.
She's probably listening, actually.
Yes. Anybody picturing George Garrett in childbirth and his poor mum, you have to forgive us that image. Final ball of the over, pushed into the offside, and no run. It's 76 for 2. Some more thoughts on the state of this game from George Garrett with his awkward shoulders, and then Andrew Rad will be in.
Joys of equipment. I think we've got ourselves plugged in. If Richard would be terribly kind and just pass me my my book there so I can vaguely keep up with what's been happening. Thank you very much, Richard. And I shall sit myself down, leave myself and George through for a little while. I've just going to update BBC Radio Northampton at 6 o'clock, but it's that time of day. Afternoon, George.
Afternoon.
Good to meet you. Yeah, I'm well, fair to middling. It's been a pretty good couple of days for Northamptonshire, who I think it's interesting what you were saying with Richard there, George, about the statement, and I think Northamptonshire needing to make a bit of a statement after what happened down at the Oval last time out. And here's Gareth Berg running in again, starting his 11th over, bowling to Sam Hain, plays it up to Kelly at mid-on, and there's no run. Berg's been excellent.
He has been excellent.
In fact, I think this last hour for Northamptonshire has been as disciplined a bowling effort as I think I've seen from them this season. Just exchanging a message or two with the head coach John Sadler, sorting out who's going to be put up for the post-match interview.
Okay.
Which is always one of the little jobs we have to do at this time of the day. Who's being put up, and hopefully Luke Proctor, I would imagine. Here's Berg in again, bowling to Hain, who turns that away for a single out through square leg, and the aforementioned Luke Proctor trots back towards the Holly stand to field. One more run to Sam Hain. He goes up to 7, and Warwickshire to 77 for 2, replying to Northamptonshire's 597 for 6. Also interested in what you were saying about playing at York, although unfortunately he finished up getting injured there last year. But Northamptonshire play at York in the Royal London Cup this year. I've never been there. I've never been to the ground before anyway. So
yeah, it was actually a really good game. The wicket encouraged positive cricket. It did a bit early on in the first 10, made use of the new ball, and then as batters got on it, it was conducive to scoring runs. I remember Dan Mosley and Jacob Bethel came in and blazed 150 very quickly and got us back in the game. And you know, with it being quite enclosed and a club ground, it adds to the atmosphere. Really felt like it ebbed and flowed. I really enjoyed it. It was a great, lovely day. just to show.
From a media point of view, I've been advised that we're out on a balcony, so
okay.
remember to take a hat. Here's Berg running in again, bowls outside the off stump to Dom Sibley, who lets it go through to Lewis McManus. Yeah, you were saying about studying actions, and as you say, the great thing about Gareth Berg is he does keep it simple. And at 41, and having
he's 41, is he?
He's
wow.
41 now, and having had a serious shoulder injury during that stint at Hampshire and Middlesex, which did threaten his career. Here's Berg in again, bowls very full, driven up to short mid-wicket where Kerrigan fields, and there's no run there for Dom Sibley. So yeah, I think he has to keep it simple, but he's quite an inspirational figure. I think Gareth Berg, particularly the last couple of years, and I remember talking to him start of last season when Northamptonshire played Kent first up, and he was on one side, of course Darren Stevens on the other.
Course,
so
yeah.
41 plays 45 or whatever. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Sibley, playing it up to mid-on this time, fielded by Matt Kelly. And that's the end of the over. 77 for 2. Hayne is 7, Sibley is 30. And he was saying then that he still gets, it's still like Christmas morning, when he wakes up and thinks, yeah, it's game day. And he said, as soon as I stop feeling like that, then it's probably time to call it a day. But he's a bit of a model to watch, isn't he, for
sure.
For seam bowlers, I would imagine.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, I've certainly taken a lot from him today. You saying Darren Stevens, I've followed him as in following the county game over the last 10 years or so, and we went down to Canterbury this year for a pre-season game, and I got to bowl at Darren Stevens, so that was an experience.
That's great. That's one to tick off.
He slashed me for a few fours, 3 point, but no, that was pretty cool.
He's done that to a few over the years, Georgia. He's still a gun cricketer in county championship. Here's Jack White starting a fresh over to Sam Hayne, and plays that just up to that position at short mid-wicket where Emilio Gay, who has been in the slip cordon for most of the day, now finds himself out of the cordon and in there at short mid-wicket. Yeah, Northampton play Kent next up actually, so it'll be starting at Wantage Road next Thursday. Okay. So yeah, Harpenden, it's the old home counties league. It's not too far away from Luton, of course, where Northamptonshire used to play.
Yeah.
Wardown Park, must have played at Wardown Park.
Yeah, played there.
Here's Jack White from the Birmingham end, bowling to Sam Hayne, who's playing that up to Kelly at mid-on, and there's no run. Sam Kerrigan going through his warm-up routine, and I noticed also at the start of this over, Ricardo Vasconcelos just giving the signal, presumably to 12th man Ben Curran to bring another helmet on, so I imagine we may see a little bit of Kerrigan before too much longer. Yeah, lovely ground, Wardown Park. It swings there, doesn't it?
It does. It does. As you speak about the link, obviously Luton in Bedfordshire, and I used to play for Hertfordshire, and Emilio Gay used to play for Bedfordshire. So we played age group stuff growing up together against each other.
Here's White, in again bowls to Hayne, who's defensively punching it back down the pitch. White fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Yeah, Emilio Gay, of course, one of stack of decent young cricketers coming out of Bedford School in recent years.
Yep.
And a number of Northamptonshire Academy players there, and of course, well, Rob Keogh, the pride of Dunstable. So there's a
Dunstable Downs,
bit of a cricketing hotbed down there at the moment. But yes, I used to enjoy the trips down to Luton. Northamptonshire haven't played there for a few years, but Steelbacks Academy now, of course, opened in Luton. As White comes in, bowls to Hayne, turns that down to Gareth Berg at long leg. Indicates that he has indeed seen it, and sends in his return to Lewis McManus. One more to Sam Hayne, who goes to 8, and Warwickshire to 78 for 2. We have, well, a minimum of 3 overs and a bit to bowl, but we're going to get some bonus overs today. Well, it's almost unheard of, George. Isn't it?
So the early tee probably helped.
Yes, well, I think it did. Yes, with 37 overs in the final session, so it hasn't been a ridiculously long session for the fielding side. You do sometimes get his White in again, bowling to Sibley, defensively forward, fielded on the bounce by Jack White, and there's no run. I was thinking about you're saying about Gareth Berg and getting out of bed in the morning and still wanting to play. I take my hat off, and we were talking to us Ollie Stone earlier on, who's had a similar issue. I know you were saying about going through the rehab thing. Full of admiration for pro cricketers who pick up an injury and just have to face long, potentially a long period of rehabilitation. I think it must be so tedious.
For sure.
I'm just going to ask you about that in a second after this ball, as White comes in, bowls to Sibley, who is beaten by that. It's a beauty from Jack White. That's come up from nowhere.
It's got up, hasn't it?
It has, and just the odd one has done that. The ball, as you say, still 34 overs old, so it's a lot of the hardness will have gone out of it, but enough there to keep the bowlers interested. 78 for 2. I mean, presumably in a process of rehab, you've got to try and make it interesting in some way. I don't mean, it's just to make it bearable, and so that you have, presumably it's questionable, is it setting targets day by day or that sort of thing?
Yeah, I'd say so. Thankfully, I've never had to have surgery. I've had my fair share of a couple of stress fractures in my back. And they're quite common practice for any young fast bowler.
Yeah.
And yeah, you sit down with the physio and medical staff and kind of plan out when you start doing things, so you take it easy, whether it's walking, very basic stuff in the gym, and then over time you might go through a few walkthroughs and stuff. But yeah, it can get very tedious, and obviously Ollie's been very unlucky with his injuries, and yeah, it's I suppose it is part of the beast of bowling the speed he does.
Yes, absolutely.
But no, I'm sure his time will come, and when it comes, it'll be even sweeter, knowing the hours that he spent in the gym and speaking with medical staff.
Well, it is going to be Simon Kerrigan coming into the attack from this pavilion end. Now, Simon Kerrigan is just the sort of bowler that a bowler like yourself, George, would not want to see come into the attack, because he gets through his overs in about a minute. We have put a watch on him last season, and he bowled a sub-minute over against Yorkshire. Slipping a forward short leg as Kerrigan comes into the attack, starts with a full toss and gets away with it as it's whipped away to mid-wicket, where Gareth Berg is fielding, and there's no run. Simon Kerrigan still looking for his first championship wicket of the season. He's had a couple of games when batsmen have looked to get after him fairly early on against Yorkshire and against Surrey. Here's Kerrigan round the wicket, bowls short, and that's cut away by Sam Hain, and he's going to pick up a single. There is a man, Josh Cobb, sweeping down there on the cover boundary. Takes Hain up to 9, and Warwickshire to 79 for 2. The other one, the other fielder who's probably not massively relishing the prospect of what's to come. We mentioned Josh Cobb earlier. Of course, Northamptonshire white ball captain is Kerrigan round the wicket. Bowls to Sibley, plays defensively back down the pitch. Kerrigan fields, and there's no. Of course, we were talking about Josh Cobb having to field for a lot of overs down at Chelmsford when he was 12th man. Well, then at least there was the possibility of getting somebody in to relieve him. Now there isn't, because he's actually playing in the match. Yeah. So there's a message earlier from Alex Wakely, Northampton's former captain, saying he loved what had happened so far, as Kerrigan comes in, bowls again just short of a length, worked into the offside by Sibley, and Josh Cobb immediately in business and realises that if he's going to shy that in from the cover boundary, it's going to be straight into the sun, so he underarms it to Rob Keogh, who underarms it in turn to Kerrigan. He said he was loving what was going on so far. Northamptonshire got a big score, and Cobb was going to have to field for 200 overs. Kerrigan on the money there to Sam Hain, who smothers it, pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Rob Keogh.
There is nothing worse as if you're 12th man and you see one of the guys get injured, which is obviously horrible in itself, but then you know you have to field for X amount of overs.
A long stint.
It's a long stint.
Here's Kerrigan finishing the over, and just turned to the man at forward short leg by Sam Hain. That's the end of the over. 80 for 2. Warwickshire in reply to Northamptonshire's 597 for 6 declared, with Sam Hain on 9. Dom Sibley is on 31. Also, interesting what you were saying to Richard about the travelling in the Birmingham League. That's extraordinary. I mean, we think there's, in our league, the Northamptonshire League, probably the longest trip is Peterborough, who are sort of the reigning champions, been the strongest side in it for a while, down towards sort of Milton Keynes way, the other side of Northampton, which is far enough.
Yeah.
But 2-hour drive, crumbs. That's a serious trek.
I was speaking to. I'm planning to go to Brisbane this winter, and I was having a look at some of the dishes there, and yeah, it kind of puts travel in England to shame. Really, they've got to go for 4 hours. Some of the journeys they've got to do. So I'm not looking forward to that.
Here's Jack White starting another over from the Birmingham end, bowls outside the off stump to Dom Sibley, who lets it go through to Lewis McManus. Yeah, mind you, as we were talking earlier about the British Grand Prix, of course, at the first weekend in July, Some journeys that normally take an hour or two can take rather longer.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Trying to get around the other side of Silverstone. Yeah. That weekend is not a lot of fun. But yes, I think East Anglian Premier League as well. Of course, there's some very long trips involved there with Norfolk and Suffolk and down towards Essex.
Essex way, yeah.
Here's Jack White, 2 slips in place, bowls to Sibley, who's pushing that up towards mid-off, intercepted by sprightly Rob Keogh coming in from extra cover, and there's no run.
I think Chris Benjamin, before he was signed at Warwickshire, came as an overseas player and played at Cambridge in the East Anglian Premier League and did a bit of trialling with Essex.
Yeah, there's certainly some long journeys involved there, I know.
Played at a minor counties festival going out at Royal Hospital School.
Yep.
That was always good.
Here's White. This rocking approach comes in, bowls to Sibley, pushes it up again towards mid-off. Once again, Keogh comes in from extra cover. Yes, it's interesting because I was on the league committee for a while in Northamptonshire, and one of the things, there were always lots of talk about formats and how they were going to structure the league and what sort of cricket you wanted to play. And starting times was one that came up every year. And one of the things people say, no, we don't want to start any early because there's travelling. It means setting off too early in the morning and this sort of thing. Here's White in again outside the off stump, and that again sitting it back just enough for Lewis McManus to have to take that outside the line of leg stump. And just watching that on the replay, didn't miss the off stump by much. It was a good leave. They say there's 2 types of leave.
There are 2 types.
Good uns and bad uns. Well, that was a good one as far as Dom Sibley was concerned, but he's now having quite a lengthy chat with Sam Hain. Partner's come about 2/3 of the way down the pitch to have a chat with him. Yeah, so it's always been an issue, isn't it? And what time you want to start, what time you want to finish, how long the journeys are, and people want to get back for their social life in the evening. As White bowls again to Sibley, plays it defensively back down the pitch.
I suppose the challenge you have is if you spread geographically the distance, it normally improves the standard.
Yes.
I played at Shrewsbury, and I wasn't there when they won the Birmingham League a few times, but you know, for them, they've got to travel. We got to travel an hour every other weekend just to get back into Birmingham, which is worth doing when you play the top standard. You want to test yourself, don't you?
Here's White running in again and bowls to Sibley, who's pushing that up towards mid-wicket, fielded in there by Emilio Gay, and that's the end of another tidy over from Jack White. 80 for 2 it is. Hain is 9, Sibley is 31. Yes, I seem to remember a few years ago there was quite a strong move to incorporate the Premier Divisions of Northamptonshire and Leicestershire and have a sort of a regional Super League. And the thing that scuppered it was clubs saying we don't want to be travelling that far. It's just too far.
Interesting you say that. Where Harpenden used to play in the Home Counties Premier League, so from Harpenden you travel to places like Banbury, Oxford, Aston Rowan, just off the M40, and then they went down to a vote, and Hertfordshire sides eventually decided to leave because of the travel.
Yeah, it is a
shame.
An issue. I'd be interested to get your view as well on obviously now a pro with Warwickshire and what it's like playing league cricket as a pro. Here's Kerrigan around the wicket, and that's turned down towards long leg by Sam Hain, who's going to pick up a single. Jack White in the distinctive floppy sun hat comes out from underneath the Hollies stand, and they're through for another run. 81 for 2. Hain is 10, because I know some pros find it quite difficult going into league cricket. His Kerrigan bowls and driven nicely by Dom Sibley. That's beautifully timed. It's running out towards the boundary at extra cover. It's a long chase for Luke Proctor, who's had a fairly busy day, but he reels it in and keeps it to 2. 2 more to Sibley, who goes to 33, and Warwickshire to 83 for 2. How do you find you get a bit more stick, a few more verbals being a pro?
You've got a target on your back, don't you? You stand out. But you know, I actually really enjoy playing for Shrewsbury. We're
Kerrigan in again, bowls, and that's driven again beautifully, an almost identical place by Dom Sibley, and it's the same fielder, Luke Proctor. It's the same sliding stop, and it's the same result. 2 more runs. So yeah, Groundhog Day comes to Edgbaston. 85 for 2, and Sibley for 35. Yes, sorry, George.
No, I thoroughly enjoy playing for Shrewsbury. I like getting out of the Birmingham bubble and just going to share a dressing room with different guys. who obviously work 9 to 5 in the week and come and play for a decent standard of cricket on a Saturday.
Kerrigan with a slip and a forward short leg in place, bowls again to Sibley. This time drives it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Matt Kelly. This time there's no run for Sibley. Yes, it's a different thing, isn't it? And I'm talking to one or two pros. We saw Mal Loy recently, did some commentary with us, and Mal was saying when he had finished playing county cricket and thought about playing in the league, short goes Kerrigan, punched off the back foot by Sibley. Out to Josh Cobb, sweeping on the cover boundary, who underarms it in to stop the effects of the setting sun. One more run onto the total, 86 for 2 Warwickshire. Sibley up to 36, and he was saying he got more stick in a few weeks of playing league cricket than he did in 15 years of playing county cricket. As Kerrigan again drops short, and Hayne is able to again play the same shot, punching it out into the covers, where it's fielded on the boundary by Josh Cobb. One more onto the total, 87 for 2.
I know Carlos Bathwaite he's playing in the Birmingham Premier League for Nolan Dorridge, and he's struggled so far with the bat. I saw him yesterday, and I think he's looking to go big tomorrow, so hopefully for his sake he can get some runs.
That'll be interesting for anybody living in neighbouring properties wherever they're.
But that's just a great example of if you're a Birmingham League cricketer and you're bowling at him. Yeah. What an awesome experience that is.
No, that is terrific. It's interesting. Northamptonshire Colts used to play in the Northamptonshire League, and then became the Northamptonshire Academy, and they'd obviously have a mixture of young players and sometimes some pros that were coming back maybe from injury or just needed a few overs, and it's sharply divided opinion. I think it's fair to say that half the teams and half the players thought this is absolutely brilliant because we're going to be testing ourselves against some of the best players in the area, as White starts a fresh over to Hayne, who's pushing that up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And those who rather resented the fact that however strong the Colt Stroke Academy side was, could effectively distort the league. So if they were playing a stronger side, or if they were playing a weaker side, it could make a bit of a difference in terms of the dynamic of the league. And it was in the end, I think for a variety of reasons, Northamptonshire pulled the side out. Here's White in again and beats Hayne outside the off stump. Again, ball that didn't get up a great deal. No. Let's just have a look at that on the replay. Yeah, looks like it's died a touch in the pitch.
Bit of movement there still.
There's a little bit there, isn't there, still to keep the bowlers interested. So yeah, I think there's different ways of looking at it, and I suppose it depends also partly on the attitude of the pros. Some enjoyed it and thought it was a useful exercise. Others, let's be honest, hated it.
I suppose the lure of maybe some cash in hand at the end of the day probably encourages some to play where they don't necessarily want to.
Yeah, and of course that was not. And I think that was the issue, partly the issue, because it wasn't the case. Of course, they were playing for the Colts Academy side as pros. Then they were it was just part of their normal role. They weren't actually getting anything on top. Here's White outside the off stump, and again it's just nipped back a touch, and it's a good leave by Sam Hayne. But yeah, actually that was fairly wide outside the off stump. There's a certain amount of oohing and ahhing from behind the stumps, but I suppose you expect that. So and I do remember one occasion, two Northamptonshire pros who better remain nameless, having a contest to see who could hit a certain leg spinner onto the bowling green.
Oh, really?
And it wasn't a great look, really.
No.
Here's White in again, bowls to Hayne outside the off stump, and Sam Hayne lets that go through to Lewis McManus. What?
Not long
to go. The overs have been bowled, so we are on to time now. It's about 4 minutes to 6, I think, by the clock that they're going by.
I think Nolan Dorridge, where Carlos is playing, is a tennis club that was right by the cricket ground, and they have a massive problem with balls flying into when tennis players serving up.
Here's White in again, bowls and pushed out into the side by Sam Hayne, fielded by Keogh tight in there at extra, and there's no run. It's the bowling green. Used to be great fun at Northampton. It's not there anymore. It's the outdoor net area. You've probably seen it at Wantage Road, but it used to be the bowls green, and you could have storm, tempest, wind, floods, hail, thunder, lightning, and they'd be off, because the cricketers would be off and they'd still be playing on the
still
bowling. They didn't matter what the weather was like. Now Northamptonshire just putting a bit of pressure on Sam Hain here with an interesting field of like an umbrella field, but 3 fielders in front of square on the leg side, as Hain lets that go through outside the off stump. So you've got a silly mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a sort of short square leg just in front of square. Josh Cobb, who's now wandering back towards his position, sweeping on the boundary. End of the over, 87 for 2. Sibley 36, Hain is 11, so certainly one more over. And well, if Kerrigan gets through it at his usual rate, then there may be time for another. But yes, I think the net area has been a big advantage at Northampton. I mean, you must obviously, from a pro's point of view, it must be great when you turn up at the venue and see decent outdoor nets.
It's frustrating normally when some grounds will have to have nets on the square, so while the game's going on, they're out of. Whereas it's great at places like Northampton and here where you can just
of course. And I think also the thing was, if Northampton wanted to be staging like international matches, big matches, they had to have that. They needed to have that there. So here's Kerrigan starting another over, and Sibley playing up towards short mid-wicket, Berg fields, and there's no run. Yes, I think it's made a big difference in terms of staging the high-profile games. That's driven by Sibley up to mid-on, fielded there by Kelly, and there's no run. So which ground do you want tomorrow? Is it actually at Shrewsbury?
Yeah, Shrewsbury versus Kenilworth Wardens. Yeah, it should be good. Looking forward to it.
I'm sure after the plug you've given, it'll be a huge crowd in there. Next ball pushed down the pitch by Dom Sibley, fielded by Kerrigan off his own bowling, and well, will we get another one in, I wonder? There's Kerrigan in again, slipping a forward short leg and a little bit short of a length, and worked into the offside rather, just backward of square, down through backward point, and Will Young, a little run out from the slip cordon where he's been most of the afternoon, is now at backward point and fields, and they pick up another run, 88 for 2. Sibley to 37, brings Sam Hain back onto strike. Kerrigan in, slightly quicker ball, and Hain playing back. Covers everything up, plays it back down the pitch for Kerrigan to field. Now 1 ball to go in the over.
I think that'll be that.
I think that probably will be that. It's they've just had enough time between delivery, and that's played defensively by Sam Hain. Now, are we going to see some more, or is that it? And that is it. So close of play on day 2 here at Edgbaston, with Warwickshire finishing on 88 for 2. Dom Sibley is on 37. Sam Hain is 11. Warwickshire lost the wickets of Alex Davis for 29 and Rob Yates for 7. George Garrett, thank you so much for your time. It's been great to have you with us.
Enjoyable.
And I shall vacate this seat. Richard Wilford will come in and update listeners to BBC Radio WM. And thank you very much indeed for your company today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll be back on parade tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock.